Welcome to Christmas Day, NFL fans. This is the 2022 NFL Draft, and this is PFF's Draft Show, covering all 3 days of the NFL Draft, the presents that could be under the Christmas tree. Hey, it could be a draft haul, a draft trade, or one selection that could make the entire difference for an NFL franchise. I am so excited to be here. I am Trevor Sycamore, but I'm even more excited about the people that I have here on this show with me. Next to me, directly next to me, it's the face and the voice that y'all know. It's the one and only. It is Chris Collinsworth. To my left, we've got PFF's lead draft analyst, Mike Renner. We've got the doctor of R&D at PFF, Eric Eager. And then on the side set, we have Austin Gale and Seth Galina. Guys, we finally made it. We finally made it after all the mock drafts, the rankings, the podcasts, everything. This is the moment. It is the 2022 NFL Draft. Chris, I'm going to start with you. We made it to another draft day. How you feeling tonight?
I feel good, considering that this was the spot sort of about maybe 50 yards away over there where we sat on the couch the first draft night. And we had the backup room instead of the sidebar over here with our guys. We had the backup room over there. So we're opening the door and yelling back and forth to each other. Nobody knew what anybody was saying.
Listen,
but now we have a desk, we have a studio, we got all the talent. It's fun.
We got a little bit more lumbar support now, I think, than the couch initially had. Yeah. So the guest, come on, Mike, come on. We're 2 minutes into the show. So, okay, you're obviously jazzed. You're obviously ready. Okay. This is, I mean, we say it all the time, the Christmas Day. This is what you live for, man.
I work 365 days a year. That's right, Chris. 365 days a year. I work for this 3-day weekend.
Rounding up.
For 3 days here. My entire job.
By 100.
For this 3 days here. So you better believe I'm going to be jacked. Going to bring it all 3 days to you guys, and a fourth day on Sunday.
Yep, that's going to be great. Eric, I have seen the spreadsheet. You are our degenerate gambler that we have on this table, and all I'm saying is,
you don't have to round up for my
I'm praying for you, my friend, because I've seen all of the bets and what they are. But, buddy, I'm excited to have you here on the desk.
Yeah, I mean, this is the great uncertainty of NFL football right now. We have, from basically early February till September, this is the one thing to bet on in the NFL, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Austin, Seth, how are we feeling over at the side table? You guys, I know we're going to be checking out the chat. Austin, you're fantastic at getting the chat hyped, getting the chat lit, making sure that people get in on the show. How are we feeling tonight?
Absolutely stoked. We're finally gonna get some picks. We need some picks, man. I'm excited to see this draft. Obviously excited to have Seth here as well. My favorite person at PFF.
At the kids' table. That's what they're calling it. They're calling it the kids' table.
Chat is calling this the kids' table, which is fine.
Well, hold on. We're not calling it the kids' table. Your water bottle is calling it the kids' table. Do you have it?
Not.
Show it. Show the people.
I think this is a perfectly
normal water
water
bottle. So then, I didn't call it that. You're the one who put the water on the table.
That bottle's in draft class 2040.
So obviously, you guys can tell we're going to have a lot of fun, not just tonight, but throughout the entire weekend. We've got you covered, whether it's the analytical stats that you know and love from PFF. We're going to hit you from a betting angle. We're going to talk about the team fits, the player prospects, whether teams are on the clock, whether they've made a selection. We're going to have all the information. This is going to be your one-stop shop, so make sure that you keep the tab open, not just tonight, but all weekend long. Let's get straight into it, though. Let's talk about some of the final mock drafts. And I guess I'll go first. I'll throw myself to the wolves because I did a final mock draft before tonight, and I had Trayvon Walker going number 1 overall, and that was not always the case, but I predict that he is going to be the number 1 overall pick tonight. I've got Aiden Hutchinson going number 2. You guys can see it on the screen right now. I've got Ahmad Gardner at 3. I don't know how confident I am about that, but I'm kind of hoping that it happens. Ikwonu at 4, Charles Cross at 5, and then, of course, you guys can see the rest of the list there. Mike, how much do I differ from yours? We're going to look at yours next, but, am I too far off?
Not too far. I think our top 10's got a lot of the same players, just a touch different order. I think once we get down around pick 20, though, is when we start to really deviate. That last 11 picks, I don't think we have a single overlap in that mix.
Wow.
That's what's making this draft fun, though, to me, is the fact that you just look in the PFF draft guide, you look at the amount of guys we have this borderline first-round grade on. There's a ton. So I think you're going to learn a lot about GMs and their draft strategies and what they covet in this draft, because there's a lot of guys with equal sort of grades, at least for me in my eyes. And so for NFL teams, they're going to have to make separators in that large group of guys from 20 to 60 on the PFF board. We'll get to see what they covet, what they need, and I think you're going to learn a lot of GM draft strategies.
The great thing about the draft is we are looking into the souls of all 32 teams right now. It's the one time every 365 days a year that you get to see what they value.
We don't want to do it much
more
than once, to be
honest.
Yeah,
that's true.
Chris, what do you think about the top of this draft? I mean, you and I were talking a little bit before the show, but Jacksonville, they said 3 days ago, they've still got 4 people they're considering. It feels like it's been ages since we've had a draft where that's the case. What do you think about the situation at the top here?
I don't understand it, first of all, because I think that they surely, if you're that undecided, would prefer to move back, right?
Sure.
So when you come out and you say that there's one of 4 people that are going to be our choice, but we haven't decided yet, well, if I want Aiden Hutchinson, then I'm sitting there going, well, I'm just going to sit and wait because he may end up number 2, number 3, number 4, as opposed to if you liked Aiden Hutchinson or Trayvon Walker, even whoever it was. But Aiden Hutchinson's the guy that I think was sort of the consensus that maybe somebody would want to jump up and try and get you.
Right.
That you would put that out there and force the hand of anybody who really wanted that instead of going, well, maybe he's going to go to number 2 and then we can deal with the Lions, or number 3 and we can deal with the Texans. I just didn't understand the strategy, and I still don't.
So let's tee up your mock draft next. Who did you have going number 1? Did you still have Trayvon Walker, or did you have Hutchinson?
I did, but mostly because I know Trent Baalke. I know what he wants. He wants that super athlete.
Yep.
Aiden Hutchinson is quicker, faster. He's unbelievable. He's 6'7". He has great lateral quickness. To me, his best work is when he's standing up outside like a 34 outside linebacker. Trayvon Walker, on the other hand, is much more of a hand in the dirt, maybe 2 hands in the dirt. Oftentimes you'll see him playing inside in a 3 technique.
Yeah.
He's about 10, 12 pounds heavier. So what are you looking for? Are you looking for the pure edge rusher? And then in my mind, there's some question about what's their defense going to be this year? Are they going to play like in Tampa with all the blitzing and all the different things? Are they going to do that? And then I've got, but after that, I start going through these offensive linemen, and I kind of disagree with what everybody seems to be throwing out there. So every time I go down this list, I think of, I love Charles Cross. I think Evan Neal has the tremendous upside of what he's got. But this guy named Kenyon Green from Texas A&M is the one that I think eventually could be the best of the offensive linemen. Because in the NFL, I don't care how you run block. I really don't. That's not how you win and lose football games. And yet I think a lot of times in the draft analysis it comes out, oh, look at this pancake block. Look at the way he knocks him, pushes him back. Where in reality, it's kick, and try and stay in front of a guy for 2.5 seconds. That's the whole thing. Go make $100 million if you can do that.
That is the thing. It's in the NFL, pass protectors get paid, run blockers don't get second contracts. Run blockers go from team to team, bounce around, and get fill in gaps. But it's the guys that can pass protect at a high level that ultimately are the moneymakers.
Let's look at your mock draft then.
Yeah.
Look, we've had enough of, we looked at mine, we looked at Chris's. Let's look at Mike's. He's the lead draft analyst here, and I want to see who he got. Okay, specifically, I wanted to see who you had at number 6 overall. Was it going to be a quarterback or not? It's one of those offensive linemen that we talked about. It's one of the great pass protectors in Charles Cross. But I'm curious, outside of those top 5 guys, we get to 6, no quarterback there. How do you see these quarterbacks coming off the board there?
So I didn't really propose too many trades in this draft, but I had Kenny Pickett going to the Saints and I had Malik Willis going to the Steelers. Now it may take a trade up, or one of them or both of them may move up a touch to get one of those guys, but I just look at those teams in the top 10 where it's Detroit at 2. In this scenario, if Aiden Hutchinson's there, they can't pass that up. Whether it's Carolina at 6 with a lame duck staff if they take a rookie quarterback. Rookie quarterbacks don't save your job. Didn't work for Justin Fields. In Chicago, it didn't work even Justin Herbert when he turned out well for the Los Angeles Chargers. So I don't think they're going quarterback. And then the Falcons and the Seahawks, obvious quarterback need. They'll be drafted at the top of next year's draft, sadly. So I think they skip this quarterback class, go look at next year's.
Interesting. You had Sam Howell, and both of you guys had Sam Howell 32. I think when you look at the data for him, his actually wins above average, the metric we use to derive value, even though his statistics went down, completion percentage, yards per attempt, all that, his actually share of North Carolina's wins actually went up because of all of the defections in terms of their supporting cast. So it's interesting how going into the year, we sort of thought of him as a favorite. And then after a year, we don't really like him as much, even though, when you get to the nitty-gritty of the data, he actually performed okay last year, I think.
Seth, I believe your name is now becoming the QB guru on TikTok. So I want to go. I want to ask you about these quarterbacks in this class. I'm curious, how did you have these guys ranked? Who's kind of at your top? Who's maybe tier 1 guys that you would invest in this class? And then maybe if you have any off the top of your head, landing spots that you would love for any of these guys. How do you see them?
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, I don't see any like tier 1 guys in this class. I see a lot of tier 2 guys, right? The first 5 are, I would say, tier 2 guys. I'm going to lean towards Malik Willis just because I think at this point it would be pretty stupid not to bet on the tools. The tools are pretty awesome with this player. And then I love the technical ability of Desmond Ridder. I think he's probably the most polished player.
Right.
Does a lot of things well from a processing perspective, probably the best processor in the draft. And then for me, there's a big group here. I like Sam Howell. I love I hate to say it, I love his grit and determination coming back for last season without any of his top receivers from the year before, without any of his top running backs. And he changed his game and he played really well. I think Pickett obviously showed that with a more modern offense than they were running at Pitt from his first few years starting, that he could be a real quarterback. And Matt Corral, obviously the production is tremendous in that Lane Kiffin system. So like they're all, for me, tier 2 type of guys. But I think there's going to be 2 of them I think become future All-Stars. I'll probably say Malik Willis and Desmond Ridder.
I'm fascinated to see where these quarterbacks go, and I know when that happens tonight because we all know it's going to happen multiple times. It's the NFL. They're starving for good quarterback play, so they'll take a risk on anybody, it seems. Eric, I want to go back to number 1 overall, though, because there's been so much movement, right? Chris highlighted it with all of the different guys that could be available. What's the movement been like in the betting markets for number 1 overall?
It's been crazy. It's exactly what you said with teams want quarterbacks, right? And so until the dust settled on the college football season, it was guys like Sam Howell who were the favorite. His guys like, there's just a bunch of quarterbacks that kept cycling through, Matt Corral, et cetera. But ultimately, once it got to December, it started sort of closing in on tackles and edge players. Since basically December 1st, it was Kayvon Thibodeaux. Right when we got to early in February, is Aiden Hutchinson. When we got to the combine, it was Evan Neal. There was a little bit of Ikwonu that was sort of sneaking up the boards.
Right.
Then Jacksonville went ahead and franchise tagged Cam Robinson, so it went back to Aiden Hutchinson. And over the past few days, it's been Trayvon Walker again. It's been there's been 11 players who have been the favorite on DraftKings to be the first overall pick in this draft. Last year was 1. It was Trevor Lawrence the entire time.
My dumbass thought those were odds initially, like 12 to 1, 2 to 1. And then we got down to like 4 to 26. I'm like, okay, Eric, that's some next level stuff right there. I don't know what you're throwing at
That's
me.
deranged if I'm betting those odds.
It wouldn't surprise me, unfortunately.
I will say I had Aiden Hutchinson mock number 1 overall since December. Since the Ohio State game, I thought he was the best player in the country last year.
Yeah.
I said Jacksonville, there's no quarterback there. Cooler heads are going to prevail. They're going to go Aiden Hutchinson. I just don't see another top-tier type of talent in this draft class. But I will say that Trayvon Walker, like this rise, is not necessarily unprecedented. He does have the athletic tools to warrant a number 1 overall pick. He looks like a Myles Garrett. He is probably the best physical specimen we've seen at the edge position since we started grading here at PFF in the last 8 years. So that is why you've seen this rise, is because he is truly a special prospect in that regard. I still think, though, if you are the Jacksonville Jaguars, it's still going to take a couple years with a guy like Trayvon Walker. Yeah. Aiden Hutchinson is ready tomorrow to play on a football field for you, and that's what you needed.
Well, I think the issue is incentives, right? With Trent Baalke, if you take everybody's favorite player and he does well, no one's going to change their opinion of Trent Baalke. If Trent Baalke takes a guy that we're all kind of questioning, and then the guy blows up and plays like Javon Curse right away, then we're all changing our opinion of Trent Baalke. And I think sometimes you have to look at the incentives of the decision makers more so than like what's the best decision for the likelihood of the team.
Doesn't matter though. I mean, and I'm sitting here and I try to put myself in the position of the Detroit Lions. And you go, okay, let's say that Malik Willis, put a number on it, you're my mathematician, has a 30% chance of becoming a star.
Yeah,
Seth,
45
you
to
buying
45.
that? Can we put him at 30%?
I want to say is like 18%.
18%.
But if it happens, he's a top 5 player in the league.
If it
Right at
happens,
26.
Sure.
If it,
Yeah,
if
4
it-
to 28. Yeah, yeah.
If it happens, he's Josh Allen or
Yeah,
whatever,
for sure.
or Justin
Sure.
Herbert. He's
Right.
one of those guys because he has every single tool. And I would love to coach him. And so I know you did a lot of coaching too. Because the first thing I would do with him would be, I would say, you no longer get to look at 2 halves of the field. You're going to look at the right side of the field. You're going to look at that linebacker drop or that safety drop, and that's all you're going to do. And you're either going to throw it to him or him, and if neither one of those are open, then you go ahead and run it. Because right now when he drops back, he kind of, he looks all over the place, but he's not seeing anything. But the physical skills of the guy from those college hash marks to be able to throw those deep outs on the far side of the field and run the way that he does, and to physically probably be able to hold up the way that he does. And we are seeing the quarterbacks that come out with the physical tools that are now the guys that become stars in the league. So I don't know when it's going to happen. Somebody's going to take a shot at him in the first round. And there's some X percentage chance that he becomes one of those great players.
And given the way that the salary cap is in the league too, though, like if you miss on that guy, like think about like Mac Jones, for example. If you miss on that high-end talent, but you have, like, and I think of Detroit this way, Detroit's building it really well. I mean, that team played hard for them. They covered the spread, 70% of games. Like, they got Penei Sewell, they got Aramon St. Brown, they got, and they have 2 picks at 32 and 34 in this draft. If you build around a guy and he doesn't end up being that player for you, like, we all look at Baker Mayfield like he's a failure, but he was 30 and 30 in games that he played for the Browns, right? A team that won 1 game 2 previous years. So even then, like, I think that makes the quarterback a good decision to draft, even if he doesn't become Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes type of player.
I will say, though, I think the quarterback movement around the NFL, the last 2 Super Bowl champs got their quarterback literally that year. Like the fact that you can get Matt Ryan for a third, the fact that you can go out and get a Baker Mayfield for like nothing right now.
Yeah.
Is disincentivizing teams towards the top of this draft to go quarterback, especially in this quarterback class. And the Lions, they not only have 2 first-rounders this year, they have 2 first-rounders next year. If they want to be players and move up, and next year they're going to have the firepower to do so. So I do think that at that decision, if it is Aiden Hutchinson, a player like that, I would lean Aiden Hutchinson.
And in that division, you have kind of a weak Chicago Bears team, a Vikings team that's kind of average, and a Packers team that is kind of rebuilding around Rodgers. There might be a strike possibility for Detroit next year if they do what you say and wait. That division might be bad enough for them to say, oh, look, this is the quarterback that's available this year. To your point, the last 2 quarterbacks have been acquired the year of the Super Bowl. That's only happened 3 times in NFL history.
Well,
last 2 times.
And you've got Jimmy Garoppolo out there too. So you've got Baker Mayfield, Jimmy Garoppolo. So now you got to say, would I rather have Malik Willis or would I rather have Jimmy Garoppolo or Baker Mayfield?
Right.
And it depends on who you are. If you're Matt Rule in Carolina, I may not get another year after this. I'd rather have one of the veteran guys.
Right. Well, what was the report that came out? And it's smoke screen season, I get it. But I think there was a report that came out that said if Baker Mayfield gets cut, like Steelers are first in line. Like they're immediately going to make a chance for it. So I feel like the veteran QB market is heavily going to go into the decisions that are made tonight and even throughout the draft with what goes on there with quarterbacks. We've been talking about mock drafts here. I want to get to your big board, Mike, because I want to at least take a look at the top 10 guys that we had there. You've got Aiden Hutchinson still at number 1 overall, but then you've got LSU cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. up at number 2, followed by Charles Cross, Ahmad Garner, Ike Ikwonu. What led you to have Derek Stingley all the way up top there?
Talent. I mean, it's simple as that. The dude is a baller when he's on the football field. And I think his last 2 years of tape have truthfully been overblown in terms of how bad they were. Like he was legitimately still a number 1 type of cornerback. Like, he only allowed 20 yards per game over the last 2 seasons. Like, he's not getting beat. He may have some lackadaisical reps, but he's not over there getting toasted by guys the last 2 years like you would hear some of the media talk about him in this pre-draft process.
Like it, yeah.
It's just that LSU team really went in the tank in terms of the effort levels, and that was not unique to Derek Stingley. And then even before this season, the Liz Frank injury that shut down his season, he played with all year. So he played with a foot injury.
That's a serious injury.
That is a serious injury.
It's not like the dude had a scratch on him and like all of a sudden played bad. That's a major painful injury to get.
And he is a high-level athlete, one of the smoothest corners, and some of the best ball skills that you've seen at the position. To me, his versatility, the ability to play press man as well as off-zone coverage, that's why he's number 2 on the board and a super, super valuable position at cornerback, as we'd say the second most valuable position in the NFL nowadays after the quarterback position.
Could we see trade-ups for those 2 corners? Because as I was going through, I was trying to go, okay, which positions would I be willing to trade up for, right? And for me, Sauce Gardner and Derek Stingley are the 2 guys that sort of stick out, and they do on your board as well.
Sure.
So now, if you think that there's that big a drop to McDuffie, Booth, or Elam, does that then incentivize me? Because there are some people trying to get up, and if you needed a corner, that's one of those two are the only ones I want. You might have to go inside the top 5.
I think they will. And obviously the draft board reflects that. If there is any position where there's special talents in this draft, and it's obviously been billed as a weaker class, there's not really the high-end guys. If there's any position where there is, compared to a year-on-year class, it's the cornerback position. So I do agree. If you want one of those two, if you want a Derek Stingley, if you want a Sauce Gardner, there's not a suitable replacement in round 2. There might be a suitable replacement for some of these edge rushers, for some of these wide receivers, for some of these offensive tackles in round 2. But there's not a guy that brings it like Derek Stingley. There's not a guy that brings it like Sauce Gardner that you're going to find in the top 2nd round.
Well, I think you're seeing that in the betting markets, right? You're seeing that where, Stingley, I think a lot of people were like mocking him to Minnesota at 12 early on in the process. You've seen this thing move up over the course of the last few weeks. I think, it was like basically right before April 1st, you had Stingley draft position 12.5. Now you're at 10.5, 10.5. Now you're all the way to today, early in today. You had it at 7.5, and in some places he was the favorite, minus 110, to be the 3rd pick in the draft. So you've seen this evolution move up and up and up. And I think the big reason, Stingley was the most valuable player in college football among all defenders in 2019 when they won the college football playoff. I think when you look at, okay, who's going to be the Jamar Chase of this draft, it's one of those two corners, in my opinion.
Sure. He was an 18-year-old true freshman.
Yeah.
When he was putting out some of the best tape that we have seen from an underclassmen quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a team picking the top 10, you need a guy that's going to get you from 4 wins to 8 wins. And unfortunately, it's not a tackle that's going to do that. It's a wide receiver, it's a corner, it's a quarterback type of player. And again, like Jamar Chase did that for the Bengals last year. I think if you're a team that's kind of on the fringe playoff and you want to get over the hump, like one of those two guys, Gardner or Stingley, is going to be the guy that gets you over that hump.
All right, let's open it up to the edge rusher rankings because I want to get Austin Gale's opinion on this. We've got Aiden Hutchinson at the top on our big board. Mike's got him number 1 overall. Then right after that, it's Kayvon Thibodeaux. You've got George Karlaftis next. Trayvon Walker all the way down at 4. Mike, run us through the edge rush rankings before I throw it over to Austin because I want to get his thoughts.
Yeah, Aiden Hutchinson, you see like the clear tier there. I just feel very safe about his prospects to the next level. The rest of the guys on that list, I either see limited or low floor with high ceiling or high floor with maybe low ceiling. And that's high ceiling is like a guy like Kayvon Thibodeaux, a guy like Trayvon Walker. They have all these athletic tools but really haven't put it all together on the football field. George Karlaftis and Jermaine Johnson, the Purdue edge rusher and the Florida State edge rusher respectively, they just aren't quite that caliber of athletes, but they've already kind of started to put it together. They can play from day one. So that's how I see them. Now, I'm probably a little lower on some of these guys than where they're going to go. Obviously, Trayvon Walker, obviously, Jermaine Johnson. But I do just think that this edge class as a whole is very talented, and it extends into day 2, past those top 5. You're going to see a lot of guys come off the board, maybe back into round 1, top of round 2.
Austin, I know that you have been tweeting up a storm about Arnold Ebiketie, about how this dude needs more respect in this edge rush class. Mike had him there as edge 6. He's got him 32 overall. Chris is with you, which is a great endorsement. So let's hear it, man. Is this guy going to be a first rounder tonight or what?
I think so. I think Arnold Ebiketie of Penn State is going to be a first rounder. He has way more impressive production from a pass rush win rate perspective than even Jermaine Johnson. I have Ebiketie over Jermaine Johnson in my edge rankings, and I think Mike is right to have the tier where it is. Right, it's Aiden Hutchinson at 1, Kayvon Thibodeaux at 2, I have Walker at 3, and then Karlaftis at 4 in my rankings. But all of them are top 10 players, right? All for different reasons. And we talk about this quarterback class a lot being unpolished. There is some lack of polish or some flaws at this edge group as well. Aiden Hutchinson has shorter arms. Bend isn't as good as these other prospects. Trayvon Walker has next to no production, more maybe passes defense than sacks. George Karlaftis also a bit stiff. Then you look at Kayvon Thibodeaux, slim in the lower half. So there's a lot of unpolished too in this edge. I don't think it should be billed as this like Myles Garrett levels of stuff, right? These guys are going to go high because pass rushers go high every single year. But Ebiketie is really good. Then you get Karlaftis also really solid. So I think we're going to have at least 5, maybe 6 pass rushers come off the board in the first round.
Who do you think is the bendiest of this top two tiers of edge players?
Maybe Benito. I mean, Nick Benito can bend a bit.
Yes,
I think that's where I kind of lean. But Nick Benito is also, I'll talk to him a little bit before the draft. He's the Oklahoma edge defender who's a little bit lower. Some teams see him as an off-ball linebacker, maybe a designated pass rusher just because he's so light, right? He's one of the lighter edge defenders in this draft.
Drake Jackson. I don't know why I whispered, but I just said I said Drake Jackson because I love Drake Jackson at USC. I think that when he's playing it a little bit lighter of a weight, I think he's up to like 270, 265 now. When he's a little bit lighter, when he played more of a outside linebacker type. I felt like he had really great bend there. So let's throw it up to offensive tackles. Let's move over to the trenches on the other side of the football. Mike, you had Charles Cross as your offensive tackle one. I know a lot of people have Ikwonu at that spot, maybe Evan Neal, but you switched it up a little bit. Not that you're alone. I think there's plenty of people that agree with you, but why did you have that order for those top three guys?
To me, Charles Cross just profiles the best as a pass protector. One, he's done it a ton. Over 700 snaps this past year, and obviously Mike Leach's offense. That's not always translatable to air raid. A lot of times he's down blocking like a 4 or 3 tech. It's not necessarily all these true sets against edge rushers, but I watched him against Will Anderson in Alabama, and they did have a number of one-on-ones, and he handled them better than I saw any offensive tackle in the country handle. Now, maybe Evan Neal in practice handled him a few times, but Charles Cross, the way he can move and the way he uses his hands already is NFL ready, more NFL ready than I see these other guys. And obviously we're splitting hairs here, 3, 5, and 6 on the draft board, all ranked very highly, but Cross to me, the pass protection, that profile is the best, and that's what I'm looking for. Again, we talked about off the rip. That's what you want of a top 5 tackle. The other guys, I just have more question marks surrounding that aspect of their game.
I'm very intrigued by you having Tyler Smith in your top 24. He's at number 24 for you. Do you see him, because he's kind of got an aggressive style, but he is an athletic offensive tackle as well. But do you see him long term? Offensive tackle or as more of a athletic interior guard?
He's an offensive tackle. The only reason you would put him at guard maybe early on is because he's so unpolished. This guy looks like probably what I would look like going out there and taking passes. He just looks like he has never even debated.
So he's going to be on the Bachelor.
Form technique. Not anytime soon. He's a little heftier than me too. But 324 pounds, he can move though. The thing is, he's 324 pounds. You say, oh, maybe that's a guard, but his feet are talented. That's why he's top 25 on the board. So much power, so much flexibility in his lower half, a special athlete for the position, not too dissimilar to Ikwonu and the pure physical tools he brings to the table. That's why I see this guy coming off the board somewhere in the first round. I would be surprised if he doesn't, truthfully.
Eric, in our wins above replacement stat that we have at Pro Football Focus, we had Trent Williams as, was he the best non-quarterback this past year? Wins above replacement?
I think
he was close.
Cooper Kupp.
You're right, Cooper Kupp was up there for sure. But Trent Williams
was amazing.
Incredible. So that tells you this position really deserves that premium position tab when it comes to drafting in the NFL draft, correct?
Yeah, and I think the biggest part too is they're not available in free agency, right? The over-the-cap guys,
good ones, yeah.
Brad Spielberger, one of our guys too, did a great study of the top 20 players at a position group, how many players are acquired in free agency, how many players are accessible to you, and that's why you've got to take tackles now, because if you want to get a Trent Williams, if you want to get, let's say a Rashawn Slater, a Penei Sewell, you got to get them today. That's where you got to get them, and that's again why they're called premium positions. You can get a guard if you want Joe Thuney. You can pay up for Joe Thuney. You can pay up for Andrew Norwell. You can't actually pay up for tackles.
And also lifespan. These guys, Andrew Willard played till 40. These guys are playing into their mid to late 30s. If you draft a good one, you could feasibly have him on your roster for the next 15 years.
2.5 seconds is all you need. 2.5 seconds. You block for 2. All you have to do is stay in front of them. You don't even have to block them. Just stay in front of him for 2.5 seconds. Watch Andrew Whitworth sometime on tape.
Well, yeah.
Whitworth sits there and he does the same thing, and he's got long arms and they can't run around him. And he looks like he's 40 years old when he was out there blocking. Did they get there under 3 seconds? They did not. For me, I'm very focused on the pass blocking aspect of the whole thing. And you hit on Cross. I totally agree. I think he's the guy. I already told you I love Kenyon Green. Evan Neal is the one that I think is the most intriguing to me because, he played left guard or whatever it was, left guard, left tackle, and right tackle and consecutive years. Leave this poor kid alone somewhere, and at whatever he is, 6'6" and 350 pounds, he might end up being a truly great one. I would say of the upside of these guys, he is the one, even though I know he's relatively high, that I think he has the potential or the body. He isn't today. He misses way too many pass blocks today. But because he moved around so much, I tend to give him some upside with what he's doing. And one of my big 3 that I think is going to get overdrafted is Ikwonu. I'm just not I think he's a guard. That's what I think
Ikwonu is the overwhelming favorite to be the first tackle or first offensive lineman taken.
He might be first overall. I mean, we don't know.
He's
Well, you say you're not about you don't give extra credit for the pancake blocks, and he gets a lot of extra credit for the pancake blocks, right? That's the thing that really stands out. I don't want to call them like Heisman moments, but those things that stand out in the tape that really you just
Trevor
continue
Penning
to play
the same
overall.
way. I mean, he
and
just
true.
mauls people, right?
But he has 16 penalties like that, and offensive tackle is about not losing. Right, defensive end and outside linebacker is about winning a few times a game, right? Like it's a fundamentally different part of the game, and to your point, like, and we're seeing it with corners too. You win in 2.5 seconds. Have the discipline to consistently win in 2.5 seconds, which is far less of an athletic game than it is like a. You listen to Mitchell Schwartz talk about playing tackle. One of the worst athletes have been drafted the position in a long time. He's like, it's all about my steps, and that guy's facing Von Miller it's all about the steps. And to your point, like these athletes. You got to teach them how to play tackle.
But Darrelle Revis at cornerback had a system too, right? So he's going to get a jam, and he's a lot like Sauce Gardner. He's going to get a jam, and so you're going to take away the inside. If you release outside, he's going to take an angle and cut you off at 10 yards as you try and circle up the field up there. So now where are you going to throw the ball? He's 6'3". You can't throw it over his head. He's like Richard Sherman. He's too tall out there. So basically, he's left you with 2 or 3 routes that you can run. And 2.5 seconds, if he gets that jam, if Sauce Gardner gets that jam at the line of scrimmage, that quarterback is off of him and on the other side of the field already.
They don't do well on second reads, most of them, right? I mean, you reduce the quarterback, you make him play left-handed on second reads.
Seth's giving me the baseball signals. He's telling me to hit over to him. So you got to have something. What do you got?
I think that was a prayer.
So that was me when Seth just gives me the eyes, and I'm like, all right, I guess I'm throwing to him.
I just wanted to get your attention. No, I think it's really interesting looking at these top corners and the different ways that they press. Because you're talking about Ahmad Gardner, he's a two-handed punch type of guy, which you really don't see in the NFL that much.
Hit him.
Right here.
There it is, yeah.
Two-handed punch, his legs get a little wide. I don't know if that is something that's going to be coached out of him at the next level. Now, he does it at such a high level in college at Cincinnati, but normally you see the two other ways. Derek Stingley is a mirror technique type of guy. He's not going to get a lot of hands on. He's going to mirror the route from a press. Kaiir Elam, the Florida cornerback, he's a one-handed. That's kind of the more natural thing, I think, to go one hand on the inside. But it's very interesting to see the differences in these types of corners and who might have to change when they get to the NFL.
I do think that's why his Alabama tape is some of the most impressive tape, because Nick Saban runs a lot of bunch in that game, so he's not able to press up on guys and still plays a very good game in that one. I was talking to his head coach, Luke Fickell, and he said they game planned to stop Ahmad Gardner from pressing their receivers. And it kind of worked, right? They got more underneath stuff and all that. But if Nick Saban is changing game plans for you and you're a group of 5 corner, you're a damn good player.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. Well, we are about to get this draft kicked off. The Jaguars are about to be on the clock. They're not officially yet, but I did want to hit wide receivers before we got into some last-minute eager-to-bets that we have for the NFL draft. But let's hit wide receiver. Let's look at the wide receiver board. Yep. Austin was talking about the corners and what Nick Saban was doing. Well, he had a pretty good wide receiver this past year. Jameson Williams is the guy who is at the top of our rankings. Mike, I feel like you can ask 10 different draft analysts leading up to this draft to give me your top 5 wide receivers, and it might be a different order for all of them. So how'd you fall into this order here?
Yeah, there is quite the group at the top. And to me, none of these receivers in this class would even have cracked the top 3 last year. This is not the high-end class, but there is depth. So Jameson Williams comes in at 1 because to me he has the most irreplaceable skill set of all of these guys. And that is go get it speed. Whatever Gary needs to get to, he gets to, and he gets down the football field. 20 yards per catch last season, even with the ACL, which, you know, at this point in time, we would have heard medicals coming back negative 4 months after, to where if he's getting cleared, that's the guy I want on my football team because of the explosive element he brings. Everyone in the NFL is looking for it. Not too many guys bring it. He does.
Are you worried about Drake London's speed?
Yes. I mean, I am. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. I do not think he is fast. He does not outrun guys down the football field. And that's something that not everyone does that's productive at the receiver position, but it is a big help, and it's going to change the role he has to play at the NFL level. To me, he may be pigeonholed in the slot. Now, Cooper Kupp's kind of pigeonholed in the slot, and he does pretty well too. So it's not like a big deal for him depending on the scheme he goes to, but that's why I think he may tumble down a little bit. Other guys may leapfrog him because you got 3 guys that are on the 4.3s, and he's probably a low 4.6 kind of guy. Didn't even test at his pro day, obviously, after the broken ankle, to where Everyone's looking for speed. Drake London probably.
And not only that, I mean,
bunch.
35th percentile separation percentage in single coverage. That's a hard thing to overcome in the NFL. The interesting thing on Williams, the ACL really did affect his draft stock, but over time we've sort of maybe not wised up, but warmed up to this idea that he's going to be the first wide receiver taken in this draft. Right around the first of this month. It was basically 17 to 2, 8, plus 850, and then it slowly creeped down to the point where now that the markets are closed, he closed at just under 2 to 1 to be the first wide receiver taken. You guys' friend Eric might have a little bit of that 5 to 1 taste that I'll be rooting for during the course of this draft, but Great receiver in Jameson Williams, projects really well, and will be a great. I mean, again, Styles makes fights at wide receiver. This guy seems to be the one guy, in my opinion, from watching the receivers over last year, who is good at everything.
I read this earlier today that Drake, the rapper, has $100,000 on Drake London to be wide receiver 1. Do you also have $100,000 on Jameson Williams?
I mean, total maybe, but not on one bet.
Did you see the app he placed it on though? That was a marketing play. I'd never heard of the sports.
Wait, sports betting is now becoming a marketing thing now?
But I'm saying,
what are you doing?
I had never heard of.
He's trying to appeal to the farmers of America.
It's getting roasted for the outfit already.
Wow, shots across. Okay. All right. Good for good.
This is good. Dude, the Jags aren't even on the clock yet, and we got Chris roasting Eric. This is fantastic. Chris, as long as you don't cross this line with your roasting, as long as you stay over here.
I gave him a little rope-a-dope, and he did it. I didn't want to take a backhand there. But.
Eric, I do want to get to some of your bets, your eager to bets, your favorite bets. I don't know what you want to categorize them, but as we see the Jags coming on the clock here officially to start this draft, what are some bets that you really have an eye on?
Yeah, these are ones that and this one hasn't moved, so I'm apparently not that sharp, but I like over 6.5 Big Ten players at minus 120 or so. I do think it closed at like minus 140.
Okay.
You have 3 locks to go in the first round out of Big Ten players. And then you have like a group of like 5 or 6 guys. Of which
Kyle Hamilton over Drake. What is that? That's the most specific bet I've ever seen.
We're late in the process.
How did you do this? Where are you going to place this bet?
I like Kyle Hamilton to be taken over. I think Drake London falls. This is my way of betting that he'll fall.
Is this a personal bet that you have with Austin? Like, is this what this is?
No, this is on DraftKings.
Okay.
All
right. Okay.
Okay. I like, and this is probably going to be for tomorrow, unless the Buffalo Bills do some interesting things. But I like the first running back taken to be Kenneth Walker. He's the first running back on our board. And then I also like Derek Stingley, top 5 pick. That number has moved substantially since I put it on the sheet, but plus 150, plus 125, if you were lucky enough to get that, I think it's a good bet.
You know what you are sharp on? Quay Walker, right? Listen. Eric, you start making a couple of TikToks, all of a sudden Vegas goes, oh no.
The TikToks move the markets 50 cents.
How far has Quay Walker's over-under dropped?
I mean, it's substantial.
Incredible, right?
When Quay Walker's market opened up, his over/under was about pick 40.5.
Linebacker out of Georgia.
Yeah, linebacker out of Georgia.
I didn't set that up correctly.
And so his pick was about 40.5. About last week at this day, it was 225 to go in the first round. It moved a little bit right around the weekends, about 38.5, and about 175 to go in the first round. I think they even took down his over/under. Going into today, but he was minus 600 to be a first-round pick, which, he'll
be a first-round pick.
I told Chris to take a look at him. He came back and said, "Yeah, he's going in the first round."
He's just too athletic, man. He's just too good. But just to get back to the receivers for 1 minute here, Jameson Williams is the guy to me that just sticks out as far as, he's just different. He's just a different guy. He can fly past people, and it's too bad that on the play that he got hurt on, if the quarterback led him across the field, he would have had a walk-in touchdown. He had to turn around, and then everything got messed up. I'm going to, for me, Williams, London, and Wilson stand apart. And I'm going to offend some Ohio State people with Chris Olave, but I don't find him in that category. I think he's a fast glider of a guy, he doesn't have any sort of wiggle. It's almost amazing to me that Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave are coached by the same guy, because they couldn't be more different. One's a glider, straight line, and the other guy has all the Cooper Kupp kind of extra moves in there and feisty, and Olave is just going to catch it and get tackled. I mean, that's kind of who he is. But Drake London is about as good on a catch radius as I've seen. I'm telling you, some of the catches that guy made. So, Mike, you know what it is. I mean, all these 3-by-1 sets in the league, right? Yeah. They're going to put a single receiver on one side. So if you double them, they go the strong side. If they don't, then they throw a jump ball over there. If you're going to throw a jump ball to somebody, I'll take Drake London a lot. And I think teams are going to be hesitant to leave some 5'10" cornerback over there in that jump ball situation.
I mean, he did a 540 dunk in high school. They go back and watch this guy's mixtape coming out of high school. Played freshman year basketball at USC. What he can do from a leaping and ball skill standpoint is unique in this class. Probably about as good as we've seen in the PFF.
But have we said that about? I mean, have we said that about other contested catch guys before though? Like, it just hasn't really been.
Yeah, but he's, you know what? He's got a little bit of wiggle to him. To me, you've got to have two things. If you're going to run the go route and the back shoulder and that whole thing, you have to have enough wiggle to catch that slant. I mean, you've got to have that two-way go opportunity in there, and he does. Now, he doesn't always catch it on the slant. Sometimes he'll put one on the ground. But as long as you have that dual action, you're going to have the chance to make some big plays.
We're going to have plenty of time to talk about Drake London when he gets drafted, because I know he's going to get drafted in the first round. But as of right now, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. The 2022 NFL Draft is officially open. So let's have the conversation at number one. Jacksonville's at this pick. We talked about it a little bit during the pre-show, but Aiden Hutchinson seemed to be the overwhelming number one overall guy. But Mike, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Now, it still could be, but who you think it's Trayvon Walker? And then walk me through what you believe Jacksonville's thinking right now.
I do think it's Trayvon Walker. I think there's four people we could pick is either BS or there is the legitimate conflict between either Trent Baalke and owner Shad Khan, or Trent Baalke and head coach Doug Peterson, and where they want to go with this number one overall pick. To me, obviously, Trent Baalke's still the decision maker there. I think he's going to put his proverbial you-know-what on the table and say, I'm taking Trayvon Walker. That's just sort of his draft history. He drafted Alden Smith. He drafted DeForest Buckner. He drafted Eric Armstead. He drafts long defensive linemen. That is his mold. And so I do think that's where they go. To me, Aiden Hutchinson's such an easy W, and you look at their draft history, and not just their draft history, Trent Baalke's draft history the last 2 years. Obviously, he was only the GM last year, was director of player personnel the year before that, but 4 first-rounders, none of them done anything. You have C.J. Henderson, who's gone. Yeah. You have Kayvon Chaisson, who has 2 sacks in 2 years. You have Trevor Lawrence, who had the worst case scenario rookie season possible, and you had Travis Etienne, who got hurt, missed the entire rookie season because, oh, by the way, running backs get hurt. So they need a W. Trayvon Walker, to me, I can't tell you he's going to be better than Aiden Hutchinson, or if Aiden Hutchinson's going to be better than him in 3 or 4 years from now. I can tell you Aiden Hutchinson is better right now at football. And that's
no doubt. I'm going to say that too. No doubt about it. If you're picking somebody for today, it's an easy choice. The production out of Aiden Hutchinson is ridiculous. The effort out of Aiden Hutchinson. A guy 6'7" that can go to the rim, and that's exactly how I'm going to describe it. He looks like one of those 6'7" power forwards that can put the ball on the deck and wiggle right past. Nobody blocks him straight up. They just don't. And I think that the only thing that I hesitated about from the beginning was I always think of the San Francisco group of people, the mindset that was out there, the building of the defensive line, the 4 down linemen so that you can drop 7 into coverage. And philosophically, could this guy be something really special? He is. But if you want to talk about who's the better player today, who was the best college football player last year, it's not even close. It's Aiden Hutchinson.
So let's take a look at Jacksonville here. We've got their record. 3-14, not exactly great. PFF overall ranked 31st, and for you guys keeping score at home, there are 32 teams in the NFL, so not doing great there either. Offensive rank, defensive rank, pretty low. Team needs, vast, a lot. Essentially name any position other than quarterback, and you're probably correct. But they want to stick with the trenches. I think that that's the smart thing to do. Eric, do you feel like that's the premium position, like pass rusher, or would you entertain pass protector here? Because when he talks about 4 guys being available, we assume that Aiden Hutchinson and Trayvon Walker are 2 of them, but then we assume that Ikwonu and Evan Neal are the other 2. So 2 guys in the offensive trench, 2 guys in the defensive trench. Which way would you be leaning outside of what you think is going to happen? Which way would you go?
I mean, they've kind of made their bed here, right? Like Jawan Taylor is the right tackle. He's improved a little bit last year. Not a great player, but a second-round pick previously. Cam Robinson just got the sort of 3-year, $54 million deal off of the franchise tag. They just picked up the 5th-year option, I believe, on Josh Allen, the other Josh Allen. So, to me, it seems like this is the premium position for them to take.
Brandon Sheriff comes in.
Exactly.
So, they are putting some resources to it.
And that's the reason that Walker thing doesn't make a ton of sense is because what happens at this defensive end position doesn't really matter vis-a-vis what happens with Trevor Lawrence. If Trevor Lawrence is amazing, this team's going to be good no matter what the defensive end does. And the whole offseason was about paying up for guys, overpaying for free agents, paying a big price to get guys who are going to be better than rookies this year, but not value guys. And Hutchinson sort of fits into that mold more than Walker does.
I will say, tackle would have been writing your own death warrant, though. If you draft tackle and he's not ready year one, you're out the door, because every fan is going to recognize that every single time he gets beat and Trevor Lawrence not back.
But that's why they're going to go edge rushers all the time. You think about it. We talked about it on the podcast yesterday, but it's the safest thing you can do. If you take a cornerback and he gets beat for a touchdown, you're the biggest dumbass of all time drafting that quarterback. If you take a tackle and he gives up a sack on your superstar quarterback, what are you doing? That guy's terrible.
Right.
A pass rusher, he goes the whole game, doesn't get a sack. Everybody goes, I wonder, did they double team him? You know what? Yeah. Nobody ever puts pressure on what doesn't happen at the edge rusher. They just don't.
So we have the pick in. We don't know what it is yet, but the pick is in. So we're kind of on standby here at this point. As you hear the lovely music for the draft show. Appreciate that, guys. Side set. What do you guys think? What should they do? Offensive tackle, defensive end, who it should be, who you'd be taking. We already kind of figure who they're going to take, but what do you guys think?
Yeah, at number 1 overall, I would take Aiden Hutchinson, who's the top player on our draft board. He's the consensus top player in the media, and he's a top player on 38% of media draft boards, and it's for good reason. He's the best football player in this draft class, in my opinion. I don't think it's as big of a gap as sometimes it's being billed, right? If you take Aiden Hutchinson, if you take Trayvon Walker over Aiden Hutchinson, it's crazy. Walker is still in that upper tier among players in this draft class. I take Hutchinson. The Jaguars, I think, are leaning Walker. He closed at minus 450 to be the number 1 overall pick, so I do think it's ultimately going to be Trayvon Walker, and that is essentially a bet. That is a bet on your coaching staff developing a player that looks like Myles Garrett. 6'5", 272, with insane measurables, 35.5-inch arms. Every coach in the country thinks you can turn that guy into Myles Garrett, into a productive player at the next level, but that is the bet you're making. You're not making a bet on anything else. You're making a bet on developing him as a pass rushing talent, and the reasons he wasn't as super productive is more just inexperience. He has a third of the career snaps that Aiden Hutchinson has, a third of the career snaps that Kayvon Thibodeaux has. He has not played a lot of football. His pass rushing moves are not developed. So you're betting on him obviously being a lot more of a polished player in the NFL.
All right, so you said that it was probably going to be Trayvon Walker. It is indeed Trayvon Walker. Goes number 1 overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars. What a ride it has been to get to this actually being official.
All right, Mike, I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
If I would have said before this draft process started, I want you to rank the best players on Georgia's defense. On Georgia's defense, where would Walker have come out on your list?
It's in terms of last year on a football field. Probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 8.
That's what I was thinking you were going to say.
Yeah.
I know. Isn't that unbelievable?
Crazy.
Yeah.
So I mean,
well, also Georgia's UD. We'll just say
it's
that.
one of the great defenses of all time.
Somebody tweeted a picture today of the defensive line, and it was Trayvon Walker, Jordan Davis, Devontae Wyatt, Jalen Carter, standing next to, I don't know if it was the defensive line coach or a high school coach or whoever it was, but that is what we're talking about. All 4 guys probably going to be first-round picks.
I just want to say one more time, though, this is not about who was the best player in college football. This is about which player you think is going to be the best professional athlete for the next decade. And I'm telling you, I watched a ton of Trayvon Walker, and he missed 4 sacks, so he could have easily been at 10 this year. He hasn't played hardly at all. I don't think he started until this season. At any point, he played every position on defense, off-ball linebacker, so it's not like he was going to pile up a bunch of edge stats. So if you leave him on the edge and you let him rush for 17 games, is he going to get the 10 or 12 sacks? I think absolutely yes.
All right, Mike, run us through the bio of Trayvon Walker. What do we need to know about the guy? Give us the height, weight, the measurables, give us a skinny on him.
So a true junior coming out of Georgia, like you said, just started, first year starting this past year, did move all around that Georgia defense. His numbers aren't going to be as comparable because did a lot of scheme rushes, a lot of having to, set the edge on, mush rush, a lot of having to, fill his gap on blitzes and that sort of thing. But even when he did get the chance to attack, wasn't that productive, but he's 6'7", 272, with 35.5-inch arms and ran a 4.51 40 at the combine. That is a 1/10 of a second faster than Myles Garrett, the fastest ever for a 270-plus pound player, stupid athletically. You look at his numbers, 6'8", 9'3" cone, like his all-around numbers would be an average cornerback. He could pass for an average cornerback athletically with how he tested at the combine, which is ironic because if you're looking at his highlights, I'm watching NFL Network or ESPN right now, they're showing plays in coverage. Those are his best plays, are legitimately chasing down quarterbacks outside the pocket, the pass break up against Florida, running with the wheel route against Ole Miss, because he had 13 plays last season graded at +1 or higher. If you're unfamiliar with PFF's grading system, that means +1 is going above and beyond the Call of Duty. 13 last year, all season long. Aiden Hutchinson had 79 such graded plays. You're just banking on what he could be. 70.5 overall grade, the lowest ever for a #1 overall pick in the PFF.
We wondered how long it would take for the Detroit Lions to turn in the card if Aiden Hutchinson was still there, and he is still there. We don't know if it's Aiden Hutchinson yet, but we know that the pick. Before we got to that, I did want to throw it to you because you've been tweeting out pass rushing stats that we have over at PFF that just talk about how far away Trayvon Walker is. So just hit those before we get to this Lions pick.
No, I think a lot of the conversation around Trayvon Walker has been, at least about his production, is that the role he played at Georgia, right? The role he played at Georgia didn't ask him to pin his ears back in true passing situations and all these things. You control for pretty much any situation that Walker was in. Not only was he not productive, but he wasn't even as productive as a pass rusher as Jordan Davis or Devontae Wyatt or Jalen Carter, like other players in that same defense. You look at pass rush win rate, can't say that word today, pass rush win rate on 3rd and 4+, worst of the class. You look at outside the tackle alignments, worst in the class. You look at inside the tackle alignments, because he played a lot of that, worst even behind Jordan Davis and Devontae Wyatt. So the production's just not there yet. It's going to take some time.
Well, I got to interrupt you, Seth, because we already got the pick. We figured if they were turning in the card quick, it was for the hometown hero, and it absolutely is. Aiden Hutchinson going #2 overall to the Detroit Lions. You see him walking to the stage now. And Austin, I'm going to go right back to you because you were at the center of the Hutch podcast that we did. It was such an incredible deep dive into this dude's background, just where he's been throughout high school, his upbringing, his parents were involved in the podcast. It was great to hear from kind of the roots that he was coming from, the coaching that he's gotten. How was that, getting to sit down and really just get to know Hutchinson, and what kind of player are the Lions getting it to overall?
It was absolutely fantastic. I mean, it was getting to know, what could be, a top 5 pick, right? A guy that has just put in so much work throughout his life to be as good as he was, right? He's a guy who's been journaling since he was 5 years old. And in that journal, he wrote, I want to be, a top 5 pick. In that journal, he wants to be in the Heisman conversation. He wants to do all these things. He's accomplished so much of that. And to stay home, too, is huge. His mom has been to every game since high school. His dad has missed one game, and it was when a lacrosse game got rescheduled. So this is going to be so huge for the Hutchinson family, obviously stay there in Detroit. And guess what? Detroit gets a damn good football player, the best football player in all of college football last year, in my opinion, and a guy that I think can develop into so much more than what people are talking about, right? Aiden Hutchinson is not this low-ceiling player. He is a phenomenal athlete with really good size. Obviously, the arm length is low percentile, but I think he's past that with how skilled he is as a pass rusher. Detroit Lions, this is a slam dunk.
Chris had a lot of praise for him. Mike, what do you think about this pick here? This is your #1 overall player.
#1 overall player. Lions slam dunk. That's why the pick got dropped in so early. 6'7", 260, 4'7", 440 doesn't sound great, but 36-inch vertical, 28 bench reps, and here's the kicker. 4.15 short shuttle, that's 95th percentile among the edge position, and then a 6'7" 3-cone, which is the 3rd best all time for the edge rushing position, behind only Von Miller and Bruce Irvin. The 6th best weighted adjusted 3-cone of all time. The only defensive end better, J.J. Watt. So if you're in company with J.J. Watt, Von Miller, Bruce Irvin athletically, I think you might be able to get after the passer. And so people are talking about this late breakout, a senior coming out. One, he's still kind of young. He's only 6 months older than a guy like Trayvon Walker is in this draft class. But he dropped 20 pounds from his sophomore year to his senior year, where he played inside a lot more as a sophomore, purely outside this past year, and he flourished at that lighter weight, much more spry, much better. And Chris hit the nail on the head earlier when he said this guy gets to the rim like a power forward, the way he can rush off the edge. He has that quickness, that innate ability to get around guys. 94.5 overall grade, 2nd behind only Chase Young at the edge position. Chase Young's 2019 season, in terms of the highest graded seasons that we've seen in college football over the last 8 years. Yes, he has 32 and 1/8 inch arms. Yes, they are short. He probably doesn't like wearing cargo shorts, probably can't get into those pockets. But here's the thing. He has had short arms his entire life. That is not new. And he had short arms, and he dominated college football last year.
The thing
I'm
was,
not too worried about
Detroit last year, only one player with over 21 pressures the entire year, and that was former Miami Dolphins first-round pick Charles Harris, sort of a retread player. This not only is the best player in the draft, but it fits a need for Detroit, which is big as they rebuild.
Chris, you like it? Him staying home, Michigan?
I do. I love that part of it. First of all, you've got a Georgia kid going to Jacksonville. You've got a Michigan kid staying in Michigan, right? And we may end up next with Houston having an LSU kid come right down in Stingley. So maybe they're going to sell a few extra tickets on the side with some of these picks as well. But I've got to say that I think that Dan Campbell, who was kind of made out to be a little bit of a joke with his press conference and the whole thing, you watched these guys play last year, and they didn't have a whole lot of offense from the quarterback position. They didn't have a great passing game and everything to go with it. But they are beating the crap out of people. I mean, physically, they are taking some of the top-end teams, because I'm studying for Sunday night, so I was never studying Detroit, but I'm studying teams that played Detroit the previous week.
Right.
And I'm going, they are mauling the Pittsburgh Steelers. They are mauling some of the best teams in football. And so now they're going to add to that. And I could almost swear they're going to pick a quarterback at number 32 in this first round here, and I don't know who it's going to be. I don't even know that they care who it's going to be.
We're a long way away from 32, Chris.
Oh, we got a long way to go,
You can't get too much ahead of it right now. We got number 3 overall, though, and look, the Houston Texans pick is already in, so I find that to be very interesting. But, Eric, if the draft wasn't starting at 1, it feels like the draft was really starting at 3. Because if you would have went, okay, Trayvon Walker's going to go 1, Aiden Hutchinson's going to go 2, this is where we open it up. This is where offensive tackle legitimately on the board, either cornerback legitimately on the board. How have the betting markets been moving and trending towards this number 3 overall pick?
The craziest one is Stingley, right? Because, just a week ago, Sauce Gardner out of Cincinnati was minus 400, minus 450 to be the first cornerback taken. That's an implied odds, in that 80%, 83%, so on and so forth.
Bingo.
And then as things sort of moved up, you end up getting Stingley basically on, today basically breaking even with him, and as an underdog here, the favorite now for this pick at minus 150 when it came in at close.
Well, you said he was a favorite. He is the pick. Houston Texans select.
It's funny how these people know things, right?
Stingley.
The markets know.
It is. Look,
it's where we
they
should be
build
looking.
giant buildings out in Vegas for a reason. It's because they're smart people.
Yep.
Mike, I feel vindicated. I know you feel vindicated. Having Derek Stingley that high on our big boards, he was number 2 for you, right? Right behind Aiden Hutchinson. He ends up going number 3 to Houston. Do you love this one or what?
Well, I'm not sure with Houston's roster right now we should feel that vindicated, but I'll just say,
come on, the draft
Stingley,
is give us a win. Come on, Mike. That's what the night's all about.
That good as a cornerback. If he would have come out after his true freshman season back in 2019, he would have been drafted ahead of Jeffrey Okudah, the Ohio State cornerback.
I agree.
Maybe doesn't look great in retrospect either, but 6 foot, 190, ran a 4.44 40, a lot of fours there, and had a 38.5-inch vertical at his pro day and looked like he hadn't trained for either. He had some of the worst technique I've seen for both of those. He is just a natural athlete. He ran a 4.31 coming out of high school. Highest graded cornerback in the country as a true freshman, 91.7 overall. The only other player in the PFF database to have the highest grade at their position as a true freshman was Derwin James coming out of FSU. He's fared pretty well in the NFL, a great indicator of natural ability. And the reason I had him ahead of Sauce Gardner is that he's great in man coverage, but also great in zone coverage. A 31% completion percentage for his career in zone coverage. His ball skills, the way he can attack the ball, the way he can close from off coverage is special for that position. And obviously, Lovie Smith's defense does not specialize in a lot of press man coverage. It is going to be a little bit different. Not saying he may be there his entire rookie contract, but you're drafted for it right now. This past season, yes, those are issues, but even still, only allowed 15 of 20 of 33 targets for 201 yards over the past 2 seasons. He was still good when he was on the football field, people. Let's end that narrative right now. He is a baller.
Seth, you watch a lot of LSU football, and I know you've watched a lot of Derek Stingley when he's been out there, obviously, and available. What did you think of him when you were watching him when he was a freshman, and obviously what has happened with him over the last couple of years?
Well, I think, Mike said it earlier. I think that the idea that he wasn't as good in 2020 and 2021 is overblown. I think when you put on the tape and you look at what he was doing specifically outside of what the very bad LSU defense was doing as a whole in those 2 years, I thought he was just as good. I thought he was more patient in his press. I thought he had better recovery skills in those 2 years. And to me, he is the best player in this draft, period.
I think Houston Texans fans, too, need to turn on the tape. Only 66% of users on PFF's Draft Tracker, which you can get on pff.com/draft/tracker, like the Derek Stingley pick, which I thought would be way more. Aiden Hutchinson, 95% of PFF users like that pick. Trayvon Walker, 23%. People a little bit concerned with Trayvon Walker.
You're saying they didn't like the Stingley pick?
Only 66%?
Well, I think
are they a little bit higher there.
Are they worried with the man coverage corner going to a Lovie Smith scheme?
Well, this is the thing that I think is really interesting, because I think Sauce Gardner fits better into a cover 2 type of scheme, because they did play a lot. Since one of Cincinnati's changeups was playing cover 2 last season, and you saw with the long arms that Gardner has, he's able to funnel players inside and be a really good cover 2 corner. With that said, I think if you are Lovie Smith now running that defense, you say, I have the number 1 press corner in the draft. Let's use it. Right. We don't have to be a cover 2 team 30% of the snaps anymore.
Yeah, and like 30% of snaps is still a small minority of your snaps. You cannot draft to just a cover 2 defense. You will look ridiculous in today's day and age.
So
Correct.
We've got the New York Jets on the clock right now. I believe 24% of people in our mock draft simulator have been picking Kayvon Thibodeaux to this spot in number 4. Obviously still on the board because he didn't go in the top 3. But, man, there have been whisperings of them going offensive tackle. Are they going to go Sauce Gardner? Right? Like, there are so many possibilities here with the Jets not only picking at 4, but 10. Eric, what do you think's going to happen here?
Yeah, I mean, there's rumors that they might want to trade Mekhi Becton, one of their top picks, just a couple of years ago with a different coaching staff, not a different GM. And so that would open the thing up for a tackle. George Fant has played well for them, right? So, they'd have to move Becton for a tackle to make sense here. They also need corner as well, so Sauce Gardner could be here because the Giants at 5 or 7 could take one before they go up at 10. And so for me, it's going to be a coin flip between whether it's Thibodeaux or Gardner, 2 guys at pretty premium positions here.
I totally agree. I tend to think it's going to be Thibodeaux, even though Gardner probably would be the more popular pick in New York at this point. And but it has been so long since the Jets have had an impact player on that edge. It's just been too long, and so I think they're going to feel the pressure.
Well, we got the pick in. Don't know what it is yet. Not going to give it away yet, but we do have the pick in for the New York Jets. Mike, what do you think? What direction do you think they're going?
I had them going Ikwonu in the mock draft that I did. I had the first 3 picks right.
Yep.
Just going to say it out there. But Ikwonu as number 4 overall, because I think trenches is where they're still going to invest. They have George Fant on the roster, obviously, as a tackle, but I do think that you want to play for the future with this roster. And if you get Ikwonu with Mekhi Becton, with Elijah Vera Tucker, with Laken Tomlinson, that is one heck of a run-blocking offensive line. So that's why I went that direction. But I think line of scrimmage somewhere is where Robert Saleh would prefer. But again, Sauce Gardner fits this defense to a T. You're not going to find a Sauce Gardner in the 2nd round. So I don't think it can go wrong.
The betting markets have moved away from the 2 tackles. About a month ago, you could get both tackles, Ikwonu and Neal. 3.5 was their draft position. If you bet over on that, you're going to win at least 1, and possibly 2 here because of the move towards the cornerback position, towards a guy like Walker as opposed to a guy like Ikwonu at pick 1.
Well, and when the Giants started letting everybody know, or somehow they knew that Cross was going to be more of their favorite, then I think everything started getting aligned. I never could understand from the beginning why Cross was the 3rd or the 4th guy on that board.
Well, we talked in the pre-show. If you want a corner, you better go up and get one of these guys early because they're going to come off the board early. Well, Stingley just went 3, and Ahmad Gardner just went 4 to the New York Jets. So we go back-to-back corners here. Top 2 corners in the draft go off the board. Mike, what do you think? Tell us all about Sauce Gardner. Give us the bio here. Give us the breakdown of it.
6'3", 190 pounds, 6'8" wingspan, a unique build at the cornerback position. Randy 4.41 at the combine, rested on that, didn't do any other drills. Said, put his foot down and said, I've done enough. Go look at the tape. And the tape says he is the best press cornerback in this draft class. 801 snaps over the course of his career, only allowed 35 of 100 targets for 468 yards with 5 picks and 21 forced incompletions. The guy will end your route at the line of scrimmage. He did it against Alabama. That's the game that really put him over the top in my eyes because he went up against Jameson Williams and did not blink. This guy has special press ability and is the perfect cornerback for Robert Saleh's defense. You think about the sort of when that defense was at its peak. 49ers, 2019. Who they have? Richard Sherman on one side, basically shutting down that side of the field. That's what Ahmad Gardner can do. You won't find a better scheme fit in this draft class for what the Jets want to do defensively. Now you have two long corners in Bryce Hall and Sauce Gardner to go with DJ Reed, who they signed in free agency, maybe roaming the slot. That is a good secondary right now that was not at the beginning of last year.
Interestingly, the Jets didn't have a ton of holes on their team, right? Like they just had a bunch of kind of like mediocre to like below average starters around the team, and so they were in an interesting spot where if they get like last year, Zach Wilson, possible difference making quarterback, cornerback with Gardner, possible difference making guy. At 10, do you get a wide receiver who can be a difference maker? Now you're competing in an AFC where being kind of an average team around the board is not going to work.
Does this pigeonhole them at all to picking a trench player with their next pick, though? Because you mentioned, okay, you pick up a wide receiver. I agree that would be a good addition to the wide receiver room that they have because it feels a little depleted. It needs some upgrading. But if you're the Jets, and you kind of had trench needs here on both sides of the ball, and you leave the top 10 with 2 picks and neither of them in the trenches, I don't know.
But you have Laken Tomlinson in free agency. You have Elijah Vera Tucker last year as a guard that you picked up. You have Laramie Tunsil's available in all likelihood if you want to trade, and he's relatively cheap. So I think you're okay. And then when you look on the other side of the ball, in free agency, you still have the Melvin Ingrams, the Jerry Hugheses. Like there's edge players available in free agency if you swing and miss here in the top end of the draft.
And Carl Lawson's coming back. Carl Lawson didn't play a snap last year. Tears the Achilles. He'll be back. They paid big money for him. He was productive, obviously, with the Bengals before that. So him on one side, John Franklin Myers on the other side. They have options. Obviously, you'd like to add more. You'd like to have a rotation of guys there. But the sort of the value here, I would lean Sauce.
I would have too. That's what was left. Do you think that Sauce Gardner apparently knocked every interview out during the combine and everything went with it.
Confident kid
Thibodeaux,
for sure.
A little bit the opposite. There were a couple of concerns. He focused on football. He said he didn't think a coach anywhere could teach him anything, that kind of thing. Probably didn't fit very well with Robert Saleh.
Well, it also comes back down to what we've been talking about today, the cornerbacks. There's 2 with unique skill sets. There are other edge rushers with pass rushing skill sets. If you pass on Kayvon Thibodeaux here, it doesn't put you out of the market. Jermaine Johnson might be there at 10. Kayvon Thibodeaux might be there at 10 still, with sort of what's left with this top 10. So I love the pick. I think it's a perfect fit for this defense. I didn't truthfully think they would go this route, but knocked out.
So now we're going to go offensive linemen for a run, and then wide receivers for a run. We're going to go O-linemen, wide receivers now predominantly for the next 10 picks or so.
The markets were over 7.5 offensive linemen. I think if you bet the under there, you're feeling pretty good right now because there's got to be a little bit of a run on them.
You're about to get a heavy run on them, I think. So New York Giants are on the clock right now. We already talked about a lot of people who are probably going to be high on the board for them, right? You mentioned Kayvon Thibodeaux, maybe a Jermaine Johnson as well at edge. You've got the 3 top offensive linemen. 24% of our mock draft simulator users were taking Evan Neal here, which makes sense, right? Because Andrew Thomas playing on the left side of the offensive line. Evan Neal has played at that right tackle spot before, so if you draft him and you want 2 bookend tackles, you can just plug and play him right away. Whereas even if you like Cross, even if you like Ikwonu, it's a bit of a projection with them flipping over from left tackle to right tackle. And I always tell people it's not as easy as just going to their bio in Madden and switching left tackle to right tackle. It takes a little bit more than that. But let's take a look at the Giants, how they fared last year, where we had them in our PFF rankings. And Eric, overall 4-13 record, obviously pretty low in both overall rank and offensive rank there. It feels like offense has to be the priority with this first pick of theirs.
Of the teams in the top 10 of this draft, they have the best chance, in my opinion, of competing in 2022. The division is a little bit weak. I think people believe the Cowboys are a coin flip as to whether to win that division. And they were not a team that didn't have talent last year. You had Joe Judge, you had Gettleman, and you had Jason Garrett. I think when you substitute in some guys from Buffalo who have helped shepherd a really good experience in Buffalo, I think you're going to see some pretty solid performances here, from some of these, from the New York Giants in 2022.
Let's see their offseason, because they made a handful of moves this offseason at well, and those normally give us some hints towards what they might do in the draft, especially with 2 picks that are very close to each other at 5 and 7. Lost Logan Ryan, he's in Tampa Bay now, but signed. They've got a handful of new guys there, and look, are these earth-shattering guys? No, maybe not, but I think that you look at the guard there with John Feliciano, you look at an edge rusher in Jihad Ward, you've got some guys that they brought in that maybe bolster those positions enough to not think they have to force anything.
Azeez Ojulari had 8 sacks last year as a second-round pick.
This is very true.
They have Leonard Williams, they have Dexter Lawrence, like a not a bad defensive line. Blake Martinez has been better there than he's been other places, and Xavier McKinney's a good pick.
I'll just say the Giants have a chance to swing for the fences here. They are in a spot with this roster where it's just not going to be good the next couple of years. Dave Gettleman left a cupboard bare and left you with no cap space. They are in a tough spot to build, and you don't really have an answer at the quarterback position either. So you can take a swing on one of these athletic projects, whether it's one of the projects at tackle or one of the projects at edge, hoping to hit that quote-unquote upside, because you got 2 picks here in the top 10. You could transform your franchise if you hit on 2 elite players at this. And there are guys with tools here, so that's where I expect them to go, is with these 2 along the line of scrimmage somewhere.
But you do have a problem, though, because now you've signed Wink Martindale to be your defensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. He's going to blitz everybody on the field at one time or another. You're going to have to play some man coverage. Both those corners are off the board here, and there's not going to be another corner drafted.
Right. And
so, I mean, now you better at least be able to go get after the quarterback a little bit.
Right.
But I think they have to go offensive line here. I think they have to do
Well, pick is in. We've got to pick in here for the New York Giants, and I agree with you. I feel like with the 2 corners off the board, that makes it less tempting. It's got to be offensive line or defensive line for them. But any guesses? Any last guesses before we figure out who it is? You guys think it's offensive line or defensive line?
I saw it.
Yeah.
Oh, you already saw it? Oh, you already saw it? Okay.
My poker face has been good. It's been better than that one time.
I'm going to say Cross. I haven't seen anything.
Okay. I had Cross in my mock draft, and especially with all 3 guys on the board. Well, actually, with all 3 guys on the board, that might switch it up. That might make them think, okay, we could just save them and draft one of them at 7, because now it doesn't really matter what Carolina does with offensive tackles. So, all right. So I guess I can't even ask you guys what you think, but because you already know.
They
but,
did it.
Yeah, okay.
So they went the alternative.
All right, they did. They proved
don't
us
get
wrong. They go Kayvon Thibodeaux. Kayvon Thibodeaux ends up going number 5 overall. Does not have the slide that we feared, anticipated. One of those adjectives, one of the 2. Austin, why are you you're rubbing the hands there? Did you earn some cheddar?
I am so excited that we don't have to talk about this Kayvon Thibodeaux off-field stuff anymore. This guy has always been a top 5 pick. He's always been a top 5 pick. The chatter around his personality, and he's got a 10-year plan. He's got his own cryptocurrency. I'm an investor. I got an investor in Dream, the cryptocurrency for Kayvon Thibodeaux. He's going to one of the biggest markets in the NFL. I'm expecting a skyrocket.
I think, piggybacking on what Mike said about, they can take some swings here at some, projects to a certain degree. Kayvon Thibodeaux, if you were looking at the type of player that is eventually a multiple-time Pro Bowler, a Hall of Famer maybe, in this draft, it's Kayvon Thibodeaux. 5-star recruit, number 1 overall recruit, has the length, he has everything you want in a pass rusher. The production is there. You didn't put it together on tape every play, but I think if you're looking for that super high upside, I'm sorry, this is the best pass rusher in the class.
You know what, Austin? You were talking about who corners the best and gets down low and all that. He crawls to the quarterback sometimes because he will fall on the ground and literally go crawl and go get the quarterback.
I think something that's been wildly under discussed with Kayvon Thibodeaux, because we focus so much on his off-field interests and he likes to play chess, is that he was very productive at Oregon, and everyone brings up the effort concerns on tape and he's not a good run. He's a great run defender, good as a pass rusher, and I don't know. I think Kayvon Thibodeaux is going to prove a lot of people wrong.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's not effort concerns. It is just the fact that he is raw, and it's pass rush plan concerns. The fact that he had probably more pass rushes than any guy I saw at the top of this class where he didn't even try to move. He kind of just was not locked in certain games. You saw 31 of his 47 pressures last year. Now, he had a great grade, 91.5 overall, but 31 of his 47 pressures came in 4 games. So 4 of his 11 games he played in were the majority of his pressures because he runs hot and cold. And when he got a less athletic tackle, he would beat up on him. But when he faced a guy that could really mirror him, he didn't have a lot of recourse. So Seth hit the nail on the head here. Athletically, this guy moves like a Myles Garrett moves. Twitchy as can be at 254 pounds, 6'4" with 34-inch arms. An ideal toned edge build. He looks like a rocked up wide receiver with the way this guy can move. He is a big presence. He is outspoken. He's not going to fit into every locker room, whatever. He's going to fit in the Giants locker room because this guy can be something special, and they need that. at the edge rushing position. He's a great complement to Azeez Ojulari. He can be the pocket pusher. Azeez can come in the back door, bend the edge, and that's a good deal for the
Giants.
next few years.
The Giants Super Bowl teams have all had good pass rushers. Every single one.
All good Super Bowl teams have good pass rushers, right? I mean, let's be real about it.
Stares at you and Frank Clark.
Okay, all right, I guess you're correct. But, okay, look, Joe Shane's out here building the front seven in defense that Dave Gettleman dreamed of doing. And now they've got Azeez Ojulari, they've got Williams, they've got a lot of beef up front.
Sneak
And now
on
they've got
second and
speed.
third down got them this high pick.
Man.
You know what's so cool about this draft so far? All defense. Every single one.
How many?
Last year was like all quarterbacks at the top end of it. Now we're going all defense, and we finally get ourselves down to Carolina. And this, to me, is when it finally starts getting fun. This is where we're going to find out about how short-term or long-term the Carolina Panthers are playing this.
And I will say the fact that they went edge first when they had the pick of the litter, to me, tells me that they kind of have a similar grade on 2 guys or 3 guys, maybe. Because if you really had one above the others, you probably would have gone offensive tackle because that seems.
It also means they might not trade James Bradbury, right? I think the money's weird with him, right? But they wanted to trade him, and then they weren't all that, enticed to go up and move up to 3 or 4, and maybe they couldn't, to go get a cornerback because that was always like the floor for Sauce was 7 to the Giants.
Right.
And that really didn't materialize. So to your point, like there's 3 tackles here. Maybe if they have similar grades on all 3, then they go ahead and take the second one.
All right, good. We got the Carolina Panthers on the clock. Their pick is not in yet, but I want to let everybody know that the 5th overall pick is brought to you by our friends over at Manscaped. I'm going to try to read this Manscaped ad as well as Austin can, but that's a legendary performance I got to live up to. The only true guaranteed quality pickup this season, the leaders in below-the-waist grooming. With Manscaped's Performance Package 4.0, your skill position will be sleek and smooth enough for a sub-4.3 40-yard dash. Support us. Head over to Manscaped and use their exclusive promo code PFF at checkout for 20% off, plus free shipping. Because of their ceramic blade, I'm getting distracted, and skin-safe technology, your nicks and snags will be reduced. In the season of trimming the roster, Manscaped will make sure you're cutting the right players and not any important ones to your D. Look, fellas, don't fall
You've been
off
smelling
her
too today.
Ladies out there, think that the long nose hair, it's a major turnoff. The Weed Whacker nose and ear hair trimmer is your solution. Why not use the best tools for the job here? Chris, we're not done yet.
I'm going to tell you what, if Manscaped doesn't give us a $10,000 bonus out of this friggin' commercial these guys are doing.
April is draft season, but it's also Testicular Cancer Awareness Month. Manscaped has partnered with the Testicular Cancer Society to bring awareness to testicular cancer, men's health, and early cancer detection. Get 20% off free shipping with the promo code PFF at manscaped.com. That's 20% off free shipping, manscaped.com. Use the promo code PFF and turn your Mr. Irrelevant into a first-round pick with Manscaped. Appreciate you guys. You like that last line? You like that last line, Eric?
That one finally broke my back.
The Carolina Panthers pick is in. I don't know what it is yet.
There you go. I just saw it. There you go.
I was reading it. Is it one of the offensive tackles?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
Yes.
Here, thank you.
There you go.
It couldn't be a quarterback. It could not be a quarterback. All right. Says you guys know. I haven't looked at my computer yet. Mike, who is it? I'll give you the honors.
NC State tackle Ikwonu.
Wow, that's the dream.
The favorite to be the first tackle. Yeah.
That's the dream for Carolina. Wow. How much do you think bettors were just absolutely sweating when Icky didn't go 3 or 4?
I got to be honest with you, I was sweating Kyle Hamilton over 6.5 that I've had for 2 months.
So we've got Ikwonu going to the Carolina Panthers. This is the first offensive tackle on the board, and this was the age-old, what are you going to do? You need the quarterback first, you need the offensive line first. Carolina says they're going to upgrade the offensive line. I guess we got some rousing support for Sam Darnold earlier this week. But what do you think about the offensive tackle like Ikwonu? Tell us all about him.
Yeah, this dude has special power in his frame. He's 6'4", 310 pounds, 34-inch arms, runs a 4.9 340, and last year he led the Power 5 with 18 big-time blocks. His tape against Mississippi State should be illegal with what he did on tape there. That was assault in pretty much every state in this great country. But outside zone heavy offense at NC State. He does not have this great body that you would expect for a top 10 10 pick at offensive tackle, kind of pear-shaped, kind of knock-kneed, but then you flip on the tape and this guy can really, really move. I do, though, worry about his pass protection. Now, he's made great strides. Back in 2020, he even kicked in at guard at times that year because he was a liability in pass pro. He made great strides this past year, but I still have a folder of pictures, of screenshots on my computer of his feet literally clicking in his pass sets, which I'm not a O-line guru by any means, but I'm not sure you want to be doing that in pass pro at the NFL level. So may not be the complete answer right away for Sam Darnold, but what this guy can do physically, you're not going to bull rush him, and in the run game, you got a dog.
The draft is a great unveiler of information, right? So this pick took the full 8-9 minutes. What do we think? Were they trying to trade out, you think? And does the fact that no one traded up to 6 so far tell you a little bit about the quarterbacks in this draft?
Absolutely. I thought there was a chance that Pittsburgh could try and jump up there.
It's so far, though. 20-6 for... Like, if it was a quarterback in last year's class, maybe you get it, right? If it was a Mac Jones or even like a Justin Fields, maybe you understand trading up into the top 10, but... I feel like I agree with Eric. It kind of speaks to the volume of what the quarterback position is because maybe last year, Chris, they do that. But this year, getting 20-6.
I think it tells you everything you need to know.
You're just not getting your ask price at this point if you're trying to trade back.
Right.
And I think every team right now is calling Pittsburgh first.
Can
you trade up? Do you want to trade up? Every single team is calling Pittsburgh right now.
How much do you think it helps Pittsburgh now with the two sort of consensus first-round quarterbacks? And neither one of them have gone now with this key pivotal number 6 slot here. Now they're probably going to get their choice of the two.
Well, that's the thing. I said off the top, Atlanta, Seattle. Those are quarterback-needy teams, but are they really going to draft their quarterback now? They are.
Doesn't feel
whoever
like
they
it.
draft, they're still drafting top 5.
I mean, I still think Seattle's going to take Ritter at 9, but that's just my prediction.
Wait. Wait, do you think that, or did you bet on that?
Yes.
There we go. We got to it.
But Seattle picks unpredictable players at every single year, right? So that's
Kenneth Walker at 9.
It just becomes who do the Steelers need to jump?
Play Walker.
There's really no one they need to jump now. Maybe the Saints. That's really realistically. Is Washington gonna draft a guy at 11 after they just traded for Carson Wentz? They can put their tail between their legs and do that? I don't think so. Is Minnesota gonna do it after they gave Kirk Cousins that extension? Doubtful. Houston at 13. Are they going to draft quarterback with their second pick in the first round and not their first if they really love a guy? Doubtful. I mean, you're looking at these teams now. They may not have to jump up this far. They may only have to jump up with like Baltimore if they really want to jump some teams to draft quarterback.
So if you're now the Giants coming back at this pick, so you go the pass rusher, now you basically get your pick of the rest of these offensive linemen here.
Truly.
I think they're going to. Would they not go Neal here? I mean, just on raw potential and size alone?
On the fact that he's played right tackle. So he played right tackle as a sophomore in 2020. None of these other guys, obviously, Icky is off the board, but Charles Cross never played right tackle, only left tackle. So very feasible. That's probably, if I'm choosing between the two now, even though I have Cross higher, if I'm going to slot a guy into right tackle right away, I would rather have Neal.
I mean, to me, Carolina, I would have rather had Cross just for the pure pass protection. But now that I'm flipping to the Giants, I would go to Neal.
Now, the Giants did, at Cross's pro day, it was the Giant scouts who were running Cross through right tackle drills. And they were the ones who were putting him through right tackle drills. And it was reported that they actually...
Well, you got it, though, right?
But I'm saying, the Giants were the ones who were orchestrating that, which means clearly they have interest in maybe kicking him over to right tackle. Austin was giving me the Randy Moss putting the hand up, like I'm open, 2 minutes ago. So I gotta get to him. What's up?
Yeah, the Shady McCoy just tweeted out, "We are taking Kenny Pickett." I don't know who that's for, but Kenny Pickett's coming. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So the quarterback conversation is getting wild. I'm excited to see where they go. I think you brought up really good conversation, though, about trading up, right? I think a lot of these teams, it's been rumored the quarterback class would want to trade up, and I just don't think that's going to happen this year, right? I think teams are lower on the quarterbacks to a point where they're not willing to trade future first-rounders, right? You look at the San Francisco 49ers trade last year, 2 future first-round picks to go get Trey Lance. That's just not happening this year. Even if the Pittsburgh Steelers come up, say, 20-11 with the Washington Commanders, only going to probably cost them a second and a future third. It's such a low asking price that I don't think teams are even interested in moving down at that point.
None of the quarterbacks besides Malik Willis have that elite trait profile. And with Willis, you have the elite traits, but you don't have the footballness on the field. So, I could see that all day. No one wants these. I thought one team would say, we like this guy. I thought Carolina was going to say, we love Kenny Pickett, we're going to take him there. But I think at the end of the day, the teams are looking at it like we are, whereas like just there's a bunch of tier 2 quarterbacks.
Hey, you gotta look for footballness, you know? Like as we're going through everybody, footballness is the top trait, is it not, Mike?
That's every scouting report starts with footballness, and then you go from there.
It's going to be a long 3 days, Seth. You're going to have plenty of shots back at me. So
I'm a nice guy. I would never.
So if there's
never.
football nest, is there also football nests?
Football less.
Oh, football
Like,
less.
He's the football nest of all of them. So it'd be like the number
most.
one.
Yeah.
You know.
It's the superlative of football.
I'm having a great time.
The Giants
Let's go back to the manscape.
The Giants pick.
It's still snow.
They're begging to get back to the Manscaped ad. The Giants pick is in. Have you guys seen it?
I have.
I will as soon as I look.
All right, who is it? Who is it?
It's Evan Neal of Alabama.
Yes!
Man, what a draft for the New York Giants.
I'm with you. I think the Giants have crushed.
Holy cow! You've got Kayvon Thibodeaux, Evan Neal. At one point in time, both of them projected number 1 overall picks.
Yep.
You're picking at 5. You're picking at 7. And go ahead, Eric.
I mean, we have one more pick left, but the city of New York is going to get some good football players.
Oh,
this
yeah.
draft.
I know.
They already have.
With these 3 guys that just got taken, and then to pick 10, either being Deebo Samuel or being
Talk to us.
Well, they're going to get the choice of any receiver they want at this point, just about, unless Atlanta goes right here.
So
Talk to us about Evan Neal.
and to go back to that, they have 2 guys who athletically, physically, the way they move, can be all-pro to best player at their position type of traits. That is what the Giants just drafted. Evan Neal is 6'7", 337 pounds with 34-inch arms, and you would not know he is 137 pounds by looking at him. This guy moves like a tight end on the football field. He didn't test this pre-draft process, but he was number 1 on Bruce Feldman's freaks list last college football season prior to the season. He's versatile. He's played left guard as a true freshman, right guard as a sophomore, left tackle this past year, only a junior coming out. Now, he gets a little top heavy at times. He is a high cut offensive lineman. He is not perfect by any means on tape. Only an 85.8 overall grade this past year. Not in that elite tier, but what he brings to the table physically is nothing short of elite. And again, has that right tackle, so you now have Andrew Thomas on one side, him on the other. You finally have hope for a Giants offensive line that's been bottom 3 in the NFL over the last 3 years. It's just been a disaster.
I think if you talk to SEC football fans who have watched over the last couple of years, and you would tell them that one NFL team got Andrew Thomas and Evan Neal, that those are 2 of the come through over the last couple of years, and now they're playing on the same team in the pros. It's crazy.
Yeah, a couple guys who were favored to be number 1 overall picks in this draft too. I mean, there's a bunch of these guys, but the Giants get 2 of them in one draft.
It's going to be interesting, and I think that he lands in the right spot for him. The right tackle position may be where he plays his entire career, because at least then typically you have the tight end to that side. And if you at least have a little bit of a chip or a rub going out with the tight end, it gives him a chance to get his feet set. Where he really gets in trouble is when he has to get in a hurry with that big frame, and then he gets leaning forward and he'll miss and somebody will go right around him.
Sure.
Position initially is the right one.
Yeah. No, I think that it's going to be great for him. And look, they made a promise that to Daniel Jones, and they said to him, we have not done what we have needed to do to put the right team around him. Now, they don't pick up the 5th-year option, but they're certainly speaking to that with this kind of a draft pick, making sure they get a prime offensive tackle.
And I'll just add to this. They are in cap hell right now. They need to find good players at expensive positions. They hit the 2 most expensive positions outside of quarterback. And obviously, we're talking about this quarterback class. They were not going to be players in this quarterback class. No one, obviously, if the Panthers weren't, they weren't either. So to hit 2 valuable positions, if they hit on those picks, that is how you turn this around. That is how you start this rebuild, is to hit on valuable positions, and they're a damn good.
Do we think Atlanta is a trade team here at 8, or do we think?
I thought they would have been a trade team last year.
Yeah.
Who wants to come up and for what?
I mean, again, this is the 3rd tackle, right? To your point,
that could be the last tackle of the top tier tackles.
The Falcons just put Jake Matthews on an extension, right? So they could use another tackle, but they swung the bat at offensive line twice in the same draft just a couple years ago. They kind of hit 1 for 2, I think. So They also need. I mean, wide receiver is a huge need for Atlanta. Do they take the first guy off the board here? But this is I think this is a real pivot point here. We made fun of Houston, saying Houston needs every position. Atlanta needs every position too.
Well, and Seattle's sitting right behind Atlanta too. So teams are going to go. Well, they're going to take that third tackle and cross, and if they don't, then we're going to try and flip in front of them here. I could see somebody doing that.
So it seemed like edge rusher and wide receiver were the two positions that they were really honing in on over the last couple of days, couple of weeks, whatever it has been. We've got 15% of the mock draft simulator users taking Drake London as the number one overall player that we have seen in recent drafts.
And they've been
to the
rumored
Falcons.
to like him the most.
Correct. We know that this is a deep wide receiver class. There's a lot of different shapes and sizes, guys. We broke them down a little bit here, but does it matter what wide receiver the Falcons get? Do you like one receiver more than another to the Atlanta Falcons, Mike?
No, because literally every role is open there. I mean, so I would just trust the PFF board, which says Jamison Williams. But, like, you have nothing. You have a bottom of the barrel.
That offensive rank's 19th, but they lost Matt Ryan, they've lost Calvin Ridley, and they've lost Russell Gage since then. So just point that out there.
They have nobody. And obviously Calvin Ridley will be back next year, we believe, and will be back on the Falcons. Obviously his contract gets pushed down for one more year, but is he in their long-term plans? Maybe, maybe not at this point. So, yeah, wide receiver makes the most sense, but you are a bad roster. You will be drafting highly next year. Sorry to break it to you. That's why they flipped Matt Ryan, because at this point in time, he wasn't doing you much good. He was keeping a sinking ship afloat, and now they are going to sink with this roster. So I do believe you can hit pretty much anywhere. I would trust the board. I'm not pigeonholing myself into wide receiver by any means from the Atlanta Falcons, despite it obviously being a pretty rough
But it's the one
there.
thing that with Jamison Williams here, you're not winning anything with Marcus Mariota this year anyway, right? Mm-hmm. So you've got, if he doesn't play at all this season, which I think he will, you almost have a quarterback recruiting method with Williams sitting there, and he'll be 100% if in fact you come to our team, whether it's free agency or the draft.
Yeah, they can definitely take that chance because they don't have to shoehorn him in. Whereas if everyone's talking about, oh, the Chiefs should trade up and get Jamison Williams, well, what if he doesn't play this year? What if he doesn't come back healthy, and what if he doesn't come back up to speed? A lot of those teams that may need him to go right away this year, they might just be sorely mistaken because not every ACL is the same.
Well, the pick is in, and Drake the Rapper is a even richer man because Drake London was wide receiver one off the board. He goes to the Atlanta Falcons. Good for him. It's about time life gave Drake a break.
That's right.
Drake is just nothing's gone good for him. It's about time the universe really allowed Drake the Rapper to shine here. What do we think about London? London as the player who he's had the speed concerns, contested catch receivers. You worry about him, Chris. You were talking about it a little bit in the pre-show. Do you like this fit for him? Do you like him being wide receiver off the board?
Of course. I told you, I think that he's one of those X receivers. And I'll tell you the other thing, and this is personal bias, and I was a long-legged 6'4" receiver. The 40-yard dash is not built for somebody 6'4". If you're 5'6", your first 10 seconds is going to be faster than mine. Usain Bolt, if he was considered the 40-yard dash expert, he would have never been considered the fastest man in the world. He never got started running till the second, 60 yards of that race, and then he went past everybody. It's the same thing with receiver. So while I don't think that London is a 4'4" guy, I think by comparison to these 5'10" receivers, he's probably much closer than what you would say, because what matters as a receiver is how fast are you from the 20 to the 40. That's when you win your route.
Yeah, I'm excited of where Drake London can go, and they're building a basketball team there with him, Kyle Pitts. He's 6'4", 219 pounds, and like I said before, he played basketball there his freshman year at USC. He had the COVID year his sophomore year, so he really missed two kind of off seasons there at USC of really training, and obviously basketball shape is a little different than football shape. And then this past year, with a full off season, with an actual sort of year to put in the work to get better at his craft, he ended up being the best wide receiver in college football. He averaged 11 catches and 135 yards per game with nearly a touchdown a game in the 8 games he played before breaking his ankle. To me, the comp for him, everyone throws around the Mike Evans because they're similar size. The better comp is Michael Thomas and how he's going to be used and the role he could play at the next level. This guy can get off the line of scrimmage for a big wide receiver, and once he gets off the line of scrimmage, he has that shake at the top of his route to create easy separation underneath and give you this big window to operate in. He's going to be a quarterback's dream at the next level. I 17 to 26 in contested catches, and he is good after the catch too. He broke 22 tackles last year. I do think he is a very NFL translatable receiver, even if it's not maybe the true X type that his size might suggest.
So at that offense now, you have Pitts, a movable chess piece type of player. You have London. You could have Ridley next year, right? 2023.
Yeah, I'd bet on it.
That's
Oh my goodness.
What did I say?
I mean,
Spicy.
the rookie quarterback that gets to play for the Falcons in 2023 is going to have a kind of a nice little offense.
Yeah.
I think that when I look at what Arthur Smith was doing in Tennessee before he became the Atlanta Falcons head coach, I see a team that wants to have big body receivers run in breaking routes, whether they're slants, 10-yard ins, those type of routes. You have it one with Pitts. Now you get the other one on the other side of the field with Drake London. I think it's a really good fit in this offense, play action, bang routes, that type of thing.
I agree with Mike wholeheartedly about the Michael Thomas comparison in terms of how you leverage Drake London in the NFL. It's so much of, like a lot of scouts say in the NFL, it's what can he do? And what Drake London can do is use his body to win at the short and intermediate levels of the football field. 46% of his career receptions came within 9 yards of the line of scrimmage. He's a yak monster. He's a guy that you're supposed to get the ball close to the line of scrimmage, let him work after the catch, break tackles, all those things. The comparisons to Mike Evans are heinous because Evans is a vertical threat, a guy that gets down the field. London's going to be using the slot. I see it very similar to Thomas. Thomas is a 50-50 slot outside guy. I think it's going to be really good.
They run the same style. This is very specific, but they run the same style, Michael Thomas and Drake London, of that 6-yard hitch route. The way they get off the ball, the way they stop at 6 yards, it's the same. I agree with you, and Mike, I think it's Mike Thomas.
Eric, do we need to have a short funeral for your Jameson Williams wide receiver one bet?
Yeah, I mean, look, the closing line value is good. I got like
Talk it out.
325.
Talk it out. We're here for you.
But look, he's still available to the Chiefs, so there's some silver lining.
The last notable thing about London.
That's right. It's good trade up.
Last notable thing about London, he's the youngest wide receiver in this class too. Only 20, a full year younger than Garrett Wilson, a full year younger than Chris Olave. So still an ascending player by all accounts.
And a team that's used to having Julio Jones out there, but this young man will make more spectacular catches than Julio Jones at the catch point. You're going to see him spinning 360 and catching balls in manners that you just don't see very often in the NFL.
Yep. Awesome, spectacular there. So, okay, let's get to Seattle Seahawks. Let's talk about where they were as a team last year, although it's going to look quite different because their franchise quarterback over the last decade is there. They go 7-10 with Russell Wilson. They were kind of a bottom half team, 21st overall in PFF rank. Offense didn't perform well last year. Defense, middle of the pack, but when we look at team needs there, at defensive line, edge rusher, cornerback, we don't list quarterback. I appreciate the big respect for Drew Lock there, but I'm not so sure how solidified that is. Are we at a potential Malik Willis zone? Have we entered the Malik Willis zone?
Still trade. Like I still say that the Falcons, the Seahawks, like they know they're going to be, like, you have to have some foresight. You have to objectively look at your roster and say,
we have zero trades so far right now, right?
And,
and the betting markets, they know, right? The market was plus 150 that a trade would happen in the top 10 so far. Not a damn thing.
The average is 5. We normally get 5 per first round, and this feels a lot like Seahawks pick is in. We don't know what it is, but I heard the music in my ears. This feels a lot like the COVID draft, where coronavirus had just hit in 2020, and there was just all of this uncertainty. The draft wasn't in person; it was all over Zoom. It was very strange. People couldn't be with each other, and the trades that we saw, I feel like, were a lot less aggressive at the top part of the draft because you just didn't know what was happening. The value was all messed up. I feel like it's the same thing. The value feels all messed up for everybody. You've got all these teams who want to move back, and you got teams who maybe want to move up, and they're like, okay, I'm not paying you a quarterback
This
price.
is a no-brainer, though. They've got to take this tackle here. They've just such a glaring need, other than quarterback.
Charles Cross would be one of the better values in the whole draft here at 9, and it would be a complete 180 for the Seattle franchise that completely overdrafts players. Like, this is a value pick if you take Charles Cross.
I hope they don't take another pass rusher. That's all I hope.
14% of mock draft users have been drafting Charles Cross if he makes it to this spot with this big board, and it is Charles Cross. So after a little bit of an O-line slide, it didn't go as quickly as we thought it would, but we still get all 3 guys into the top 10. Charles Cross going to the Seattle Seahawks. How do we feel about it, Mike?
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of this. This is the best value pick in the draft so far if you just compare the board to where the guy came off. The number 3 overall player, the number 1 offensive tackle. Love what he can do in pass pro. He's 6'5", 307 pounds with 34.5-inch arms. In my opinion, you want your offensive tackles to look like rocked-up tight ends. You want your guards, centers to look like rocked-up running backs. This dude looks like a rocked-up tight end. Very well proportioned, can move in space. And one of my favorite things, we talk about this air raid offense that he's from. A lot of pass sets, a lot of different things that won't necessarily translate to the NFL in the running game. But what I love is the leap he made from 2020 to 2021.
Yes.
He has already taken
Yes.
coaching and put it into action, used his hands a lot better. His pass sets went from 44 pressures allowed 2020 to only 16 this past year. That's what I love to see, progression from offensive tackles, because no one hits the NFL ready. You got to be able to put in the work, and you got to be able to take coaching. Charles Cross can. That's why I'm very excited for this pick for Seattle.
Well, when you think about Charles Cross and his progression in his career, this is a 5-star tackle.
Yes.
There's a 5-star tackle. He was behind Evan Neal in the class of 2018 or whatever it was. Goes to a triple option team. He went to Mississippi State when they were running basically a triple option. Now it's going to take time for him to transition to a real pass-heavy offense. When they went to Mike Leach, they had the COVID offseason. It didn't work out in 2020. Clearly, he's coachable, because 2021, he was the best tackle on tape in this draft class.
The point I want to make, too, about Cross is obviously in that Mike Leach offense, they don't run the football a ton, but he ranked top 4 in positively graded run blocks last year. Like, he's a really good run blocker as well, effective. He's not throwing dudes into other dudes like Ikwonu, but he has a lot of highly graded run blocks in his stuff. I think it's bad analysis to say he's a bad run blocker just because he didn't do it a ton in Mike Leach's offense.
Here's a note that I would have for Charles Cross is just the weight that he has gained over the last 3 years. Comes to school at Mississippi State at 270 pounds. Basically has to redshirt his first year because he's gaining weight, getting up to 285, and then he was playing closer to 300. So a lot of that strength concerns that we have with Charles Cross, I feel like it's not like he's maxed out and he won't get any stronger. I think that he's going to get stronger as he gets into the NFL, gets a strength and conditioning program, a nutritionist, all that kinds of stuff. Eric, what?
Well, Seattle, look, this team is this.
He just grinned at me with the most menacing grin I've ever seen.
No, we talked about this when we were talking about war, right? Like, for offensive linemen, when you have a great quarterback, it mitigates the necessity for your tackles to be good pass protectors. When you don't, which Seattle does not, it benefits you that much more to have tackles who can play. And furthermore, 4 years ago, we were making fun of the Rashad Penny pick. Well, funny, Rashad Penny averaged 6 yards a carry last year. They get road grading offensive linemen here. They can run a style of play that sort of keeps the lights on for this year. It's funny to me. This is a good pick by Seattle. I don't know what to do with my hands.
This was the dream scenario. This was their dream scenario with how the tackles fell. We thought maybe all the tackles could be gone by pick 6, and they're just left here trying to find somewhere else, because their starting tackles going into this were Stone Forsythe, a 6th-rounder from last year, and Jay Kern, a UDFA from last year. That were their starting tackles going into this draft. To find a guy in Charles Cross sitting there at pick 9, they have to be over the moon, because that was an untenable situation. Drew Lock, I don't care if he took a next step in his development, could not have played behind that offensive line.
I tell you, the other thing that now I'm starting to think about is which quarterbacks are going to be around in round 2 as these quarterback-needy teams start taking their second lap around the track here.
Sure.
You could still see, Desmond Ridder going to Seattle in the second round, and then they got the ultimate win. If they were even considering him here, you could get him with the 9th pick in the second round.
That's a great point. So we've got the New York Jets on right now, and we take a look at who they picked earlier. It was Ahmad Gardner. You would think that they would probably want to flip over to the offensive side of the ball for this one, and they still could, but offensive tackle, those 3 offensive tackles, they're now off the board. So you take that probably out of the equation. I think this is going to come down to wide receiver or pass rusher. I think it's 2 players, Jamison Williams or Jermaine Johnson. That's who I think they are deciding between at number 10 overall. That's just a guess. I don't know. That's just a guess, but what do you guys think?
I could see them in love with Garrett Wilson, too. With that offense, obviously coming over from San Francisco, basically accruing all these wide receivers who are yak monsters, guys who are dynamic with the ball in their hands. To me, right now, Garrett Wilson's the best with the ball in his hands that's still left on draft boards. I think he's the best in this draft class. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go that way, but I also do know that they love Jermaine Johnson and would not be surprised.
They love him. They love him.
Pick is in. What do you, Chris? Is there a wide receiver? Real quick.
I would definitely go receiver here, but I think they're going to take Jermaine Johnson. I haven't seen anything yet, but I probably I would probably go Wilson
doubling up on defense. I feel like everybody has always felt like, okay, the Jets got two top 10 picks. One's an offensive one, one's a defensive one. But it doesn't always work that neatly. Sometimes you're just picking the best player on the board.
You've got to help Zach Wilson, though, right? You can't leave him hanging for a second year.
I don't think their wide receiver core is that bad, I will say. But
because you really like Elijah Moore, right?
I love Elijah Moore. I think Corey Davis is a suitable number 2. And
do you think that Elijah Moore can be a wide receiver too? Like, do you think he could be leaned on as that?
I think so. I mean, they played him outside last year when he was most productive, and obviously those are some of the games with Mike White and not necessarily Zach Wilson, but he was running routes from the outside. He wasn't the slot wide receiver that he was at Ole Miss and that he was billed as maybe a slot only in the NFL. No, he was getting open on his own on the outside. So him, Corey Davis, Braxton Berrios, that's suitable. You know, that's not like the Falcons situation that we were talking about a little bit earlier. It's at least winnable with that. But again, here sitting at the board, I have Garrett Wilson a lot higher than Jermaine Johnson. I have Jameson Williams a lot higher than Jermaine Johnson. If we're really going between those two, I would lean wide receiver.
Well, Chris, you said they got to help Zach Wilson, right? Looks like they're going to help Zach Wilson. It looks like they're going with a wide receiver. They're going with a fellow Wilson. They're going with Garrett Wilson.
Oh, good.
Overall.
I thought you were going to say they were going with Jameson. I didn't.
2 skill position players out here with a cornerback pick and a wide receiver pick while all the talk was trenches. 30 minutes ago, I was just talking to myself. I was like, they can't not
passing
think trenches
game and stop the pass. That's what the whole league is.
The bettors who got on the number here is 6.5 wide receivers in the first round. That moved up from 5.5 early, right? So we're at 2. We're starting to see sort of the wide receivers get taken here. We'll see how many of them go off here in the teens here with teams like Philadelphia, New Orleans, even a team like the Los Angeles Chargers.
Green Bay.
Even Minnesota here at 12. Or 11 with Washington, maybe losing Terry McLaurin because of a contract dispute.
They can't lose Terry McLaurin. We'll talk about that when we get to 11 in a second. But Austin, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I think what the biggest takeaway from this one, obviously them going Garrett Wilson, who I love coming out of Ohio State, helps Zach Wilson a ton, is we were sold a bag of goods on Jermaine Johnson and Jameson Williams. I mean, these are guys that were now favorites to go in the top 10, and they took Jermaine Johnson at 4. Jermaine Johnson's now fallen out of the top 10. Jameson Williams is now going to be, at best, the 3rd receiver off the board. So smokescreen season was in full effect.
But I think for when we looked at Jermaine Johnson, I think it made sense that he wasn't going to be a top 10 player, even though the smokescreens were all there. I think Jameson Williams probably is a top 10 player, though, who's falling.
I think Williams is going to go real soon here.
Ooh.
Real soon.
We got a trade back. We got our first trade. Washington Commanders are trading back. That's what I see in the Saints. Saints are on the clock.
This could be Jameson Williams
it absolutely
too.
Could
be Jameson Williams. I thought if they were going to move up, it would have been for an offensive tackle.
Or Kenny Pickett.
Did they have to give up two first-round picks?
Did they trade up to go get a quarterback?
There's no way it would have been both first-round picks.
No. To get from 16
No, it's not.
Because I don't see exactly what they traded.
Yeah, we'll have the details on the trade in a second, but this is interesting, right? New Orleans is a team, could be a quarterback.
New Orleans always gets aggressive.
But they traded up. When they traded up,
Seth, who is it? Seth, tell us. You don't.
I think it's Jameson Williams because you look at Devery Henderson, Robert Meacham, Ted Ginn. They don't have that right now to pair with Michael Thomas. Jameson's the speed guy, and they're going to be able to run their offense around him.
I also feel
2 wide receivers off the board. Like, they're probably sweating a little bit.
That's the thing. There was a clear tier 1, in my opinion, at the wide receiver position. And Jameson Williams is the last one. It's kind of like the tackle position. Charles Cross was the last one. Jameson Williams is the last tier 1 wide receiver
Totally
here.
agree.
The last time they did this, they moved up to 16 in 2018, and we all thought it was Lamar Jackson, and it was Marcus Davenport, right? Like, they're trading up for elite-level athletes,
Here
right?
comes Kenny Pickett.
It is not against what they're
if it's a wide receiver, we don't know the trade details yet, but if it's a wide receiver, is that smart? Like, are you okay with this? Do you like this for New Orleans? Let's say they gave up something that is an appropriate amount to trade up. Do you like that aggressiveness to go get this guy?
Well, so here's the thing. The more that they give up picks, the more that they have to, the less that they have to pay some. Like, the reason they got 2 first-round picks in this draft is because they do not have the capital to pay veteran-type players or even like a lot of draft picks for the next few years. And so they're going to be one of those teams that's going to be more likely to sort of like give up 2 players for 1 if that 1 player is elite. And that's the only way they're competing with Tampa Bay in the South is that they get elite players at premium positions.
Report we have says the 16th pick a 3rd rounder, and a 4th rounder for number 11. So it's the early of their first, their 2 first-round picks, 16 and 19.
Could
so
it
we get
also
a
be
few
an offensive tackle that maybe they still like because
God,
they're
are you gonna
hurting
trade for
over there?
Penning?
With
You trade for
Armstead
Penning at
off
11?
out of there.
Somebody look at Seth's face when I say that, because it is memeable.
I think it's more likely that they go wide receiver, because I do think that the Minnesota Vikings were looking at receiver at 12, and I think they would have taken
would have been on the
Jameson
board
Williams.
for
I think
sure.
it's Jameson Williams. I think they're looking to get ahead of Minnesota so Jameson doesn't go off at 12.
Yeah,
I will say that Olave does make sense to pair opposite of Michael Thomas.
Olave?
Chris Olave.
Yeah, Olave.
Chris Olave makes sense.
Everybody who really knows him calls him Olave.
Yeah. There's no accent on the E, obviously. I think that you do have Deontay Hardy, who is a deep threat. He's a very different body type than the receivers I mentioned of the Saints' past history. So I think it could be Chris Olave, and I think that would pair very well in that Saints offense. So and to me, he's a tier 1 player. Unlike you, Mike, I do think he's part of that tier 1 group of receivers.
I think it's funny that the Saints traded up and the clock is still running. Like the pick
yeah,
is.
they don't know
I always
who
think
to-
it's hilarious. Like you are clearly trading up for one player. So trade up and then just put the card in. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, Washington, by the way, on the rookie deal gets 1 win above replacement during the 4 years as of these trades. The New Orleans Saints get .77. So this is a win for Washington. As trading back is almost always a win.
Sure.
It's about a quarter of a win over the course of the rookie deals for these teams.
I love the move for Washington. If they weren't going to go Jameson Williams, and I think they have a receiving core that I at least like. If you're going to go another position in this draft, that is great value to get for this pick. So.
Yeah, wide receiver is another one where you get those like fat tails of like Jamar Chase was worth almost .77 wins last year, right? So like if you get a guy like Williams, you think he's that player, and you promote him that way, which Jameis Winston, as a member of the Bucks, promoted wide receiver play, right?
well,
I'm very familiar.
And the other thing is Carson Wentz needs somebody right now. He doesn't need somebody who's going to be ready.
And they gave up
a year from
2/3
now.
for Carson Wentz, so they get a 3rd back as a part of this, and they also get a 4th. This is good team building by Washington. If they don't, the interesting one is your guy Notre Dame, Kyle Hamilton, continues to slide here.
Does.
His pick prop was 12.5, 11.5, 10.5. It just continues to go back.
And Washington was probably the last team that was going to take him, right? So that was about it. So we're going to see a bit of a slide here for Kyle Hamilton. We believe. I don't think that he's going to go to the New Orleans Saints. Let's preview the New Orleans Saints, though. Let's look at what their record was last year, what we thought of them in the PFF system, offense and defense. Things looking a little bit different, but Jameis is the guy at quarterback. Mike, how do you feel about that? How do you feel about Jameis Winston being the starting quarterback for the New Orleans Saints?
I think they're committed to him. I don't feel great about a guy coming off an ACL, obviously, but he was better last year than he was kind of a more reeled-in Jameis than he was the version we saw in Tampa Bay. So they're committed at this point. I don't think they're going quarterback because as much as it makes sense kind of from a cap perspective long-term, they don't have there's no long-term anymore. Long-term doesn't exist. It is always this year.
Well, and stopgap quarterbacks, the risk is if Jameis Winston plays really well, he's going to come to the table and ask for $25 million. Quarterbacks on rookie deals, when they blow up and play well, they're on cost control until year 3. Like Justin Herbert can't ask the Chargers for more money.
Is Michael Thomas going to play this year? I mean, that was the weirdest thing in the world last year.
I've been told that his relationship is now better with the team. Like he's not so pissed off at him because he was before. He wasn't happy.
He got a new head coach
with
too.
everything was going on in New Orleans. But I've been told that it's cooled a little bit, so I think that he is going to play for New Orleans this year. And he's also going to have a new wide receiver teammate because we have the pick here. It is a wide receiver. It's not Jameson Williams. It's Chris Olave. Or, as Seth refers to him as one of his best friends, Chris Olave. Mike, how do we feel about Chris Olave? What do you like about him? Give us the bio.
Yeah, to me, he's the most polished wide receiver in this draft. He hits the NFL more NFL ready than anyone else. He is 6 foot, 187, and obviously should be as a senior coming out, but 4.39 speed. He was the vertical intermediate guy in that Ohio State offense. Not particularly dynamic. If you're looking for a guy to throw screens to, underneath targets, not going to be his game. Only broke 9 tackles on 176 catches in his entire college career. So that's college. NFL, he's going to be like one of those old Colts wide receivers where he catches it, he goes down, live to see another day. That is where he wins. He is a downfield specialist and is a crisp route runner. The way he gets off the line of scrimmage with ease. Some play strength concerns, only 187 pounds, can get pushed around a little bit, but Man, he is, as Seth said, he is the complement, and he is the NFL-ready guy to make an impact for this team right now. Jamison Williams with the ACL was probably not going to make as much of an impact as Chris Olave could this season.
Chris, I know you had your concerns about Chris Olave maybe in the shallow to intermediate, like as a yards after catch guy, but with Jameis Winston throwing it deep a lot, do you like this fit? At least
he's
him
a
in
glider.
Orleans?
If they're going to throw it deep to him all day, I guess it makes sense. But to me, it's not even close. I mean, I would have taken Williams all day.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care if I had to wait 2 years to get that young man over Olave. I mean, with all due respect to everybody, I've been trying to watch and see Olave. A lot of his big plays came against lesser competition. You didn't see all those big plays against the best teams. You saw a lot of them against the Marylands and some of those other guys where they just run past people. You're not just going to run past people in the NFL.
I wonder who they thought they had to jump
Well, here's the momentous
to get
occasion.
Olave.
Here's the momentous occasion. Our guy Thibodeaux, Minnesota, on the clock right now at 12,
It's true.
has traded the pick.
Oh, he did?
Detroit is on the clock.
Detroit!
Oh, it's going to be Malik Willis.
Leak.
It's going to be Malik Willis.
From 32 to 12?
I don't know what the
That's their next
32 to
pick?
12, yeah.
32, 34,
Oh my
and 36
gosh.
for 12 and 46.
What is
12
it?
and 46? Okay.
What is it?
32, 34, and 66 for 12 and 46.
Okay.
Whoa. So are they coming up for a quarterback? Seth, who's it going to be? If it's a quarterback,
Well,
who do you think it's going to be?
If they're coming up for a quarterback, I think it's Malik Willis.
Wow.
I don't see why. I mean, it's either him or Ritter, I think.
32 to 12.
They had to consider Willis with that.
I mean,
second
that's a
pick,
Patrick.
right?
The rumor was Willis
They
was in-
had to
in
have
play.
taken a lot of time and thought about that, and then the board just fell perfectly to him, right? With Aiden Hutchinson coming in, and they're still going to get him.
That's a Patrick Mahomes move up, right? It was 27 to 10 for Kansas City. This is 32 to 12, which and with a division rival, by the way, which tells you a little bit about what the Vikings might think
Man.
about the quarterback position, because this is a division rival here.
That is a huge
I mean,
trade.
basically, they're saying we're okay if you
Yeah,
draft
yeah.
Malik Willis.
Go ahead. I mean, it's like when Andy Reid traded Donovan McNabb to the Washington football team.
That's exactly what it is.
Man, or last year when Dallas traded with Philly, just for them to go up and get their guy. And it could have been in a situation where, and it didn't end up being this, but I thought it was crazy that Dallas actually did this. They traded with Philly for Philly to move up while Justin Fields and Mac Jones were on the board.
Yeah.
So you almost traded a franchise quarterback to your division rival. That's what the Minnesota Vikings did. Maybe Kwesi doesn't hate. Okay, what that is it? You just made you just made quite the face. So you got to tell me who it is.
So if you don't take a quarterback here, the Vikings get about 1/6 of a win in value here.
Oh no.
They do take a quarterback.
Okay.
It's Kenny Pickett of Pittsburgh.
Wow. There you go.
What?
No.
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 Did we get it wrong? on
Did
the
you get
draft tracker?
goofed?
Did we get
Jameson Williams?
No. What?
It's Jameson Williams.
Okay, which one is it? We got
On
battles.
draft tracker-
We've got battles.
I'm throwing my
Switch
hands up.
battle.
If it's not Pickett,
Albert Breer says Jameson Williams.
but that's a lot to give up for a wide receiver.
They moved up 20 spots for a wide receiver. Austin, thoughts?
Well, they didn't give up. I mean, they gave up a lot, right? So they get picked 12 and 46 for
46 is worth a lot in this trade.
Yeah, so they get 46 back, and they're giving up, obviously, 32, 34, and 66. They give up a decent amount, but it's not nearly as much as I thought it was going to be to go from 32 to 12. And to do it for Jameson Williams is really surprising.
My Malik Willis first quarterback bets we're burning up. Well, but this is
Jameson Williams.
This is one where so Detroit's out on quarterback then in this draft.
I mean, clearly
I mean,
has to
other
be.
than
Not
46,
necessarily. Nobody's been
46
taken
is Sam
yet.
Howell maybe. 46 is Sam Howell, Matt Corral,
I guess.
possibly.
Yeah,
But
they're going to still be in that range for sure.
But you think about Armon St. Brown, a great rookie year, right? You add to that kind of a difference-making wide receiver here.
Well, look, we've seen before. All you need to do is surround Goff with talent, and he will elevate you to the Super Bowl. He will.
I'm just saying, though,
Happen.
if you're
Don't look at me
Detroit
like that, Seth. It
and
happens.
you're taking a long-range view of this thing, and to me, Williams was clear-cut above the rest of these receivers whenever it is that he gets healthy. And they're maybe look at the quarterback position next year. I love this kid. I think he's a true difference maker. I think he's good after the catch. For a little guy, he's competitive. He battles. he averaged 20 yards a catch. Is that right? 20 yards a catch on over 70 catches. That's insane.
He averaged 47.6 yards per touchdown. Jameson Williams did.
Those are Chris Collinsworth
there haven't been
Those
many
are Chris
guys-
Collinsworth numbers.
Yeah.
That's what those
Yeah,
are
that's
right
what
there.
It is right there. But I think he's special. I really do. And I do think that Detroit has shown a real patience now in what they're trying to build. And this is just another piece. And maybe they're just not going after a quarterback in this draft.
Yeah, so they get the number 1 player on the PFF draft board. Now they get the number 9 player on the PFF draft board. And I agree with Chris.
2 best players at 2 positions.
At 2 valuable positions. I agree. I think he's special. This was the move that everyone thought the Chiefs were going to make because of how explosive this guy is, because he has that extra gear. To me, he reminds me of a bigger Deshaun Jackson in that I don't care who's guarding him. He is going to get value. And he was running by guys who ran 4 threes on that Georgia defense. Go flip on that tape. No one clowned him the way that he did in the SEC championship game. And I still think they win if he doesn't.
You know who's having a really bad draft so far? The Green Bay Packers.
Well,
Green Bay
they
is waiting on wide receivers.
Yeah,
and
Anybody who bet over
going,
5.5
baby.
wide receivers is already spending their money on that prop. And the thing, when you look at this team, right, like Jameson Williams is also a perfect place for him to go because Detroit, like in all likelihood, is not going to be competitive this year, or at least they don't have expectations.
It's like Atlanta, same thing we
They're not
talked
going to
about
rush him on the
Atlanta.
field,
Right.
and then when he gets on the field, again, it's not going to a bad culture place. I mean, Detroit, to me, if you're going to put good players, on a team that was bad recently, Detroit's a great place.
Well, we got the Philadelphia Eagles on the clock now, not the Houston Texans. We were all quiet in that top 10, and all of a sudden we've got 3 trades back-to-back. So Philly moves up to number 13. They gave up 15, 124, 120, 162, and 166. So a lot of late-round draft picks for the Texans for them to just move up those 2 spots. I don't know who it's for yet. Not sure. We're still a little bit ahead of the broadcast here, the NFL Network broadcast. So I'm not sure exactly who it is, but
So they're jumping Baltimore. Baltimore was like the Jordan Davis landing spot, right? Everyone's saying Jordan Davis. Or maybe a Jermaine Johnson, an edge rusher. So I could see this being Jordan Davis because of how much they covet that line of scrimmage. Obviously, have Javon Hargrave in there. Fletcher Cox, no spring chicken on the downside of his career.
Yep.
Revamping that D-line is something
Yep.
Howie Roseman does every single year.
well, let's take a look at Philadelphia.
How about Kyle Hamilton here?
Ooh.
hate it. I mean, obviously, he's the highest player.
They got rid
in
of Ron McLeod left. They have Anthony Harris as kind of a stopgap. The safety would really help their defense. They were one of the least, I would say, creative defenses, stunts, coverages.
Yeah, but they get to take a safety over Jordan Davis.
He's going to play a lot more.
That's true. Howie's such a wild card, though. What Howie does in the drafts. I mean,
Not-
shoot, you know
not
what they
gonna
should
be a
be.
linebacker.
Yeah,
Not
it could
gonna
be.
be a
It should maybe should be Quay Walker, but it's
I
not
wonder
gonna be.
if Philadelphia was going to take Jameson Williams if he had
Well,
one more.
I bet that they were.
I bet they
were
were.
looking at it hard. Which maybe this is a wide receiver if they're moving up, watching all these guys come off the board. Let's take a look at the Eagles. Let's take a look at what they did last year. Maybe some signings that they had this offseason. Maybe give us a better idea of what they're going to do. Look, the PFF overall ranks for the Eagles. Folks, people forget this was a playoff team last year. 9-8, kind of sneaks in the playoffs a little bit. 10th overall PFF rank, 7th in offense with Jalen Hurts at the helm at quarterback. Their needs: edge rusher, linebacker, defensive back, basically all defense there, and then wide receiver if they want to improve that. That lines up with the the Kyle Hamilton and Jordan Davis debate that we were having there. Mike, if you were on the clock and these 2 guys were who you were deciding between, who would you take?
Well, I trust the board. That's my take. Is trust the board. Kyle Hamilton, obviously adding to that secondary, which is in desperate need. You have basically Darius Slay, and then you have some guys. You got no one else that's going to be making an impact for you there. You have options along your defensive line, but again, goes back to Howie Roseman, how he drafts. He drafts backup offensive linemen before he needs them to start in the first round. And Andre Dillard a few years ago, he drafts backup defensive linemen before he needs them to start because he believes that is how you win football games in the NFL, and obviously that brought them a championship.
We had Fletcher Cox on the release side of there, and he was technically, but then he signed back for a new contract, so he is still with the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's take a look at the big board, though. We haven't done that yet. We haven't taken a look at the updated big board. Mike mentioned it. Top guy left on the board, number 8 overall. We have Kyle Hamilton, George Karlaftis at 10, Trent McDuffie, the corner, 11. That's been a popular Philadelphia Eagles pick as well. We got Devin Lloyd, but Lord knows Howie Roseman is not taking a linebacker in the first round, so you can kiss that one goodbye. Devontae Wyatt, Bernard Raymond, Nakobe Dean, Jameson Williams, not on the board, so we got to update that there, but Sky Moore then at 21. Eric, what do you think? Jordan Davis, Kyle Hamilton. We got value. You got value on either one?
I mean, I think with Philadelphia, you won at the line of scrimmage last year. You won at the line of scrimmage. Your quarterback was a little bit limited. When you turned and you became tough on both sides of the line of scrimmage, you became pretty good. And so I could see them going Davis. I think Hamilton's slide is really telling right now. And at this point, you have to wonder if Hamilton will be even the first safety taken at this point.
He'll be the first safety taken. I'm not wondering too much about that.
I'm not worried too much about him. I think
how
he goes right here.
How far down do we have to get into worrying maybe Louis Cine goes ahead of him?
Well, I think Washington, with their trade down, they could still get him.
Yeah,
at this point.
yeah. If they were targeting, well, that's the dream if you're a team.
Well,
right?
that's what
that scenario.
That is. I mean, if you end up with the player that everybody mocked you after a trade down, that's a pretty good draft.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget though, Philadelphia won their Super Bowl. My opening on camera for that game was this team has the best combination offensive line, defensive line in the NFL. That's why they're here, and they win a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. And now they've got guys that are getting a little bit older on that defensive line down there as well. The guy that Devontae Wyatt, to me, I think has a chance to be an even bigger Warren Sapp. I mean, he's a guy that, for a guy that weighs 304 pounds to run 4.77, really well. That first step of his, and when you get on the edge, when he slips underneath, and 304 pounds is pushing against the guard at this point to get in there, you cannot stop him. Yep. And to me, he was one of my surprise, one of the guys that I thought would not be drafted high enough, that he's a better player than where he's going to be.
Well, the 13th pick is in. So I gotta. It's not Jordan Davis, or no, sorry, it's not Devontae Wyatt. I was about to set up that it was. Austin looked up at me with death eyes because I'm sure that he's watching the chat. It is Jordan Davis. That was a failed setup by me. Jordan Davis going number 13 overall to the Philadelphia Eagles. I'll throw it right back to you, Austin. What do you think about this pick? Are you worried about the positional value, the lack of snaps? Are you worried about anything here with Davis going 13?
No, I do think that you can't dispel the snap stuff, right? I think they put their best pass rushers on the football field on third downs, and that was not Jordan Davis, right? They had Jalen Carter there. They had Devontae Wyatt. What I am more concerned with, though, he didn't even play the highest percentage of snaps on early downs, right? First and second downs, Devontae Wyatt and Jalen Carter out-snapped Jordan Davis. You can't dispel those concerns. The other thing you can't dispel, the guy's the size of a small planet, right? And he's going to go in there and do one thing really, really well, and that's obviously stuff the run. I think they get a slam dunk here, and they didn't have to trade that much to do it, right? I think it was picks in the 190s. I think Jordan Davis to Philadelphia is a great pick.
Yeah, I think the only issue is that they did. I mean, when you look at later picks, they did end up. I mean, Houston did accumulate about a third of a win above replacement. They win the trade 63% of the time. But it is like the evolving NFL is important here. We did a study last year. When you have a guy who can stop the run and it basically allows you to play lighter boxes and makes you better against the pass because it makes you face
which everybody's doing now.
Exactly. And so, Philadelphia, like I said, they ran relatively few stunts last year. They did not disguise coverages. They didn't do a ton of creative things on defense. Maybe this helps them be more creative on defense.
Yeah, generational athlete gets thrown around a lot. Jordan Davis is a generational defensive tackle athlete. 6'6", 341 pounds. 34-inch arms, and he ran a 4.7 840 at the combine. That is 0.2 of a second faster than any other 340-plus pound human being has ran at the NFL combine. 32-inch vertical, 10.3 broad jump, both the best ever for 330-plus pound players at the NFL combine. For a man that big, he is more explosive than we've seen in NFL history, truly. Played at 360 pounds, though, last year. Only played 378 snaps against Tennessee, against Alabama late in the season. When he got on the football field in early downs, they went no huddle to try to keep him on the football field because he got gassed very easily at that way. Obviously sheds about 20 pounds to get to the combine. I think he should keep going down because if he's going to justify this pick, he's going to have to play more than 378 snaps than he did last year. And obviously, as a pass rusher is kind of the last thing here. We've talked all about his run defense. Only 14 pressures, really a bull rush only guy at the moment, a first step, and then not really adding much else. You're not drafting him because of that, though. You're drafting him of what he could be in the run.
And the 378 snaps, that was the most by 148 snaps that he ever had in his career.
Yeah.
So I can't justify that. I could justify Devontae Wyatt. I think that he'll be on the field more. I think Devontae Wyatt's going to be a 10-sack guy. I'm all in favor of being able to stop the run with a light box, all the different things that we've talked about. I just don't think the typical Kyle Hamilton would have played 1,000 snaps if he stayed healthy.
And the
this is
question
a third of that.
Could you get this with with Jones out of UConn in the next round? And Hamilton at safety, could you get it? To me, you're looking at groups of players, right? Like, and so is the safety? They must just think safety is a pretty flat class, or defensive backs a flat class, where they can get something better later on, and then they have to go for the best at this one particular thing right now.
All right, catching our breath a little bit after those handful of trades. Got to remind everybody that the PFF Draft Show is brought to you by our friends over at Cash App. Cash App's the easiest way to send, spend, and save your money. You can send or request money from your friends when they owe you for dinner, drinks, literally anything. Besides you sending money back and forth with the Cash App, you can invest in stocks with as little as $1 as well. Buy, sell, and send Bitcoin instantly as well. Cash App also lets you design your own debit card completely free to spend money anywhere you would like. Cash App will laser print it and mail it straight to you, all for free. And the card comes with free discounts at your favorite places called Boost. Sign up for Cash App today using the referral code in the YouTube description below in this show and get $15 from Cash App. Visit cash.app for more details. Download the Cash App on the App Store, Google Play Store today.
We don't get any demonstration. Manscaped, they're over there like, it's a Broadway show.
I don't have any money.
Cash App probably has more cash in our
any
pocket.
money at all?
Can
We
we
don't have
push
any
them a
money.
little
We
bit?
do have Kayvon Thibodeaux's crypto, which is up 1.4 cents. So
Wow.
how about that? Okay.
Well, I know.
Take that to Cash App.
I know that you threw the 401k in there last night, so you got to be happy.
Not really, but it's 1.4 cents. I'm not going to Cabo on that money, I'll tell you that.
So that wasn't a get-rich-quick scheme for you?
Not yet.
No. Well, yet. It could be. It could be. Just wait for the double-digit sack season, and then maybe, you might gain a couple of pennies on that. Maybe you go to Cabo in like 72 years or something. Okay, I think the Baltimore Ravens are still on the clock, right? Eric, are they? Have I seen anything yet? Have they traded?
I think the pick is in.
Pick is in.
Okay, well then the pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens, so that would mean that they're on the clock here. What are we thinking for the Baltimore Ravens?
I know what their pick is.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not asking you that. I don't want to ask you. Does anybody not know?
I know too.
Austin, no. Okay, all right, fine. I guess I'm the last one to know. Mike, tell everybody what it is. Fine.
It's Kyle Hamilton. Notre Dame safety comes off the board. Finally comes off.
Wow.
6'4", 220. He is a unique safety. Truthfully, like build-wise, he looks more like Darius Leonard. He looks like a linebacker. He's 6'8" wingspan. That is why he is coveted in that tier 1 of safeties in this draft class. In coverage, though, what he could do at Notre Dame, and he played true safety at Notre Dame and covered the slot a lot too. He never allowed to catch longer than 29 yards in his career. When he covered the slot, he only allowed 13 of 30 targets for 117 yards, 2 picks and 5 pass breakups there. I saw him cover Tutu Atwell, second-round pick last year, ran the 4.4s, fast slot receiver. On a dig route and break up a pass, he can do things athletically that other guys in the safety class can only dream about because of that size. And we know the Ravens. We know what they covet. Defensive backs. They just load up, load up, load up. He can play any role. He can fill whatever they need. He is that versatile of a player.
It is stunning to watch him play one of those tiny slot corners. That was the number one note I had on mine from watching film too. I'm like, the FSU game just stuck out. I mean, he was making plays. He had a few bad ones, but he was making plays all over the field. But the number of times that he lined up on the slot at 6'4", I mean, I'm just trying to picture myself out there against Tutu Atwell or one of these guys. There's no way. Like, you can't get your feet to move that fast if you're that tall. And yet he did it time after time.
What I like about this for the Ravens is that what happened, your defensive backfield is fragile, right? Last season you saw Peters went down, Humphrey went down. There were Anthony Averett at one point when they were in the playoff race, went down. They had no corners. You go Marcus Williams in free agency as your deep safety. You have Chuck Clark, who's kind of a box safety. You have this guy who can kind of be everything.
Right.
And it really sort of solidifies your secondary, even independent of the returns of Peters and Humphrey. By the way, they were 0-6 after Humphrey got hurt. Like this is a very good pick, I think, for a Ravens team that seems to always get value in the draft. Funny.
No Jermaine Johnson though yet.
Yeah,
I mean that was the big hot name, and so far that ain't happening.
So I definitely want to hit on Jermaine Johnson in a second, but I wanted to go to Seth because Seth has a podcast that's quite literally called Too High, which talks about safety usage and everything else along the football field. But what does having a player like Kyle Hamilton do for a defense schematically? A guy who can play both, who you can disguise, whether you don't know whether he's rotating up or back at the line of scrimmage. What does this guy do for a defense?
Well, I think it allows him to obviously be more versatile, and I think he pairs well with their new other safety, Marcus Williams from the Saints. Marcus Williams can play a bunch of different things, but he's not a down safety. He's not going to rotate down into the box and cover receivers, slot receivers, tight ends. Kyle Hamilton can. He can move down, and obviously you can do a bunch of things. You can play split safeties, you can do all that stuff. I think the complements between those two players, Marcus Williams and Kyle Hamilton, are excellent. And let's not forget that this will be a new scheme for the Ravens this year. They bring in Mike McDonald, who was the defensive coordinator in Michigan last year for a season. Wink Martindale's out. That blitzing cover one stuff is out. They're going to play with more two high safeties if he's bringing that Michigan scheme there. It's a perfect fit.
Very versatile player. Talking to his former head coach, Brian Kelly, he says he's the most versatile player he's ever coached. And then you talk to Marcus Freeman, who obviously coached him last year there at Notre Dame. Marcus Freeman said he can cover the 53 and a third, right? He's got range, he can play deep safety, he can play in the box. They played him a ton at slot corner last year, even though like maybe that's not where you play him in the NFL. He's like, because he can do anything. He can do anything we ask of him. So I like the fit for Baltimore, and they continue to prioritize the secondary. It's one of those teams that likes to build on the back end. Marcus Peters, Marlon Humphrey, Marcus Williams, and then obviously Kyle Hamilton. That is a phenomenal back end.
Spending all that money for Williams and then drafting Kyle Hamilton in the first round, I think that goes to show the Ravens truly put their money where their mouth is when they tell you we're going to draft the best player available. And that is what it was all about for them in the past, and that continues to be the case right now.
And it tells me, obviously, Seth called out Mike McDonald, their new defensive coordinator, came from Michigan. They're probably the safety two on a lot of boards is Daxton Hill, a guy who played a slot role for them last year in that Michigan defense, to where if they were close grades, I think they would lean the guy who just played in Mike McDonald's defense. But it must have meant that Kyle Hamilton, they had graded quite a bit above a guy like Daxton Hill to take him at this point in the draft.
What do we think about the Jermaine Johnson slide? What do we think about this at this point?
It doesn't surprise me. This is about where I had him in here. I know people had him a lot higher than that, but I think there's some really interesting top-notch players. I still would go Wyatt. I think that he's the guy that, if you're just building a team from scratch the way that Houston is at this point, then that's where I would go. I think he's the next best player.
For them, offensive line is obviously a big deal. Possibilities with Tunsil and things like that.
You talk about for Houston. Houston's on the clock now.
Yep.
They traded back from 13
to 15
with the Philadelphia Eagles. So Houston is on the clock.
And that would be, they're a team that needs a lot, and they channel their inner Chris Collinsworth.
Yes.
It looks like.
Who is
That's
it?
what I said.
Who
I said
is it?
that he'd go in the top 15. He went 15th. Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green.
Absolutely
You
the
called
right
it.
choice.
You
Absolutely
called
the
it.
right choice.
So tell us about it. You told us about him a little bit in the pre-show, but there's a lot more people watching now.
Yeah, I just thought that here's a guy that can. I go back to my 2.5 second rule. Can somebody's feet keep them in front of a guy for 2.5 seconds? I think he can move up and down the line of scrimmage, play any position. He's still a little bit raw, moving around and doing all the different things. But as far, when I watch offensive line play a lot, when I'm doing a broadcast, I'm watching from behind the offense. And so the first thing I'm doing is I'm watching those two tackles. And you can, after a while, you kind of get used to who can get themselves in position in a hurry to stop the initial push, because that's what you have to do. You can't fan in the NFL because that's a sack. As long as you make some contact, you get the 2.5 seconds. This guy will do that all day. He will very rarely miss when he figures out what he's doing. I hope he plays tackle. I really do. I think he can.
So, Mike, you think he plays offensive tackle, or you think he plays interior?
I think so. You have Titus Howard there, who they've jostled back and forth between right tackle and guard. I think Kenyon Green, at this point in the draft, you're taking him at 15. I think you're firmly stating he was a tackle. Now, last season, he played 4 different offensive line positions, started at 4 different positions in Texas A&M's first 6 games. He did it all for them, anything they really needed, and played well. Obviously, down the stretch, he was a guard. The majority of his career, he was a guard, but he has the balance, he has the feet, and he has 34 1/8-inch arms, and the punch and pass pro is what you want at the tackle position, truthfully. So lower on the PFF board, because I viewed him probably more as a guard. He is still not the most nimble of dudes. I do think that they may still end up with him at guard, but at this point in the draft, if they're evaluating him there, I think they see him as a tackle, and he is young. He still could develop, and he still could probably maybe drop some weight, because he was playing heavy last year, to play guard, drop some weight, and be a more nimble tackle.
All right, it did not take the Baltimore Ravens very long to get back into the headlines even after the Kyle Hamilton pick, because according to Field Yates, the Ravens have traded wide receiver Marquise Brown to the Arizona Cardinals.
Wow.
So we have a breaking trade here in the middle of the first round of the draft. What do we think? What do we think about this trade here?
Holy poo.
Well, what's the compensation? I guess
I don't know. That's all I'm saying.
23 for Hollywood Brown and pick 100.
Wait, it's
So pick
what?
23. The Cardinals gave up 23
What?
for Hollywood Brown and get back pick 100.
They traded a first-round pick for
that can't be
Marquise
right.
Brown?
No, that can't be right.
There's no way.
No, that can't be right.
Garofolo reporting.
That
On
can't,
the
that
They just
can't
traded
be
a
right.
first-round
There's no
pick
way
for
that's right.
Marquise Brown? That's insane.
There's no way.
3 years of his rookie deal are up.
Yeah. That's a
When did-
shrewd move.
When is his contract?
I guess it's better than a linebacker again.
But the
This
Ravens are taking these teams to the
Somebody
woodshed.
care on Austin. This is the funniest reaction
That's,
I've seen.
that's like what, Nuke Hopkins is getting traded for a second-round pick. You got Mari Cooper for a fifth. You got Devontae Adams for a first and not even an additional first. Like, to trade a first for Marquise Brown is absolutely insane.
It's unhinged.
That is Devontae Adams
if
got traded.
Marquise Brown was worth a first-round pick, the Ravens would be keeping him.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
How many years left does he have on his contract?
The only GM in football that can make this move is
They
Steve
have to-
Keim.
they have
It
to
doesn't make any sense.
Right, they have to make the fifth-year. Arizona gets to make the fifth-year option choice on him right now, right?
Has to. Yeah.
They're gonna, obviously.
I mean, no, but like, you're giving a pick 23 for half a guy.
That's not even that late. That's not even that late for
Marquise
first.
Brown and their third-round pick of 100 overall to the Cardinals for 23.
I mean, this is why teams like the Ravens compete consistently, and teams like Arizona.
When the Cardinals asked for 100, did the Ravens laugh? Like, was there? Doesn't make
Do
any
you
sense.
think? All right,
This
Mike,
is mind-blowing.
Do you think that Kyler Murray, as part of this whole "am I going or am I staying," pulled a little Aaron Rodgers here and go, "Listen, guys, you got to get me one of these top 4 or 5 receivers. They're all gone, so now they're out fishing for some playmaker kind of guy." I don't know that to be true, but I just wonder.
I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. You have to get someone there because it is DeAndre Hopkins, Nuke Hopkins, no one. You got
And when
no
he went
option.
away, that was it
whoa,
last
whoa.
year.
And
And Isabel's
Isabel's
still
there.
there. He is still there. Breakout year incoming.
And
But
Isabel's still there.
they needed that role to be filled.
Oh.
They needed that offense. So Marquise Brown
Don't
was
what?
objectively a bad fit for the Ravens offense and Lamar Jackson. Like this from the Ravens' perspective is larceny. They should never. From their perspective, they make this move 1,000 times out of 1,000 because it was never going to recoup your value there for them. And now pick 23, they can get a guy actually making an impact on that roster.
Eric, you
who's
made a
a rookie?
face. You made a face.
I think the next player that's being chosen in this draft is going to surprise people.
Okay, all right. Let's play the game.
Wide receiver.
The Commanders?
Yes.
Is this Sky Moore?
Not Sky Moore.
Okay. It's watching Commanders.
It buys into my bet at the
This
beginning
one
of over
is-
6.5 Big Ten players.
Stop.
So run continues.
David Bell.
That would be a
That would be.
Cam Jurgens.
Now Austin freaked out. Somebody tell me the pick.
Jahan Dotson.
Jahan Dotson.
Okay, come on. This feels like a Ron Rivera dude.
Jahan Dotson's draft prop was something like 29.5, 30.
I had John Dotson.
And
ahead of
he's a
that.
great receiver, don't get me wrong. But this reflects that, right? And Jahan Dotson, great separator, like 95th percentile separator. Great at tracking the ball, productive with, Sean Clifford at quarterback. So he checks all the boxes.
I thought he
A little
was.
high here, I
I
think.
thought he was the
Interesting.
smartest receiver I watched, and I probably watched 10 of them. This guy, he had to have played quarterback in high school because I played in high school and college, and I remember the biggest advantage I felt like I had was I could see the field from the quarterback position playing receiver. And there's no question in my mind that Jahan Dotson, he sees all the hot reads, he sees all the breakoffs, he knows when his quarterback's in trouble, he knows where there's a hole in the zone, he sits down great, and his catch radius for a guy 5'11" is ungodly.
But he is 5'11", 178 pounds. This is a high draft pick for a guy who may, at the NFL level, end up as a slot only, truthfully, because that size, it showed up on tape already. When he faced physical cornerbacks, they could end his routes at the line of scrimmage. That's a little worrisome when you talk about a guy who's already 22 years old, a true senior coming out of what he's going to be. To me, just fit-wise, it seems redundant to a Curtis Samuel, who's on that roster. And obviously he was hurt last year. You don't know what he's going to be, but that's the role. Whatever role you envision for Jahan Dotson or that I envision for Jahan Dotson is the same role I'd envision for a guy like Curtis Samuel.
Yeah. By the way, we're 4 picks away from Pittsburgh here. Still no quarterbacks. Like
Still
they're holding their water.
All I know is right now Aaron Rodgers is losing his damn mind.
I mean, we're at 5 first-round
losing his mind.
5 first-round wide receivers.
Somewhere along the line, Aaron Rodgers said, "Guys, you got to trade up and go get one of these guys." They don't trade up, and now there's not going to be one that they like there.
TBD on that. They're still baby. I still think they're maybe. But I will say this is indicative. The receiver movement, and it's something I've been saying all spring, is the Bengal effect or the Buccaneers effect before that of these wide receiving cores with multiple options, these loaded wide receiving cores that have separators left and right, that go 3 deep in guys that can win. That's in vogue. That's what everyone's looking for in the NFL. And you're seeing this massive run on wide receivers because everyone wants that 3 deep that can compete because that's how you win a Super Bowl nowadays. Is if you do not have that. If you only have one, and we've seen Green Bay with only one, how they've struggled every playoffs come time to put up points on the scoreboard because of it.
Yeah, because when you get in the playoffs, you play defenses that are generally either healthy or really good.
Or complete.
And healthy and really good defenses can shut down your number 1 guy.
Yeah.
And so McLaurin, if they get into the playoffs in a weak NFC East, like they got to have a secondary guy to throw to. They have Samuel there. They have Diami Brown from last year. But yeah, they add to it here.
Yep. I mean, they're certainly hoping that trio of wide receivers and more can be enough for Carson Wentz to make that trade make sense to get him to the promised land of the playoffs again in Washington. And I guess we'll see. Look, they're throwing the resources to it, so they're trying to make it. They're trying to make it happen.
Do
Look,
we see a trade by the Chargers here? Because I mean, they're a team go for a lot of 4th downs. Like they're sort of analytically inclined.
What are we at? We're at 16
game.
and they're 17, right? What do you think?
I can't see
they're
them.
going to jump up one.
I don't think they're taking a receiver now. All those.
I mean,
guys
Pittsburgh
gone.
again. Does
The
Pittsburgh get
tackles
antsy
are
here if they
gone.
want Willis?
Cornerback?
Oh,
Did they go cornerback?
I think Pittsburgh should get antsy, but
Why?
At this
it's
point,
falling right to them.
It is.
yeah, but if you.
Who's gonna take
If
them?
you're okay with both of them, then you probably shouldn't be drafting one, right? Especially in this class. I don't know. That's kind of my thoughts about it.
Do you think the Chargers?
I would hope they would love someone enough to maybe move up 2 or 3 spots, especially for the prices that we're seeing on most of these trades, which doesn't seem to be a lot.
They could be happy either or.
I guess.
And now they've got their 3 picks away. One more pick that's not a quarterback, and
I guess.
they get one of the 2.
And they could still be thinking Baker Mayfield might be on the streets. tomorrow.
Maybe. The veteran
2 days
quarterback
from now.
thing, I think he's going into it as well. Look, the Chargers pick is in. We're going to get to it in a second here, but what do U.S. News, PC Magazine, and Popular Science all have in common? Well, they all ranked Simply Safe Home Security as the best home security of 2021. And in fact, U.S. News just named Simple Safe the best security of 2022 as well. Simple Safe protects your whole home around the clock, 24/7, every door, every window, every room. It is backed by 24/7 professional monitoring, best in the business, ready to dispatch firefighters, EMTs, police to your home. Simply Safe is less than $1 a day, and you can set it up in around 30 minutes. It's always simple to use. There is never a long-term contract. You can even try it for a 60-day risk-free to see if you like it. And if you don't, send it right back, free charge, nothing to lose. Simply Safe protects over 1 million homes in the United States alone. Check it out. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes over at simplysafe.com. Visit the link in the YouTube description below. Claim the free indoor security camera plus a 20% off with interactive monitoring over at simplysafe.com. So I said the pick was in. I believe we have it here. And it is Zion Johnson to the Los Angeles Chargers at number 17. How do we feel about Zion Johnson? The interior offensive lineman. You like it? Beefing up the O-line?
He's a damn good player. To me, a more cliched analyst might call him a 10-year starter. I'm just going to call him a plug-and-play right guard for them. They had the need there. It was massive. They had Brandon Jameis plugged in, the 5th-round pick from last year, as the starter right there. They have some options at tackle. So Zion Johnson, 6'2", 312. He started his career at Davidson. Played 2 years at Davidson before transferring to BC. Has played left guard and left tackle. Actually started at left tackle for BC in 2020. To me, he looks like a rocked-up running back. He has the ideal guard build. 34-inch arms. At the Senior Bowl, stood next to him. He looks like his shorts were about to split with how wide this dude's quads were. Only 6 pressures allowed all last season. And to me, in my opinion, I think he could play tackle in the NFL. He's nearly identical from a size perspective to Isaiah Wynn, the Georgia tackle, who then came out and actually has longer arms and bigger hands.
Adam Schefter just said the Tennessee Titans are planning to trade A.J. Brown to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, my Lord.
Do you understand the shoulder?
I can see why. He only cost,
And that's a quarter. And this is a quarterback pick, isn't it? Right? The Titans with Tannehill. Don't you think?
Yeah, maybe
At 18?
There were some very
without any wide
faint
receivers.
whispers of them maybe being in on a quarterback. Austin, what do you think about this?
A.J. Brown was traded for 5 picks more, in a first-round pick than Marquise Brown, which is just absolutely insane to me. A.J. Brown is well worth the first-round pick that obviously the Eagles are trading for. He's going to come in and immediately be, with Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. This is how you bet on Jalen Hurts.
18 overall and a third-round pick. That's it.
That's it. That's what I'm saying. That doesn't make any sense with the Marquise Brown trade. Marquise Brown was drafted at 25 and traded for 23. Like, he elevated his value over the course of the last 3 years. That makes no sense. A.J. Brown gets traded for 18, and the Eagles now have Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. This is how you evaluate Jalen Hurts. If you want to bet on Jalen Hurts and you want to evaluate him and you're going to push draft capital in the next year because you're going to maybe look at quarterback then, you give him everything you got. And now A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, that is legit, especially in the division. The Cowboys only got worse this offseason. They lose Leo Collins, they lose Amari Cooper, they lose Randy Gregory. Here come the Eagles, man. That is a phenomenal
Eagles
trade.
are not messing around right now.
And J.J. Arcega-Whiteside tight end now?
Stop.
But A.J. Brown, you're exactly right, because Hurts, you're going to find out you're going to need a catch-and-run guy, and that's exactly what he is. He is so big and so strong. That is a fantastic move by the Philadelphia Eagles, no matter what they have to pay him. Now, they may be looking at that contract, right? Because now we're in a new era of what we're going to have to pay wide receivers.
He's eligible for one now.
Yeah, so he's going to get a monster contract, but I think for the Philadelphia Eagles, they are fine with that.
They just turned their 2 first-round picks into Jordan Davis and A.J. Brown. That's nuts.
That's going to be a good Instagram with them shirtless together.
Of them shirtless together?
Yeah.
That's where your mind first went to? The Instagram of them shirtless together?
It's the offseason. What else?
It's not the offseason yet. We're in the first round of the draft. Okay, that's absolutely wild. Seth, what do you think about Jalen Hurts getting A.J. Brown to go alongside Devontae Smith and that offense that we have with the Philadelphia Eagles now?
Well, I think the interesting thing to me is that I'm not sure it's like the perfect fit because we talked about this before. A.J. Brown is a slant and dig runner. He hits the middle of the field better than almost anyone in the league right now. That is not where Jalen Hurts targets the field. So I think you're going to tell Hurts, hey, we got to start targeting the middle of the field because it's going to bring our offense to the next level. If we don't do that, we're wasting A.J. Brown. I'm concerned a bit for that, but obviously A.J. Brown, he's an incredible receiver. So he'll elevate the offense a bit. It just doesn't fit in perfectly for what Jalen Hurts wants.
You're assuming, though, Jalen Hurts is going to be the long-term answer there.
Well, he's the perfect fit for C.J. Stroud in 2023.
I think that they are on a one-year-only tryout basis with Jalen Hurts. They're giving him the weapons, and they're going to find out if he's got the goods now.
The question I have is who plays wide receiver for Tennessee?
Robert
Woods. They got rid of Josh Reynolds. Josh Reynolds went to the Lions last year. And then Julio got released recently.
Right.
And this is interesting for them as well because
West Virginia.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Nothing's as interesting as what's about to happen in Pittsburgh, though.
Yeah.
They're going to get the Pittsburgh kid, a chance to take him, or Malik Willis, or nobody. They could still not take either one of them.
And this is a product of Tannehill's sort of contract coming back to roost, though. Making nearly $40 million this year and next year. They're strapped.
So we got Tennessee on the clock now. What are they doing? Do we think they're going to go with the quarterback? Do we think that that's going to be on the table for them?
Could trade for Marquise.
AT would do it, I think.
Just kidding, Marquise. You're actually going to the Titans.
Is Eli Manning
Pick is in for the Tennessee Titans. Does anybody know what it is? Has anybody looked?
I have.
Okay, what guesses?
I think they're going to go.
Don't look, Eric. I'm making you guess.
I think they go Jermaine Johnson here. Jermaine Johnson's slide maybe stops here.
Okay, Eric, what do you think?
I think wide receiver.
Okay.
I think Johnson.
Yeah, I think it's a wide receiver. I can't. I would say somebody like Watson or Dotson or something like that, but Dotson's already gone. So maybe Burks.
It is a wide receiver.
Wow. So they replace
trade A.J. Brown to just bring in Treylon Burks.
Wow.
Treylon Burks at 18 overall. That is Quite the one in, one out. There goes the conversation that we just had. Who's he throwing the ball to? I guess they're going to heavily emphasize Treylon Burks a lot.
It's a money
now.
play.
So,
They just traded. They traded a big body for a big body and saved themselves some money.
What were they talking a couple of weeks ago? Like, couldn't imagine the team without A.J. Brown. Like, have to get this done. Like, no question about it. And then when it came down to it,
I still don't think. I know Mike's going to go over his opinion of Treylon Burks. I'm not as high on Treylon Burks as other draft analysts are. It's not an apples to apples comparison what Burks can do versus what Brown can do. And at Ole Miss, A.J. Brown played a lot in the slot, and obviously at Arkansas, Treylon Burks played a ton in the slot. I talked to his head coach Sam Pittman. He said his best role in the NFL is the slot. He might play the slot there in Tennessee, but when DK Metcalf got hurt at Ole Miss, A.J. Brown played on the outside, and he was phenomenal. I don't know necessarily if Burks is going to come in and immediately. I highly doubt he's going to immediately replace A.J. Brown in his production. I think that's what a lot of the high-level analysis will be. Is Burks is coming in, this big body, play the slot. He's a yak guy. It's not going to be A.J. Brown, at least not right away.
They don't really have the Titans don't really use a slot receiver the way that I think Treylon Burks would want to be used. I think he's still a good receiver. I just don't think they use that position the same way. Plus, you have Robert Woods there, too.
I just don't see them using him in the slot at all. To me, he looks like another one of those jumping Drake London kind of guys, but he played on the inside. I think mostly because he was their offense. I mean, if you watch their offense, you go, they're just doing anything they can to get the ball in his hands. The closer he is to quarterback, the better, because this guy can't throw it very far down the field and be able to do everything. So I really feel like that he'll end up playing the X receiver in the National Football League and getting in on some of those jump balls. But I'll say this as well. What did he run, 4.55, something like that?
Yeah.
But he was a guy that didn't get caught. Like, he broke out on some big plays in the SEC, and he didn't get caught.
Yeah, so he's 6'2", 225, and he ran a 4.55, but I'm not worried about the speed. Like, on tape, the speed is as good as it gets for a receiver that size. He can run by guys, break angles, but it's the other drills that worried me more. He had an 11th percentile 3-cone and a 21st percentile short shuttle. And that's worrisome because he didn't run a full route tree. He ran a very limited route tree. He's a Laviska Shenault-esque prospect in that they just got the ball in his hands and let him go to work after the catch. So when you are a linear athlete, when you don't have that shake in you, and like A.J. Brown, the comp, you want to make that comp, A.J. Brown ran 0.3 of a second faster in the 3-cone. So he is not the same caliber of athlete that you can trust to do that. So that's the worry with me, is plugging him into that offense and asking him to do that, and that's why Austin's saying he might be a slot.
Chris, you mentioned that he's his offense, right? At Arkansas, talking to Sam Pittman, he said they go in and they have the Burks plan. The Burks plan is get him the ball as soon as we can. The first 15 plays of the game. Really, they're trying to get him the ball at the line of scrimmage, on screens, on simple stuff, really close to the line of scrimmage because they want him to work after the catch. The only times really they're asking him to run routes down the football field and prioritizing that, he said anytime they saw cover 0 or cover 1, they were checking him to a go or a slant, and that's what it was. And I think that type of scheme target situation is interesting, and I don't think it's like Mike said, I don't think it's the same situation as what they had with A.J. Brown.
Very different.
Details for A.J. Brown's extension: 4 years, $100 million, $57 million guaranteed. So man, that is hefty contract.
Yeah, if you look at Brown, I mean, at his peak, we're talking about 0.46 wins above replacement. It's about $50 million per war, right? So 0.46, you round that up to about a half. That's where you get the $25 million per year, which is sort of his kind of valuation there. One of the interesting things I wanted to point out here before the Saints pick, we had the 3 edge players right away. The rest have fallen down here, right?
That's
and you
true.
have some edge-needy teams here now. Whether you're talking about like the Ravens, the Chiefs, teams like that are really looking for pass rushers. Now you're sort of starting to get them at the end of the draft.
I was just taken aback by you saying Ravens and completely forgot that. Oh yeah, they have the 23rd pick now.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, man, you know what a lot of this says to me? Green Bay Packers were never going to draft a wide receiver, right?
It was never going to be the question.
All of these guys off the board. And I don't look, maybe they were calling teams the whole time and they just didn't offer enough. But we've seen wide receivers traded. We've seen teams move up to draft wide receivers. There has been so much wide receiver movement that has already happened in this draft before number 20. And the Packers are still sitting there at 22 and 28.
Still Sky Moore, and I could see Sky Moore being somebody that Aaron Rodgers really likes. He's got to have somebody with answers because man, you start screwing up around him, he won't let you back on the field again. And Sky Moore, little Julian Edelman-esque catch and run, big strong hands. I really like him. I hope that they can get him.
Yeah, we came in this draft talking about Sky Moore of Western Michigan and George Pickens of Georgia as maybe like fringe first rounders. I think they're going at this point, right?
At this point, yeah.
The Chiefs and Packers still need them. They're still going to probably have to take one. At this point, they can't wait till the second round. They're going to be cash.
How about Christian Watson out of North Dakota State? He's a guy that can fly. I didn't think he looked very confident catching the ball, at least the first 3 quarters of the season. Did a little bit better at the end of it. But you're talking about being the pressure, big play guy with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Is he going to hold up mentally? Physically, he's a big, strong guy. Another one of those guys, they got the ball to him any way they possibly could. What do you think?
I would hate it. And we'll get to Chris Watson when he comes off the board, but
Isn't he just like
Ball
kind of a
skills
weaker
are.
MVS?
No, I mean, like
his ball skills are tough.
He does a lot of good things really well, but like the ball skills aspect of his game, and Mike, you can speak to this as well. I feel like it's something that people just assume. Like they go, okay, he is big
guy.
tall, fast, blocks really well, and you don't even think about the hands and the ball skills part of it. But that's a legitimate issue with Christian Watson's team. It feels
Give me
like.
Sky Moore then. That's
the guy. I think,
Pickens
for
is
Green
another one. I know that he has fallen off boards because of character concerns, but I know there are teams in the back half of this first round that like him. He might be one that ends up going higher than we think.
If the Packers could get Sky Moore and a Devin Lloyd or something like, I mean, Devin Lloyd's a guy I'll take on my team any way you want to put him there, just from pure leadership. I know the positional value, but that kid's different.
Sky Moore is the highest graded PFF wide receiver left, so that would be a good choice for them. But enough of the Packers. We're going to talk plenty about the Packers. They've still got 2 picks here in this draft. The New Orleans Saints are back on the clock. They moved up, go get Chris Olave, and I actually see that the pick is in for the New Orleans Saints. They moved up earlier and got Chris Olave at number 11 overall. Okay, all right. Okay, go to the side set. Go to the side set because Seth just put his his face in his hands. I have no idea who this pick is. Austin, I'll let you do the honors.
Before we let Seth react to this pick that New Orleans Saints made, I wanted to drop a stat courtesy of Max Chadwick, an intern here at PFF. This is the first time ever 6 receivers have gone in the first 20 picks of the 2022 NFL Draft, which obviously speaks to a lot of what we've talked about this offseason about the value of receiver. I mean, Marcus Brown got traded for him first. Okay, the value of receiver has never been higher, but Saints have selected Northern Iowa offensive tackle Trevor Penning.
They had to have one.
This was the concern that the tier 1 tackles were going to be gone, and they were going to reach for a play that I thought was more of a second round player in Trevor Penning.
Yep.
That's really what it comes down to. And I think all the tier 2 tackles are more late first, second round players. So who was going to be, and it's Trevor Penning. Obviously, what is it, 99.9 run blocking grade in the FCS last year. I think it wasn't great against FCS rushers.
No.
And pass pro, it just wasn't great. He doesn't have a great anchor. He gets beat a bit. Now, they needed this position. This is a huge position of need.
Right.
You know, James Hurst played a bit for them last year. He was okay, but they needed to go and get a tackle. I just think this is an overdraft for this player.
At 16 penalties in the FCS last year, everyone talks about the mean streak and the nastiness. I don't even have as much concerns about that. The legitimate concerns are the pressure rates allowed in the FCS at offensive tackle, right? You look in 3rd and 4 plus situations, obvious passing downs or rushers are pinning their ears back, allowed pressure on 8% of his snaps, which is by far the worst of any of the offensive tackles being rumored in the first round. That is the concern, not the nastiness, not necessarily as much.
As a coach, like if you're the O-line coach, if you're the OC there in New Orleans, you're thinking height, weight, speed guy. He has everything you want when you look at him, and we can coach him up. We will figure it out. We will coach him up. It's just, to me, it's an overdraft by 15 to 20, 25, 45 picks.
Gee,
100 picks. I'm with you.
He's a 7th rounder.
I got to tell you, I'm with you.
It's funny because obviously Seth's reaction was great to that, but I want to be honest. Of teams that had 2 first-round picks, these were probably the 2 players that were most commonly mocked to the Saints, Chris Olave and Trevor Penning. A lot of times it was Olave going 19, Penning going 16, and I felt like there's going to be a lot of people who look back on their mock drafts that they did, their final mock drafts, and these are going to be the 2 players that ended up going to New Orleans. Now it's different because Olave was at 11 and Penning was at 19, but it felt like these were very on the radar picks for the New Orleans Saints.
What do you think of Penning?
He was 35th on the PFF board. I didn't think he was first rounder. I had some concerns about him. Now, athletically, his testing was truly all time. I mean, 6'7", 325. He ran 4.89 40 at that size. Had a 7.253 cone. Like, he can really move, is an explosive dude. He's a really late bloomer. He was 5'10", 170 as a freshman in high school. Turned into this monster, and like Seth mentioned, the highest run blocking grade we've ever given. And yeah, it was FCS competition, but the penalties are a real concern. 34 penalties in his last 31 games. A consistent issue on tape. He almost killed Desmond Ridder at the Senior Bowl. He threw a defensive lineman into him. And obviously when you're not supposed to be getting your quarterback hit, that's probably not where you want to be throwing defensive linemen. And that was kind of consistent on his tape that he did that. And then in the pass pro at the Senior Bowl, 8th highest pass blocking grade among the tackles there. Guys get under him. He is a high cut tackle at 6'. Too easily. Whether it's in pass pro, whether it's trying to climb at the second level, I just worry about those leverage issues. And he's right on the older side, about to be 23, to where how much longer, like how long is this guy's learning curve going to take for a Saints team that's obviously with the 11th?
You and I did not play ALA. I'm just telling you, it's so interesting. It was almost like he was a wrestler. It was like he was more interested in pinning the guy that he was playing against. He has this move where he would pull one shoulder down and lift the other one so that he could literally pin the guy to the ground, which looked awesome. Like if you just watched his highlight tape, you're like, God damn, I want that guy. I'd take him. But it is not, he's not a pass protector. And despite those great numbers, I put that down on my list of things. Great combine numbers, but doesn't look athletic playing the position.
Right. Yep. I think a lot of people agree with that. And there was a lot of pushback from people in the media when they started to see Trevor Penning's name in the top 15, maybe even in the top 10 conversation. But we knew he was going to be a first rounder. Like this was, we knew it was going to be the case.
At guards where I thought he was going to be. All right, now we get to the best part of the whole draft. Here we go.
This is it.
All right, who's going? Are they
Pittsburgh
taking one of these
Steelers
two
up at number
quarterbacks?
20.
Are they taking one of these two quarterbacks?
Yes.
It looks like it.
They have to. They have
it
to.
looks like it. I
They
mean,
have to be.
We haven't heard, have we gotten the report in definitively yet?
Not that I've seen.
I mean,
But it's
Take your
if
guess.
you like
Take
it,
your
right?
guess.
I would lean Malik Willis, but
Okay, Malik Willis, Austin. Take your guess.
It's going to be, I think, either Kenny Pickett or Malik Willis.
No, I know.
Yeah.
You got to make the
I
pick.
would 100% take Malik Willis. I think they take Pickett.
I think they
Seth?
take Pickett too. He's going to walk
say
from
Ridder.
one side of that
Okay,
building
all right, great.
to the other.
Eric?
Yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh practices in the same building as the Steelers. They know him as well as anybody around there. It's going to be very, very hard for them to not take Pickett here.
Well, it's
They
Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
They took Kenny Pickett at number
Doesn't
20
surprise me.
overall. I really did. I thought it was going to be Malik Willis. I really did think that it was going to be Malik Willis up until
Good
maybe
for
the last
them.
couple of days when I saw that. And Pickett ends up being QB1 off the board. First quarterback doesn't go off the board until
pick
pick
20.
number 20.
The biggest party in the history of the draft is going on in Kenny Pickett's house right now.
Oh, of course.
He's going to
Of
a team
course.
that has that kind of defense. He
Yep.
doesn't even have to move out of his college dorm. He can just stay right there.
I hope he's moving out of his college
It's
dorm.
unbelievable.
He doesn't have to.
He did right. He doesn't have to. Flexibility is good. It's a good thing. Okay, Mike, talk to me. Where did Kenny Pickett rank in the QB rankings? What kind of quarterback is Pittsburgh getting here?
yeah, we had him as QB4, 42nd player overall. Obviously took an unprecedented jump. Like we talk about Joe Burrow's jump, but he only had 1 year as a starter prior. Kenny Pickett had 3 years starting before this past year where he never broke 75.0 overall grade. This past year, 92.2, consistent game in and game out. And when you hear, you just like think of Kenny Pickett and like who he is, you think of this like pocket passer, how he's been billed, but he's really not. He's more of this kind of freelancing playmaker who is not like a Mac Jones coming out last year who's going to operate your offense to a T. No, he is going to be late to some throws. He is going to be the guy that makes plays outside the pocket and use his legs. I mean, that fake slide that he had in the bowl game, or was it the conference championship game? It came on a 58-yard touchdown run. He can actually get outside the pocket and create on his own like that. But to me, I keep going back to this, 3.19 second average time to throw, second highest in the country. Behind that Steelers offensive line, that's going to have to speed up by about a full second next year. He just played with too much time, played a little too freelancy for my liking to really get him on board with him. And he's 24 years old. Like, he is an old guy that should have the little things of the position down pat, and he really doesn't at this point.
I think you're spot on with what Kenny Pickett is, and he's kind of a pocket passer, but he really is a scramble freelance guy. I think his processes can get the wires can get tangled a bit, and he's going to leave the pocket. And I just wonder if you're that guy as a quarterback, that's your play style. Play style doesn't really change that much for quarterbacks, and if that's who you are, but you don't have any elite traits, like a huge arm, like insane accuracy or legs to scramble at the NFL level, what really are you? That's my concern.
Who's the better quarterback that's on the roster right now? Because they have Mitch Trubisky as well.
I don't know. It's tough. Mitch Trubisky, Mason Rudolph. Obviously, Kenny Pickett's going to get the start if you're drafting him this highly. I'm really surprised that they didn't go Willis, though. I do think that it looked obvious that Tomlin was really interested in Willis in this process. Like everyone you talk to, you hear about Tomlin, how in his interest in Willis. To go Pickett here is a bit wild to me.
The mobility of Pickett definitely played into this, because the one thing that Pittsburgh did not want to get themselves locked into was another static quarterback that was just going to stand there in the pocket. I think they can train Pickett to get the ball out faster, probably sooner than they could get Malik Willis ready to take over the offense for this season. So they probably just went stopgap. They probably just went somebody who's ready.
It's really interesting because they're like something like 8-1 to win the AFC North, right? And do they think that they're going to be competitive this year? I mean, that's this division with the Ravens stocking up again, the Bengals being a Super Bowl contending team, and then obviously with the Browns with Deshaun Watson. A quarterback kind of starting over would be a smart move for them. But
last thing we have to bring up about Kenny Pickett. Hand size. This is a real thing. 8.5-inch hands. He has the smallest hands of any starter in the NFL.
That is wild.
Smallest hands of any
quarterback with that small of hands just won his QB1 in the draft.
And not only QB1, to literally the worst division in football to go to for this, because every single stadium is outdoors in cold weather. And yes, he played there in college, but the NFL ball is a touch bigger than the collegiate ball. And you play in December. You play in January. That's when you have to win, quite literally, to go to the Super Bowl. So that would be worrisome to me, because he did have fumbling issues at Pittsburgh. Despite everyone saying he played with that, he also had fumbling issues playing with those gloves. So that to me, I just don't.
Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, in games with any level of precipitation in his career at Pittsburgh, a sub 38.0 PFF grade. And then when you saw day 2, I think at the Senior Bowl, it rained a little bit. You saw accuracy kind of jump up. Yeah. And the ball is bigger. And that's going to be a concern. And he's obviously going to be wearing 2 gloves his entire career. We talked to Brady Quinn a little bit, obviously former quarterback, former Golden Domer as well, at the Combine. He says the gloves help with the grip strength, obviously. And him playing with the gloves is going to be a positive. But that's not necessarily, the rain and the weather is going to be a huge factor.
Well, one of the problems that he has is he does flip the ball just a little bit. He's one of those kind of guys, and I hate that, because you're taking the ball away from your body. You're giving the pass rushers a chance to get it. And now you've got to flip it back, which is great in September, not so great when the weather starts to turn. And I'm with Mike. The difference between playing November football at the University of Pittsburgh and playing January football, if they get there, in that kind of weather in Pittsburgh, major difference.
All right, we're going to recap the top 20 here, but before we do, got to talk to you guys about our friends over at BetterHelp. The PFF Draft Show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Life is full of twists, turns, stress, changes, grief, moments of growth, moments where we feel like we need to take a step back. BetterHelp Online Therapy is here for the twists and turns and will assess your needs and can match you up with your own licensed professional therapist in less than 48 hours. It is not a crisis line. It's not a self-help. It is professional therapy done securely online, and the service is available for clients worldwide. You can log on to your account anytime, send a message to your therapist. It's more affordable than traditional offline therapy, and financial aid is available. Visit BetterHelp.com. That's Better, H-E-L-P, and join over 2 million people who have taken charge of their mental health with the help of an experienced professional. Get 10% off your first month with the link in the description below. All right, let's get to the top 20. We will recap top 20 picks here in the 2022 NFL Draft. Got Trayvon Walker going number 1 overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Aiden Hutchinson, the hometown hero, going number 2 to the Detroit Lions. Derek Stingley, first cornerback off the board, going 3 to Houston Texans. Ahmad Garner, second quarterback off the board. Right after that to the Jets at 4. Kayvon Thibodeaux to the Giants at 5. Ikwonu, first offensive tackle off the board at 6. Didn't think that would be the case, but then a little bit of an offensive tackle run. Evan Neal at 7 to the Giants. Drake London, first wide receiver to the Falcons at 8. Then Charles Cross, Seahawks at 9. Garrett Wilson at 10. We had another wide receiver go at 11. It was Chris Olave to the New Orleans Saints. Jameson Williams, wide receiver 1 here, going to the Detroit Lions. Jordan Davis in a trade-up going to the Philadelphia Eagles at number 13. Kyle Hamilton with the Ravens at 14. Kenyon Green, a little surprise there, going to the Texans at 15, but they help the offensive line after all. The Washington Commanders go Jahan Dotson at 16, Zion Johnson at number 17, Traylon Burks going 18 to the Tennessee Titans. New Orleans Saints taking Trevor Penning, and then the Pittsburgh Steelers went Kenny Pickett at number 20. Seth and Austin, what do you got for me?
Yeah, apparently we have a trade. Patriots are trading the number 21 overall pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. Chiefs coming up. Wonder if their eyes are on a wide receiver. Obviously, that's one of their bigger pressing needs. I know Jahan Dotson, who went to the Washington Commanders at 16, was linked to the Chiefs a ton. Maybe they're going up for Georgia Pickens. Not sure what they're going up for. Where do you think the Chiefs are going?
I actually think it could be edge. I think that's really where they're lacking. I mean, I think the receiving core is not as bad as a lot of people want to believe it is. You know, they did sign Juju Smith-Schuster. They did sign MVS. I think they can go edge, corner, and really bolster a defense that has some holes in it, I think.
And it's smart for the Patriots to trade down too, right? I think the Patriots and that spot, I think they were thinking about linebacker, but maybe linebacker's too early at 21. Probably going to look at Quay Walker. They traded down. The official picks are they go down to 29, so they give up 21 for 29, 94, and 121 in this year's drafts. Chiefs coming up to pick 21. I think they could go edge as well. I honestly think it's receiver, though. I think they're going to go Pickens or Watson, maybe Sky Moore. I think they're going to go get one because I think they want to add some juice to that team.
I think if you look at wide receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs, and if you look at edge rusher, and you look at the two landscapes of both of those positions that are left on the board, one is significantly richer than the other one. Eric, you are our resident Chiefs expert here.
Tell them about it.
I think it's going to be defensive end, like edge for them. I mean, Frank Clark got one pressure in the AFC Championship game.
It's got to be Jermaine Johnson, isn't it?
That's what it looks like.
That's who you thought it was.
That's what I thought it was.
That's who you thought it was until you read the Slack and you saw what the pick actually is.
Very interesting.
This one's a surprise here.
Yeah, so this one. I mean, the Chiefs in the Steve Spagnuolo era have not spent more than a fourth round pick on a cornerback the whole time. The last time they took a corner in the first round, it was a Washington player, Marcus Peters. And it looks like a similar vein is going to be punctured here by the Kansas City Chiefs in a trade up with New England.
Well, we're hearing that they have traded up for Washington cornerback Trent McDuffie, so he doesn't have to wait too long. We figured he'd be kind of a middle of the first round kind of a guy.
He's a good player.
And he ends up going 21 overall. I do think he's a good player. What do you like about him?
Well, Travarius Ward, too, gone off of that football team.
I'm happy it's not John. I don't think Johnson is like, it might be a value at 21, but like right here you're getting also a value in the fact that like his pre-draft prop was 16.5. You're getting him at 21, so it's 5 picks of value or so. But also, they need cornerbacks too. Like everybody talks about their edge position. They lost Mike Hughes, who was a starter for them at times last year. They lost Travarius Ward, who's a starter for them last year. This helps a little bit.
This is an interesting pick because Chiefs run a ton of press coverage. Mm-hmm. Trent McDuffie has 29 3/4 inch arms. He has some of the shortest arms of any corner in this draft class. He is not your press, get a guy at the line of scrimmage, end him right there type of cornerback. He has an off coverage. He might be the smartest defensive back in this draft class. The way this guy sees the game is exceptional. To me, this might be a Honey Badger replacement because Tyrann Mathieu in that defense did a bunch of different things. He was not just a safety. He was a guy who could cover the slot. He was a guy who could run the middle, run the alley, and cover too. This might be what the Trent McDuffie replaces in that role because he is so versatile as an athlete. 5'11", 193, an exceptional tackler. He missed 7 tackles his entire college career. Been starting since his true freshman year at Washington. 7 tackles on 102 attempts. Played lights out every single year. Only 111 yards allowed last season. I love this pick, and if it is that's the role they have envisioned for him, I think he can do it.
I do too, and I think that it's entirely possible because what you saw out of him, whether it was the slot or at the safety position, was that he could be that man coverage, do-it-all sort of role in that position. My big problem with him was you'd have to put the boxing gloves on him in practice. He holds way too much. When he gets himself out of position, he wants to grab. You can get away with a little bit of that in college. In the NFL, they're going to be throwing those hankies at you all day long.
What's wild to me, and Mike obviously brought it up, the Kansas City Chiefs run a lot of press coverage. No, they run the most press coverage. 86% of their defensive snaps they're in press coverage, which is 10% more than any other team in the NFL. I think it has to be a role change, right? He's got sub 30-inch arms. There's only 4 corners in the NFL that start on the outside with sub 30-inch arms, and they all blaze, right? They're all sub 4.3.
Don't 2 of them play for the Eagles? Aren't like 2 of them on the Philadelphia Eagles?
2 of them them are Eagles. One of them is Dante Jackson, the Carolina Panthers cornerback.
Right,
I think it's very likely that they're going to move him into this honey badger role. I don't think I don't see how, with what they prioritize, obviously on defense, unless they're changing things significantly, how he plays outside corner and plays press.
I agree.
Go ahead, Seth.
Well, I would say he does a good job of not trying to use his arms in press. We talked about it before, mirror technique like Derek Stingley. Super fluid. Like, he's an amazing corner. It's just the size is just not there. So I agree. Let's not forget the Chiefs have an inside slot corner, so it really going to have to be a real safety, multiple safety type of role for him if he's going to play
it's that lurk position. They love to put the honey badger down there just in the middle of the field and let him, and if he is what Mike said, that one of the smartest players in this draft,
right,
he's the guy that could figure that out.
And that's the top of his scouting report, right? Even though it's a position that he maybe doesn't have the most reps at, the number one thing you say about Trent McDuffie is that you love his football IQ. I got to sit down with him for a feature interview a couple of months ago and loved our conversation. Whether it was about football or anything else, he has such a great understanding of everything. He's got such a great approach to everything, and that's what you really love here. Eric just gave a massive fist pump to Austin. Is this for the Packers pick?
Pick 22.
I know what this is now.
What is it? I heard the noise. The Packers
money.
Not only do the Quay Walker band, the Quakers as I call them.
You can't do that. You can't
bet
do
Quay
that.
Walker first round. If you bet Quay Walker first linebacker taken, at 10-1, 15-1, closed at plus 175, Mike, your Packers.
Quay Walker going to the Green Bay Packers.
The Quay.
I will say this. I will say this.
Do you want to
Quay
take a
Walker
minute?
comp in the PFF draft guide is Devondre Campbell, who spent years, was a athletic freak coming out of Minnesota, spent years in different schemes not being able to maximize his physical tools, goes to Green Bay and is an all-pro. Now, Quay Walker is 6'4", 241 with a 6'8" wingspan, ran a 4.52 and a 6'8", 9.3 cone. The guy can move. Now, he also only had one tackle for a loss last year, and it was like a borderline. They could have ruled it no game, but it was a tackle for a loss. So he does not play an instinctive brand of football, but in that Packers defense, with what they do, he can play a fast brand of football because they're not going to be asking him to do a ton. And now you can run static looks with two very long linebackers where you don't have to play a lot of dime defense. You can sit in nickel there, and he's one of the best tacklers, along with Devondre Campbell, who's probably the best tackler in the NFL. He only missed 7 tackles on 137 attempts. Quay Walker did in college. I'm really talking myself into this one at this point. But Mike's a steady athlete that is going to be better at the NFL level than he was in college.
Mike's ready to call them the Green Quay Packers.
This is bad.
You're on a roll with this guy now. You must have made a lot of money off of him.
I feel like it's Sunday mornings and we're on the NFL show again. This feels good to be back.
Eric and I are friends for a lot of reasons. He's worked at PFF for a while. The biggest reason we're probably friends is he's just fed an entire family on the AG side with the Quay Walker. I bet him first linebacker taking it plus 200. I bet him going in the first round at like plus 175, going inside the first 40.5 picks.
Wait, you bet him first linebacker at plus 200?
Yes.
That's all it was?
That's all it was. Well, I was late in the game. Eric's already moving markets.
So did you do that? What, did you do that today?
A couple days ago.
And it was still only plus 200? Wow.
People weren't showing the Quay yet.
You suck.
I do. But look, Chris watched him. When I got the tip, and I told Chris, I was like, Chris, is this guy going? And Chris went to his office and watched him for 20 minutes. Came back, I said, this is a first round pick. You said Deion Jones. That was the comp you had for him.
He's bigger than Deion Jones.
Yeah, he's tall.
But he's a guy that athletically, my line that I had written down in here was, he's going to be a better pro than he is a college player because now he's going to get in space. He's going to get in man coverage. He's 6'4". He's going to be able to cover tight ends. He runs 4.5. He's going to get up and down the field, and he's going to make plays in space. And that's really what the NFL comes down to. Are you athletic enough to make those plays in space? I do feel a little bit sorry, I got to say this, for Devin Lloyd. Not that should have been, could have been, whatever. They took the better athlete. We're seeing this all day long today, the better athlete. But I think Devin Lloyd long-term will end up being the better player.
We got another trade on our hands. The Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. They've traded up to number 23. So that means
for running back?
Kenneth Walker.
No way.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. He's
You can't do that.
trading from. So who are they jumping to 24? Who's 24?
The Cowboys.
The Cowboys are at 24.
I mean, is this like Devontae Wyatt? Is this
Kenyon Green, Zion Johnson already off the board. Who are they competing with the Cowboys for?
Could be Linderbaum.
You got to trade up for Linderbaum?
Linderbaum? People are saying he's coming out of the. By the way, Baltimore trading back again.
Right.
Classic.
Just big smart. Trading Marquise Brown for a pick that you're trading back. The fruits just continue to multiply here for the Baltimore Ravens.
You know who the Bills are hurting a little bit at cornerback right now.
Totally. Yes.
And
We've been
if
begging
they,
for them to take one.
Huh?
We've been begging for them to take one.
at
Yeah,
some
I mean,
point.
this might be the spot right here because they really there's a couple good ones left. I'm like, I don't know which one you like better, but between Andrew Booth, who played for Clemson, and he has some injuries, had the core surgery, the whole thing, and Kyer Elam, I thought he had a bad year last year coming off that knee injury, but I do think he looks like a pro playing the game, and if he played like he did his junior year, right?
Sophomore.
Right, sophomore year, whatever, second year, then maybe he is worth the price. But they've got to get a little bit better at cornerback right now.
What do you think, Mike?
He is the pick.
Kyer Elam
is the pick.
There you go.
Kyer Elam to the Buffalo Bills.
Fighting Gators.
Again, I'm go Gators. I agree. I feel like I've been trying to predict the Buffalo Bills to improve that cornerback 2 spot for a long time, right? If you've got the offense now, you know you're going to be in shootouts with some of the best offenses in the NFL, in that AFC. You've got to be able to have the horses to run with other teams' offensive weapons. And I feel like
Who did they
this
have?
was the way to go.
I mean, Tre'Davious White had the ACL
Right.
last year at Thanksgiving. And you've got Levi
John
Wallace is gone,
They had
right?
John Johnson's still there, I believe.
Okay.
But Elam, this was a guy that probably, like I said, after a sophomore year, he was considered possible top 10 sort of cornerback. And now he didn't have the best year, was a little banged up, but at the combine goes 4.39, 37.5-inch vertical. He's 6'1", 191, and at the line of scrimmage might be the best technically at the line in this draft class. In press man for his career, 170 snaps of press man. He allowed only 7 of 26 targets, 90 yards in press man coverage for his career. Just didn't get to do it much. So that is an answer on one side across from Tre'Davious White that they really didn't have a guy that could do that on that roster previous to this. So I'm a fan of this pick. We've been, like I said, I've been begging for them to do it. Kyer Elam's still young, one of the few 20-year-olds still in this draft.
This is an interesting one because with the same thing with Stingley, right? You're sort of buying the dip on a player whose best play had been in previous seasons, right? And of course with Stingley, like Houston didn't really buy the dip; they took him at 3. But this in this case, you're getting probably a better value than you otherwise could have at 23. The trade back notwithstanding. The Ravens gained about a quarter of a win above replacement, right? So they're just like stacking these up. They'll probably get to 1 by the time the draft is over, which is just like classic Ravens.
Classic Ravens. Well, we might have, I don't know, do we think we're going to get the other 2 corners off the board? Like, do we think that Kyler Gordon, as we're seeing this draft trend a little bit this way, do we feel like Kyler Gordon and Andrew Booth could both be off the board by pick 32?
Wouldn't surprise me. I do think the Bengals
6 corners,
are very much in play.
6 corners,
now.
yeah.
I think the Vikings at pick 32 now are very much in play.
Right.
Both
Vikings
of
sitting
those
there
could
at
make sense.
32. Yeah.
There's
The
some
prop
bit-
market for the number of corners in first round was 4.5, and it was an underdog to go over 4 until today. So there's a little late steam on corners, but now basically the market's saying there's basically 1 more left in this round.
And Elam did make a ton of sense for the Cowboys. I can see why the Bills wanted to make that mini leap to jump them because he is their type of corner, and obviously with Kelvin Joseph and his off-field issues now, he may not be walked in.
Cowboys in a little bit of an interesting situation now on the clock at number 24. Offensive line was always the target for them, but Kenyon Green went a lot sooner than expected. Zion Johnson going probably sooner than expected as well. Trevor Penning is off the board.
Linderbaum is still a possibility.
Linderbaum
though.
is still there for
Tyler
sure.
Smith's
Tyler
still
Smith is still there for sure. Is that who you guys think could be the main targets? I mean, they might have to have edge as well. And if we can look at who's best available on the big board right now, Mike, I think you could walk us through it.
Oh, I know who it'd be. Gotta be the
Who
receiver,
on
right?
this list would be the best pick here for the Cowboys at 24?
I mean, I do think George Karlaftis, they could still use the pass rushers. The Randy Gregory deal falling through. Now, does he necessarily fit their prototype for the position? I'm not certain about that, but Linderbaum could slot in at center. Tyler Biotish hasn't been great. I think Raymond offers some long-term tackle potential, which I think they'll need with Tyron Smith and his age and his injury history. So I don't think they can necessarily go wrong. And Devontae Wyatt, from a talent perspective, might be there, but he has off-field concerns. He's off a number of draft boards because of an arrest back from 2019 that he had for domestic violence that ended up getting dropped. So Devontae Wyatt, obviously we saw them draft Micah Parsons last
Sky
year.
Moore, could he replace Amari?
I mean, no one's replacing Amari, but it would blow my mind if you, as a Cowboys fan, to see them trade away Cooper for pennies to then just draft a guy in the first round. I would, especially with what we just saw.
But it tied their hands, right? That's why. Yeah. I mean, like people say we're jerks about it, but that's why you don't take the Jalen Smith and the Ezekiel Elliott deal. Those were the ones that tied their hands with Amari Cooper. That was the only one that they had an out with, right? And so unfortunately, they had to do that, right? They had to shift the money around in such a way that it makes them look kind of silly, but it was the way it had to be.
Is there any other offensive lineman that fits for the Dallas Cowboys? Because they still have holes up there.
I think Tyler Smith would, right?
Yeah, Tyler Smith would.
I think Tyler Smith would definitely fit there. I feel like Tyler Smith and Tyler Linderbaum feel like they could be Dallas Cowboys picks. I really do.
I agree.
And I'm not going to lie. I thought the Cowboys were going to trade up in this draft. I really did.
Oh, I did. When Jerry's always, he's just going to make a headline.
But that's what I thought he was going to do. Because I was listening to him a couple days ago.
You got to go backwards with Jerry. Whatever Jerry says, you just go the other way. Then you get some idea what's going on.
All right. I guess it's a good life lesson for it. But
they have drafted like guards and centers though in the first round, and they worked out well. Travis Frederick, Nick.
I didn't think they were going to be picking here at 24. I thought Jerry was either going to want to move up for his Arkansas guy and Treylon Burks, or that he was going to move up for one of those top tier offensive linemen and make the big headline splash for the Cowboys. But I guess we're sitting here at 24 and there's a couple of different options. Mike, how solidified do you think the Dallas Cowboys are when it comes to being in a playoff spot? Obviously, the Eagles are making a lot of noise tonight, gaining a lot of extra talent. Washington hopes that they are as well. Certainly, Giants absolutely killing the top of the draft. How solid is Dallas as that top team in that division at this point?
Pretty solid, though.
You think?
Truthfully,
okay.
Yeah. I mean, this one defense still has Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is the wild card. Like, he could get better. That was a rookie season that was transcendent. What is he going to be in year two? So they still have that on that side of the ball. Offensively, for as much as we're saying, they need to fix this offensive line, it's still at least an average to above average offensive line when at full strength. And you have a quarterback in Dak Prescott that's a top 10 to 12 quarterback in the NFL. Like, no one else in that division has a quarterback that comes close to this point.
Well, and if you liked Elam, does that mean Booth comes into play here for Dallas?
I think so. I think he did not run a ton of press.
You think they pick a corner?
I could see it with Kelvin Joseph.
I think the thing
on a roster.
I think the thing with Dallas, right, is the smartest thing for them to do, and they're minus 110 to win their division, so they are favored against the field, but it's basically a coin flip. Is you look at that defensive performance last year, you get splash plays from Micah Parsons, you get splash plays from Trayvon Diggs. It's not the same defense as last year, right? But as the year before, but you still have some of the fundamental issues you had, stopping the run and big plays against you and things like that. You just had a better offense on the other side to cover your back, and you made big plays on defense, which year to year are hard to repeat, right? So I still think last year the lesson, if you're the Dallas Cowboys, is do not stand pat on defense.
The other one that I love that you brought up a little bit earlier is Daxton Hill. I think Daxton Hill can play in the slot. I think he could play outside corner. I think he could play free safety. He runs 4.38. He could cover sideline to sideline. And Jalen Petrie from Baylor. So if you're looking at positions that I think have a lot of talent, that have only one player out of them.
Last year was super productive, right? A former 7th-round pick from Clemson. A lot of pressures, a lot of not bat down passes, a lot of interceptions, forced fumbles, things like that. And that's their defense, right? Like the Dallas Cowboys defense is movable chess pieces. Guys like Parsons, guys like Curse. Dax Hill could be some of that player for them.
By the way, did you guys see Jerry Jones say that he takes credit for the Micah Parsons pick, and he threw his son under the bus, and he said, he took Taco Charlton. I'm the one who took Micah Parsons.
He's great. I'm telling you, Jerry's
never made a bad pick in his life.
Jerry's fantastic. I mean, you want to just have a hang guy? He's funny as hell now, I'm telling you.
I just couldn't believe it. He just throws his son under the bus like that, but you're right. That does feel like it's Jerry. Side desk people, what do we think Cowboys are going to do? Corner, wide receiver, edge rusher, O-line. What do we think with this current board that we're seeing right now?
I don't think it's
Cowboys?
George Karlaftis. Obviously, George Karlaftis, the Purdue defensive end, is the highest-ranked player available on PFF's draft board. I think if they are going to go edge, it's more likely that they go Jermaine Johnson. I think we've seen in the past that Jerry Jones has kind of thrown Neal out the window and just taken who he thinks is the best player if they're falling a bit. You saw that with Parsons. You saw that with CeeDee Lamb, the Oklahoma wideout. So I think it could be Jermaine Johnson. If not Jermaine Johnson, I think it's Tyler Smith.
Yeah, I was going to say Tyler Smith. I think they need to replenish at that position, losing Lyle Collins, losing some of their offensive line. I go Tyler Smith out there.
Well, I don't know if you guys are just really smart or you saw the pick beforehand, but the pick is in, and it is, in fact, Tyler Smith. So I'm going to give you guys the benefit of the doubt and say that you're really smart there. Mike, we've talked a little bit about Tyler Smith here, chatted about whether he is an offensive tackle or an interior guy. The Cowboys have both needs open. So where are you playing this guy first in Dallas's situation?
I think left guard. I think that's where he slots in for this team, and he gets to learn from the best at left tackle. This guy is a special athlete. Compare nearly identical in terms of physical traits to an Ikwonu. I mean, he is 6'5", 324, 34.25-inch arms, and he had a 4.65 short shuttle. That is a high-end short shuttle for a guy that size, and he led the nation in big-time blocks last year, 21. He had more than Ikwonu. He was only 20 years old last year, just turned 21 this month. His ability to move people against their will at his age is special. And what really sold me was going back to his true freshman tape and just seeing him, even at that same age, and he really hasn't developed much over that span. We've talked about his pass pro issues. There's a lot of them. But throwing guys, as a true freshman, he had 4 big-time blocks and only 100 run block snaps. Extrapolate that out to a full season, he would have led the nation as a true freshman in big-time blocks. This guy just has that innate power in his lower half, the flexibility to do so, but man, has he have to clean up these penalties. He had 13 holding penalties last year. He just is reckless with his hand usage. It's going to have to get cleaned up, but he's going to a spot to learn from. Like I said, you got Zach Martin teaching on one side, you got Tyron Smith teaching on the other side. Couldn't have gone to a better landing spot.
Yeah, and you have an offense with a quarterback who does a really good job of navigating pressure too. So we saw it with Tristan Wirfs, right? You go to a team like Tampa Bay, and how do those guys end up being the best offensive linemen in our grading system? It's you have a quarterback that really helps you out. That's a big part about being picked in this region too. Is these teams in the 20 to 32 have good quarterbacks that help protect their offensive line. And again, this is one where the steam at the end of the draft from the betting process. I mean, he went from pick 40 in the props market to 32.5 to being a favorite to be picked round 1. This was a very fast move up for him in the eyes of many.
Man, this is putting together an interesting board for the Tennessee Titans at number 26. I'm very intrigued to see who they pick.
How about
after
Baltimore flipping in here right now? And I had them mocked for Jermaine Johnson at 14 or 15.
He's still on the board.
And they still could get him right now. Man, that would be a heck of a deal.
If the Ravens get out of here with Kyle Hamilton, Jermaine Johnson, and I mean, obviously they've lost Marquise Brown, but it's fine given the deal that they got back for it. That's pretty crazy. That would be one hell of a haul for the Baltimore Ravens.
Other picks. A bunch of other picks. This is the thing when you the interesting thing about the draft is the teams statistically are just not that much better than any other team at, you just stack the board and you look at expectations. You're no team is really any better at picking the 15th player than anybody else. It's about playing the game, and the Ravens have played the game to a fiddle today, right? It's just.
And they often do.
And they
do
and that's
one of the best organizations in football.
And that's why half their team was injured last year, and their quarterback for half the year, and they still were a 500 team in a division that was pretty damn good. Again, this is those are the teams to bet on at this time of year. Is teams like Ravens who will use the assets that are afforded to them as best as possible.
Is Gale? Would you rather have Sky Moore or Hollywood?
Sky Moore. I mean, Sky Moore on the rookie contract, especially when you factor in the rookie contract, right? You get him on a rookie contract, you have 4 years of control with the 5th-year option. Obviously, it's Sky Moore, and then with Marquise Brown, I think Sky Moore is a better player right now. And then the other thing, though, this is the dream scenario for Baltimore right now is that they went Karlaftis. Karlaftis and Kyle Hamilton. I've always said the Purdue defensive end, George Karlaftis, one of his best fits is Baltimore. What they do to develop defensive line and pass rushing talent, I think, is special. This is a dream fit. I hope they pull the trigger on Karlaftis.
It feels can't lose. Mm-hmm. It feels can't lose for the Ravens, whether it's Karlaftis or Devontae Wyatt or whoever it's going to be. Yeah, Jermaine Johnson. They've got so many options where they are winning this first round. They're going to be one of the big winners, it feels like. Seth, do you have a pick that stands out to you the most? Is it Jermaine Johnson? Is it George Karlaftis? Who would you love to see the Ravens take here?
I wouldn't be mad. I like those picks. I wouldn't be mad if they went linebacker, inside linebacker. I'm not sure Patrick Queen has worked out for them in the way that they obviously would have hoped, taking him when they did. And then, Devin Lloyd and Nakobe Dean are two really awesome players that I think they fit into most defenses. I think Dean probably fits in a little better, but I wouldn't be surprised if they went inside linebacker.
Lloyd, from a personality standpoint, is dead on the kind of people they want in that building. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, they went they went Queen. The Ravens went Queen, last year or 2 years ago. That hasn't worked so far for them. But
yeah, well, what do you think, Mike? What do you think about who's on the board for him? Let's take a look at the Ravens' additions and subtractions this past offseason, because I do want to hit on that, because I think it's going to still weigh into who they're going to take. I know the Ravens are often best player available kind of team, but they make moves in free agency to allow themselves to have that. So we've already talked about Marcus Williams. We chatted about him when they selected Kyle Hamilton anyways. Got Morgan Moses, got Michael Pierce, got Patrick Ricard. Lost Trayvon Young, but that's a small loss compared to what they've been able to gain. They thought they almost had Zadarius Smith, but they didn't in the end.
Yeah, so they've kind of smoothed out this roster via free agency. They don't have a glaring need along the offensive line. Maybe they can upgrade places, but they don't have glaring needs. Similarly with the defensive line, which kind of opened up the board. That's why you saw them take a Kyle Hamilton, who they just thought was a unique talent at the safety position. I think they're in a similar spot here where they can just trust the board. And whoever that is, it can be a redundant player. It can be another defensive end, even if you got a couple on the roster that are probably starter caliber. So that's how you use free agency, and this is how, as we say, you use the draft. So if I were them, this situation, George Karlaftis is the guy I'm picking. I think he is a unique inside-outside type of rusher that would fit what they want to do defensively. And across from Odafe Owe, who they drafted in the first round last year, he's a much more NFL-ready guy, could impact day one.
Is Karlaftis that far from the third best edge in this class?
Well,
no. Depends who you ask.
Because when I look at the projections, and again, I know Chris, when we were talking about Trayvon Walker, he's like, look, it's not about who it's not about who they've been, it's who they're gonna be. And edge to me sometimes is the position where who you were is the most closely tied to. If you look at PFF grades from college to pro, rushing the passer from the edge is as good of a translation as any. And Karlaftis was fantastic for Purdue, and he faced a lot of double teams. And I don't understand why the league softened on him so much. And again,
it's just the wiggle. It's just the athleticism that when you put on the tape, does he look like a first-class athlete? And the answer is there are others who look more like that. He's big, strong, old school, Mike Vrabel, pound you in the face, that kind of guy. And that's not really what they're looking for anymore.
Right. No, I think that's beautifully put.
So he'll probably be picked right here.
I actually haven't seen it. The Ravens pick is in. Wow. This is not the one that was discussed from any of us. It's Tyler Linderbaum, center from Iowa. How do we feel about it, Mike?
Love it. I love it. The Ravens draft, they got the consensus number. There were two positions where there were consensus number one players. It was safety in Kyle Hamilton, and it was center with Tyler Linderbaum. This guy is a special center prospect. I called him the best center we've seen in our 8 years of grading. Obviously not everybody's cup of tea, but what he is a unique athlete. At 6'2", 302, the guy can flat out fly. He ran a 7.14 3-cone, better than Treylon Burks, who went 8 picks higher than him at wide receiver. You see this guy locating linebackers in space, and what you can do with him in the run game is something that you can't do with any other center besides maybe Jason Kelce in the NFL. He can pull out to the edge, he can climb to the second level, he can get out in front of screens to where he's going to be, your starting center, and he falls to this point because he can really only play center at that size. But highest graded center in college football last year, highest graded center 2 years ago, and as a redshirt sophomore in 2019, his redshirt freshman, his first year of playing at Iowa, he was 260 pounds playing center and grading out at a high level. So that makes me feel good about him still being an undersized center in the NFL and being able to move people.
And think about what that position is for Baltimore. It's Lamar Jackson. You want to pull people out. They're just as happy pulling the center as they are anybody else. He's going to give them the mobility. The question that you always have that they're going to face is what happens when they put a 340-pound nose tackle on them and just mush them. You know, there was a guy a couple of years ago out of NC State that won the Remington that was the same.
Bradbury. Garrett Bradbury?
Exactly. It was the same kind of player, and he had issues in the NFL because they did exactly that. They overpowered him.
And I think that's why we see him drafted a little bit lower, right?
But that's also why I brought up him playing at 260 and not getting overpowered, because he's already dealt with that and played well, whereas Bradbury took until his senior year for him to really come on as this top-tier prospect. And the other thing I love about Linderbaum that I didn't get to mention, that we've talked about all these penalty issues for guys. 3 years of starting, he had 2 penalties. That is rare to see at the center position with how much snapping and snap infractions are. The guy is solid as can be.
We've got a trade. We've got a trade. New team is on the clock. It's not the Tennessee Titans. It is the New York Jets. They had some extra ammunition at the top of the second round. They moved back up into tail end of the first round here. I think this is for Jermaine Johnson.
It has to be, right?
It has to be. I thought Jermaine Johnson was in play for this team at 10. And so, what?
At 4.
People thought he was in play.
At 4, they thought he was in play.
I thought that was a little bit rich. I thought that was people taking how much they like Jermaine Johnson a little bit too far. But regardless,
that would be
guy.
if they do that, that would be that for the New York Jets. That would be really cool.
It would be Sauce Gardner, it would be Garrett Wilson, it would be Jermaine Johnson.
That would be a home
coming
run.
away with that haul. That is
they would
a job well done.
They would be the winner of this draft in my mind if they got all 3.
Well, do we think that anybody else is on the board? Anybody else is on the board?
No, I think this is 100% Jermaine Johnson.
Think it is?
I mean, with the smoke coming out in the previous days, where people were suggesting it could be 4, and now them being back on the clock, like the stars are aligning. And truthfully, this is where we saw Jermaine Johnson the entire time. And there was a report on Twitter that I saw saying the NFL was never high on him. This was always a landing spot, and whatever. They're always going to say that after the fact, but this is where we saw him. 32nd player on the PFF draft board. I see him as a super high floor guy. He truthfully in New York, if he is the pick, replaces Carl Lawson on early downs and lets Carl Lawson be your third down guy there and sub-package rusher. And he can set a hard edge from day one. Like, he is NFL ready. He showed that at the Senior Bowl.
You come out of the draft, defensive end, wide receiver, and then corner. Yeah, I mean, it really good haul by the Jets.
Yeah.
Jets traded. Did you see the trade details or no?
I have not seen him yet.
35, so top of the second round. 69, nice. 163 for 26 and 101.
Yeah, so
What do you think? What do we think about it?
I mean, the Titans. Here's the thing: the Titans are a good, like they're the 1 seed in the AFC last year. They need players. Like, this is a good.
Now,
I
now
mean,
they certainly do. They're
and
trading away their superstars.
Yeah, so they get basically a top end of the second pick, back end of the second pick, and then a late round one.
It's interesting, Mike. When I watch him, he doesn't appear to be overly twitchy.
That's what I was going to say.
But he's kind of he's 4.58's fast, and he has a really good sort of one-arm stab that gives him some separation. And he's taller, so maybe it just doesn't look as quick as some of the other guys.
No, I didn't see twitchy at all. And truthfully, pre-draft, he doesn't do a shuttle. He doesn't do a 3-cone. And if you were good at those, you would probably run those to show how good you were. So 4.58 40 is all we have to go on. He is a linear type of player. He can sink into contact good enough. Like, his bull rushes are impressive when he does get consistent with them, but just was not consistent enough. I do think he uses his hands really well. He obviously was lights out at the Senior Bowl in the 2 days he practiced. So lights out, he actually skipped the third day of practice, but only a 78.1 pass rushing grade. The consistency just was not there. So, like I said, I think you're getting a high floor player. I think he's NFL ready. Like, you see good hand usage, you see good things. I just don't see the high-end athlete that when you're talking about number 4 overall, number 10 overall, it's just like, I shied away from that because I didn't think he was ever going to impact at that kind of level.
Yeah, the Titans get about 1/8 of a win above replacement here. As the draft goes on, these trades become more equal here with the Titans moving back, the Jets moving up. Again, the Jets now have some possible impact players at 3 important positions.
I love that we just assumed that's who it was, and it is.
Yeah, it was.
It was like almost too obvious.
Now it is. It is Jermaine Johnson at number 26. I had them in my mock taking Jermaine Johnson at 10. So
I was with you right there. Whatever.
I thought that was going to be the move, and what an incredible job by Joe Douglas here in this draft. Before we get to the next pick, which Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they're on the clock right now. Got to remind our friends that this show is brought to you by Cash App. Cash App is the easiest way to send, spend, save your money. You can send or request money from your friends when they owe you something, whether it's dinner, drinks, literally anything. Besides just sending money back and forth with Cash App, you can invest in stocks as well with as little as $1. Buy, sell, send Bitcoin instantly too. Cash App also lets you design your own debit card completely free to spend money anywhere you'd like. Cash App will laser print it and mail it straight to you, all for free. And the card comes with a free discount at your favorite places, which they call Boost. Sign up for Cash App today using the referral code that you will see in the YouTube description and get $15 off Cash App. Visit cash.app for more details or download the Cash App in the App Store, Google Play today.
Cash App needs to give my boys some props over there so they can do the whole.
We do. We need
like
something. We need
that's
the
two in a row.
We do. We need the charades. We need something.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
Another trade.
I thought Tampa was on the clock,
They traded?
and they traded with Jackson.
but a fellow Florida football
Team,
team
yep,
is
Florida.
now on the clock. It is the Jacksonville Jaguars. I got to assume that this means the Bucs traded for that first pick in the top of the second round. They're moving back to 33. That's what I assume. I don't have the trade details in front of me, but that's what I think happens. Wonder what Jacksonville's popping up for.
What if this wide receiver? Obviously, you're jumping 2 wide receiver needy teams. You're jumping the Packers, jumping the Chiefs. I wonder if they go either George Pickens or Sky Moore. I would not surprise me because as much as they tried to add the receiving core this offseason, it ain't enough. That's still a bottom 5 to 10 receiving core in the NFL on paper. So it would not surprise me if this is yet another wide receiver in this first round.
And we got the Patriots coming up too, right? It's Green Bay, it's New England Patriots because
and-
they traded with the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's the Chiefs right there after them. So
Yeah, the Green Bay Packers.
and Minnesota at 32. That's all wide receiver
Yes.
needy teams. So maybe you're
I mean,
correct.
the pick that's setting up for the Vikings at 32 is Malik Willis. Like this is actually like a fairly solid. They did the same thing in 14 with Teddy Bridgewater. Like this is falling nicely into place when you look at Jacksonville doesn't need a quarterback, Green Bay doesn't need a quarterback, New England doesn't need a quarterback, Kansas City, Cincinnati.
Would they take one?
I mean, at 32, it feels like a good value pick, right? Like
Question with the positional value pick at the 5th-year option on
they
the
also have
quarterback.
pick 34, and Jacksonville is this trade back. It could be Tampa at 33, but
It is. I got the trade details for you right here. If you
so
want 'em.
Minnesota at 32 and 34 could just be taking a QB.
Tampa gets 33, 106, and 180 for 27. So they get three picks for moving down. Not too many spots, so not bad there. What do you guys think over there? What do you think Jacksonville's going to do?
I saw Jacksonville being linked to Quay Walker quite a bit the past month. So maybe it's inside linebacker. Obviously, Quay's off the board now. They're getting a little nervous that they're not going to be able to get an inside linebacker in the next few picks, and they go and get Nakobe Dean or Devin Lloyd.
I think it's more likely that they go wide receiver. I like Renner's thought process there and trying to get ahead of some of these receiver-needed teams. They've been linked to Sky Moore a bit. Apparently, they've done a lot of homework on him, hoping he'd be there at 33. But I think there's a good chance with all those teams that need receiver at the back end that he might not be available on the first pick of day 2. I think it is going up for a wideout.
They can't go wrong with any pick. I mean, they have so many needs that it really doesn't matter if they got Sky Moore, if they went and got a corner in Andrew Booth, if they went and got Lewis Seen, like they're fine with whatever they pick, I think, at this point.
Let's not say that the Jaguars can't get it wrong. Let's maybe not go that far.
I was just going to say, so you're saying that they need a lot of.
Yeah, but let's
They're
think
the-
about
they're the-
that.
we're
But
talking about the
let's
Jacksonville
think about it
Jaguars.
for a
Okay,
minute.
all right. I was just making sure.
You've already added Christian Kirk. You've added Zay Jones. You've added Evan Ingram. I'm not saying they won't, and I agree with you because he's my favorite player left on the board right here. But they've already got a lot of receivers from the free agent market.
Can we queue up the PFF big board? Who we have that's left here? Maybe we can look at some of those names because we obviously mentioned the wide receivers there. Devontae Wyatt is there as well still. We've got the linebackers, Nakobe Dean, Devin Lloyd. Anybody that we didn't mention stand out to you there, Mike? Or like who's standing out the most?
Yeah, I do think linebacker, wide receiver is where my head would go.
Feels like it, right?
Devin Lloyd, they obviously got a super undersized linebacker this offseason, Foye Oluokun. Devin Lloyd, more traditional size linebacker, more 230 plus range. To pair with him, I could see, and obviously a blitzer, which could help in their scheme this year. And the wide receivers, Pickens, Moore, like those guys, I would assume are going to be off the board here sometime soon.
Yeah, it won't surprise any of you that the Patriots got more for this trade than the previous one. The previous trade, I got about a quarter of a win over the course of these players' rookie deals here. Interesting pick here for the Jags.
I hope it's Devin Lloyd. I really do. I think his ability to rush the passer. I haven't seen a running back block this guy yet, blitzing up the middle.
Well, It is, in fact, Devin Lloyd. It's your guy.
Like-
He comes off the board there, goes
Florida,
to...
I might
That
have
was
more
a-
trips to Florida this year.
That
I
was
like it.
never a bad thing, more trips to Florida. Austin, that was a good connection there with you saying, like, hey, they were interested in Quay Walker. This
that
could
was
be
Seth.
another...
Seth said that.
No, we're one
Austin,
entity.
Austin,
I know,
Austin, that was a good
we're
cut. I'm not even
one
credit
person.
this.
I didn't
We're
say
one
that. I
person.
didn't say that.
No, that was a really good call. Thinking that the wavelengths were right there. You look at the linebacker board because, look, I think Nakobe Dean's a fantastic football player, but he's not going to be for everybody with the measurables. He's just not going to be. So if the Jags were one of those teams where they went, okay, Quay Walker's off the board, we want to get a premium linebacker, that completely makes sense to connect those dots. That was a very good call by you.
Yeah, and Mike Caldwell, their defense coordinator, comes over from Tampa Bay, where they blitz their linebackers more than anyone else in the NFL last season. So you get a guy in Devin Lloyd who's 6'2", 237 with a 6'8" wingspan. And not only, as Chris alluded to, could linebackers not block him, he beat O-linemen one-on-one. That is rare to see from college off-ball linebackers. Now, he's 23 years old. He's on the older end, as Trevor mentioned, doesn't have the greatest of measurables, 4'6", 640, but he makes everything look so smooth and easy and just glides around the field. It's like a tight end. It's like a high-end tight end with the way he just can move at the linebacker position. To me, he's probably the most NFL-ready linebacker we've seen since like a Roquan Smith. Throwing out Micah Parsons because no one really knew what he was going to be after taking the year off. But just in how he played the game his last year of college, very easy to see him translating to the NFL.
Todd Bowles' role. I mean, that's what those two inside linebackers want to do, and they come right out of that thing. And the other thing
He's
is,
Levante David. He's like their
and you know, Devin Lloyd. The reason that he's older is he stayed the extra year. And if you remember, two of those teammates of his passed away, and Utah ended up winning the championship. And I saw a big feature on him this morning. I'm sure it was on the draft shows or whatever. This is one of the most dynamic personalities who does things the right way and is going to lead that defense now for the next 10 years.
He's a great pick. I love the pick. I really do for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I also completely understand the trade back for Tampa Bay because of the players that I was kind of told they were targeting, they're all still on the board, all of them. So for them to move back just a little bit, they're okay with that. The Devontae Wyatts, the Logan Halls, the Lewis Scenes, like even Trey McBride was talked about for them potentially at the back end of the first round. All of those guys are still on the board.
Austin,
so
Sky Moore,
that makes
Bay, here we go.
Green Bay is up
They
at number
have
28.
to take him, don't they?
Mike, I've got to think that's who you want, right?
Yes, yeah, I would Sky Moore here or George Karlaftis. Obviously, valuable position
Two
as well.
defensive players, they would lose
The wide
their-
receiver need, I mean, he fits kind of their mold of route runners and the shiftiness. He fits their mold of size. Like, he's a well-built dude.
toughness.
Exactly. Like, I just think he would be a perfect fit for that offense. We shall see if they agree with me. But if they don't draft one here, they're not getting one. Flat out, the class is going to be cooked by the time we get to pick 53. You know,
Is wide receiver you're talking about?
yeah,
or
the
who?
wide receiver class.
All 1 million people are going to sell their stock in Green Bay if they don't pick a wide receiver here.
You're a shareholder, right?
I am.
Green Bay Packers shareholder. So he's got stock in it. He's actually got skin in the game. What do you guys think? Seth, Austin,
appreciate
what do
if
you
they
think for
don't
Green Bay here? Are they finally going to do it, or are they going to take a wide receiver?
I think it's more likely they go Karlaftis here. I could see them going after Karlaftis. I could see them going after maybe one of the secondary members available, Andrew Booth, Lewis Seen. I don't think they wide out.
I think they go wide out, and I think it could be either of them. I don't think you're obviously, we know that you're not replacing Devontae Adams with any one player, but I think they don't have an X-type receiver anymore. Obviously, George Pickens is that type of player. If he's super healthy, I would go there.
I'd love to see George Pickens. I've got him as wide receiver 3 in this draft. I think he's an incredible football player.
Yeah.
But
There's also reports that the Chiefs like him too, and so this is a get him before he's gone type thing. Maybe even Kansas City trades with Green Bay.
Can I just read off the receiving core real quick? They have Sammy Watkins, they have
Chiefs
Alan
like
Lazard, they have Randall Cobb, and they have Robert Tonyan at tight end. That would have been okay in 2015. That would have been an okay receiving core then. That is maybe if you include tight end position, that's probably, as we stand here right now, the worst wide receiving core in the NFL.
worst?
I mean, the Falcons just got a wide receiver and
Yeah.
a tight end. They have. If we include the tight end position, obviously
That's a good point. Yeah, Drake London and Kyle Pitts better than what Green Bay's got going on. It's pretty desperate.
They can bring
It's pretty
Marcedes
desperate.
Lewis back in, right?
Championship. No, it's that dire of a need. It's to the point where if you want to win this year, there's not really options left in free agency that are going to do it for you. So see where they go.
I just cannot imagine if they come out with 2 first-round draft picks and they don't get any wide receivers. I mean, what was the whole revolution with Aaron Rodgers about, with letting him help, and they didn't trade up, and they didn't. I mean, it's gonna be an ugly day tomorrow in Green Bay if they don't have at least one.
That's gonna be not ideal if they're
not getting one.
Ooh!
Wow.
What do you know? What are you seeing?
I am seeing the Packers have gone against type a little bit with their age coveting and drafted the oldest first rounder yet.
Devontae Wyatt, the defensive lineman from
Georgia.
Georgia.
You know what I think of him. I think he's a great player.
I think he's very, very talented. He was the number 10 overall player on my board, I think. He just what he could do from the three tech position was incredible. So, you said this a little bit against the grain from what Green Bay normally goes with, but talk about him with the fit.
Yeah, so he's 24 years old. But the fit, they covet 10 splits. They cover guys that can get off the line of scrimmage. And this dude can get off the line of scrimmage. A 1.610 split at 304 pounds. He's 6'3", ran a 4.77 40, and he's not just straight line. This guy is all around twitchy. And in that Georgia scheme, he was another guy who kind of got hampered by it, wasn't allowed the freedom to attack. You saw the freedom to attack at the Senior Bowl, and he was the highest graded player there in the pass rushing one-on-ones. Could not be blocked. I mean, this guy throws a lot at you with his get off, and then with the power he can play with. The perfect complement to Kenny Clark in that defensive line, something that they've been desperate for, really have not had. And now he's NFL ready. This guy can play day one for them.
He's a player now. And I'll say this about Trayvon Walker as well. The one thing that Georgia defense does is they make sure you're not going to run the ball because they come off under control. Now, you put somebody like him in a situation where he can one gap and get off the ball and start with all those moves and that speed and that weight. I'm just telling from the beginning, I said it earlier, I think he's a 10-sack-a-year guy. I really do.
Yeah. He ended up with the highest grade, I believe, on that defensive line last year. Higher than Trayvon, higher than Jordan Davis. He's an all-around run or pass. You could do both. But
yeah, so Georgia ends up with like 4 players so far. The prop is right on 4. And that's without Devin Lloyd going. That's without George Pickens going so far. Pretty interesting. I mean, there's a chance that with these last 4 picks that we could end up with 6 Georgia players in round 1.
Right. Yeah. We got 4 picks left. It's the Patriots, Kansas City Chiefs, the Cincinnati Bengals, then the Minnesota Vikings, who still have yet to pick after that massive trade back. Only 1 quarterback off the board so far. Do we think we see one? Maybe not to these teams, but even any team trading up. Do we get another quarterback off the board?
32.
You think it's going to be 32?
I think it'll be somewhere at the end of the season. It wouldn't surprise me if Kansas City were willing to trade down if somebody wanted to trade up and get one of them.
The draft prop now, Willis has not gone yet, so that's famous last words. He was at like 13 or so, but like the draft prop for a guy like Desmond Ridder was 29.5, 30.5, depending on where you were looking, and that's right in that Kansas City trying to trade back for the first time in the Brett Veach era from 30. And Bengals too. I mean, Bengals don't have that many needs.
Seth, how do you feel about this? Steelers trading up from 50 to 32 to also get Malik Willis. Just have them duel.
And then Mitch Trubisky plays left tackle or something like that?
No, Mitch Trubisky ends up starting.
All right. He's still the starter.
Yeah.
I'll just add one thing about Devontae Wyatt. Talking about playing inside, I think his positional versatility inside also helps, especially on a 3-4 team, which is going to come, from Georgia to the Packers, 3-4, can play the nose, can play 3-tech, inside out, 2-eye, etc. Really good player.
Let's tee up the New England Patriots, their season, what they've done in the 2021 year, and then take a look at some signings that they've had as well. As you would expect, winning season for the Patriots, 10-7, first one under Mac Jones with him as quarterback. PFF overall ranked 3rd, top 5 offensive ranked 2nd, top 5 defense ranked 4th, top 5. This is just I know it's going to come as a shock to everybody, but a damn good football team coached by Bill Belichick. That's just how it came out. Now we're taking a look at what they could be drafting here at the back end of the first round. Mike, who's a Patriots player? Who screams the Patriot way? And why is it Leo Chanel from Wisconsin?
I mean, it is. I could see him sneak in here. That guy is a freak athletically. He had the highest run defense grade of any linebacker in college football, 2nd highest pass rushing grade. He is explosive downhill. That would make a lot of sense. They covet those 250-plus pounders, dudes that can take on guards in the run game. And no one took on guards better in college football last year than Leo Chanel. So would not surprise me. I've been saying he might sneak in as the Patriot type of linebacker that they would covet. So
but no J.C. Jackson, no Stephon Gilmore. I mean, and I know they were playing more zones, but I've got to think cornerback here.
Holy smokes. This is going to be the biggest difference of where he is on the PFF board to where he got selected that we're going to have in this draft.
Oh, my.
At number, what are we at? 29. Patriots selected Cole Strange, the interior offensive lineman from Chattanooga. Where was he on the PFF board?
Well, Shaq Mason's gone, right?
Well, he is. Look, the interior offensive line need was there, but Cole Strange was maybe a back end of the second round kind of a pick, right? Austin, your face. What was he?
86th overall.
86 overall, and he goes 29. Austin, your face lit up for this one.
Yeah, it's going to be not only one of the biggest reaches on PFF Sports, it's going to be one of the biggest reaches on the consensus board as well. I think this will be the biggest reach of the first round by media consensus. And there are like traits that people really do covet with Cole Strange, the Chattanooga. He had a really solid Senior Bowl. I wouldn't say it was elite. I think Devontae Wyatt, Jermaine Johnson had better Senior Bowls, but like Cole Strange, really explosive, fires out. I don't know. It's interesting. I think it's really early to prioritize Cole Strange. It's also kind of early to prioritize interior offensive line, but that just stresses how big the need is for the pass.
Man. Mike, what do you think?
It's a traits-based pick. This guy was the single best all-around athlete on the interior line in this draft. I mean, he had a 10-foot broad jump, the best we've ever seen from a guard prospect. He had a 4.5 short shuttle, 33-inch arms, 6'5", 307. He flies off the tape, like jumps off the tape. So the size, the athleticism, it's all there. He just was a guard at UT Chattanooga playing low-level competition. The Kentucky tape, though, this past season was good, legitimately good. But at Senior Bowl, you did see some issues in pass protection. But the guy has the want to, he has the will, and the Patriots, they've developed those guys over the years. So odds are he's going to be a good NFL offensive lineman, but he is probably a little bit away.
Look,
not going to replace Shaq Mason day one.
Who am I to question the greatest coach in football history? But you know, when you look at Cole Strange's mock draftables, to Mike's point, 93rd percentile 40-yard dash, 99th percentile broad jump, 90 in the three cone, 90 in the short shuttle, 84 bench press. Like this dude was a top tier athlete. But
Bill Belichick will tell you that they teach them how to play football. That they want whoever they want in there. And then when you get there, they'll teach you how to play football.
Man.
And that's what they believe. So Shaq Mason was a little bit of that same sort of a thing coming in there, and he turned into a really great player. So I've never seen a position other than wide receiver that he can't coach into something great. That seems to be the one that they just cannot figure out. But offensive linemen, they do really well.
No more Dante Scarnecchia, the offensive line coach.
Which is
I think
key.
that's a big deal for them. I have a question for you guys. Cole Strange does not wear gloves. What are our thoughts on that?
It's a little strange.
As an offensive lineman?
He doesn't wear gloves.
He's a big strange, actually.
Would you call that strange?
I mean, some guys don't. Some guys wear tape the fingers.
Is this the George Pickens pick now that we're going to move on to Kansas City here at 30? Are they going to add to their wide receiver core here?
You tell us. You're the Chiefs guy. You're plugged in.
This seems to be the spot, right?
Yeah.
If George Pickens was going to go anywhere in the first round, it felt like it was going to be Kansas City.
It was Chiefs or Packers, but Packers apparently didn't feel that way. I mean,
they don't need wide
They went
receiver.
with a Georgia player at least.
I think there's a good chance that this is George Pickens. But what do you guys think over there? When you look at the Kansas City Chiefs, what sticks out to you where they could go at the back end of this first round? Who are a couple of targets that you had here anyways back when they had 2 first-round picks at 29 and 30?
It's definitely a receiver. I think they should be looking at George Pickens. I think they probably wanted Jahan Dotson to be on the board here. They could be looking at Sky Moore, and also they're probably looking at Christian Watson. I don't think they're going to avoid receiver here. If they do, maybe you're looking at safety, Lewis Seen potential. I don't know. I think it's receiver.
Well, George Karlaftis still on the board. They need an edge.
They do.
I think the problem with Pickens is, like, as much as I like Pickens, I think Travis Kelce kind of fills that role for them already as their ex-receiver. So I'm not sure Pickens fits in there. And I really do think they upgraded to a certain degree after the Tyreek Hill trade with their receiving core. So it's like they're not in a bad place at receiver. And if Travis Kelce is still the great player that he is, I think they're fine there.
He's getting up there in age, though. What's he, like 30? He's 33?
Yeah, I mean, and the NGS data, I mean, he's slowed down a little bit. His game is kind of different than it was, where he's catching bubble screens and going 80 yards after the catch. So there's a little bit, I mean, they have to plan for the future. Juju's on a 1-year deal. MVS is on effectively a 2-year deal. McCole Hardman, this is his last year of his rookie deal. So, like, they have to replenish this position. And, you know, they only have 22 players under contract for next year. And not that much cap space. They got to use these draft picks.
They do have good safeties left on the board here, and that's what they want to do. I probably like Boye Mafe more than you guys do. I think they need speed on the outside. This is like Kansas City is like the old Colts teams. You have to play for a shootout. You have to assume there's going to be a lot of points scored, and you have to be able to rush the passer at the end of the game and win the games, and that's been a major failing of this football team for a while now.
Let's look at the wide receivers that we at least have left on the board and see if we can pick from that group here. George Karlaftis stands out. Anybody else they could take a reach for, or maybe even not? Is there somebody where you would say, hey, maybe they want to go edge rusher because we're comfortable with some of the guys that you have later in the big board? What do you think, Mike?
The guy they'd reach for here on this big board at wide receiver would be Christian Watkins. That's getting rumor here. I still don't see it. I still think the NFL will see what we see. I think he's getting overhyped by draft media because, I'll just be quite frank about it, I don't think a lot of people have North Dakota State tape that they're watching. So I do think that wide receiver, if they're going to go one way, it's Sky Moore or George Pickens, but edge talent still on the board. This was the sweet spot in this edge class where guys like Arnold Ebiketie were supposed to come off the board, where Boye Mafe was supposed to come off the board, where I didn't expect George Karlaftis to come off the board, but he's still sitting here. So one of those three I could.
We just heard the noise.
Yeah.
We just heard it. It's the biggest.
This is, and I'm a homer, so like this is whatever, but this is the third best edge player on the board, and the Kansas City Chiefs need a guy that can get to the passer. So George Karlaftis.
George Karlaftis it is to the Kansas City Chiefs at number 30. Steal, right?
Yep.
That's going to come out as one of the best, if not the best, PFF big board to where they were selected values that we're going to have in this draft.
It is so far. I mean, he was top 10 player, number 10 overall on the big board, third edge. He's 6'4", 266. And while he didn't run the greatest 4.77, he had a 38-inch vertical at that size. That guy still has some explosiveness to him. May not be the wiggly sort of make you miss edge rusher, but he is going to play through you snap after snap. He has an unmatched work ethic. He had an apartment as close to the facilities at Purdue as possible so that he could live, quite literally, in the facilities. And you've seen the improvement. I mean, he went from an Iron Man type freshman, true freshman season where he played 843 snaps as a true freshman, racked up 55 pressures. The COVID year and then this past year, 90.6 pass rushing grade, had some dominant performances. I mean, for him to physically manhandle the way he did at such a young age makes you think he can do so at the next level. So I'm a big fan of his game, and he fits their scheme to a T.
Two really great football players on the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yes.
Trent McDuffie.
Two guys I love.
Yeah, Trent McDuffie and George Karlaftis. Eric, you got to be feeling good about this.
Yeah, and you know, this is like we're the 6 Big Ten players too, so the props are but here's one that's hit, and here's one that a lot of people thought, you know, this was sort of going to be are we going to get quarterback 4? Are we going to get quarterback? The under 3.5 quarterbacks is hit like that. You know, it's fewer quarterbacks go after the first 10 picks than in every single draft. You're battling right now to get to, you know, underneath that number there. But, you know, do we see Minnesota? Do we see a team trade with Cincinnati thinking Minnesota's quarterback needy with Cousins on just 2 years of a deal? This is going to be. I think we're going to have some movement here at the back end of the draft.
Ooh, so you're predicting a trade.
I think teams are calling the Bengals.
Cincinnati rarely moves, right?
No, but they don't. What does Cincinnati need?
Because if they, I mean, let's pick a position. Let's say safety. There's a ton of safeties left in here.
Right.
If two teams want the 5th-year contract, which I know now that I've been lectured on is not necessarily an advantage to have that 5th year, but if they do want that and they want to jump up here, you could see two go back to back right here.
Well, hold on. What was he saying? 5th year, not an advantage?
Well, the 5th year is like a little bit different now. So, for example, like if you make a Pro Bowl, the 5th-year option is extremely expensive.
Yeah, I saw that with
like
who was it? Kyler
Murray
versus
it's like $32 million
versus who was it?
$22 million for Daniel Jones.
Right. So it's just heavily incentivized now to where if you are a good football player, which you assume that they're going to be as a first rounder, then you're obviously gonna have to pay for this player anyways. Okay. Well, we've got Cincinnati on the board. Let's take a look at Cincinnati, what they did last year. We can take a look at their PFF ranks, maybe some moves that they've made during the offseason because they made a lot of really good moves. They really did. They bolstered that offensive line about as well as you could before the draft. 10-7, obviously went on a big Super Bowl run. They were a top 10 overall team when it was all said and done there. Top 10 offense. Defense still needed a little bit of work. We've got their team needs as the offensive line, but when you look at the people that they have signed, they've got La'el Collins, they have Alex Kappa, they have Ted Karras, they have these guys now in the building. Do we still think it's going to be offensive line for the Cincinnati Bengals? I've been hearing defense. What do you think?
I do not because I saw the pick. But
okay. All right. Well, he saw the pick here, folks.
Cornerback position.
It is indeed defense.
How do they rule this for the? Is it corner or safety?
Ooh,
in
massive for the betting market.
In the DraftKings market, he's called a safety.
It is the very versatile.
And it's over 6.5 Big Ten players.
Michigan defender, Daxton Hill.
That's a great pick. I love that.
Yeah,
I think this is a great pick too.
What
do we think this may say about Jesse Bates' situation?
I think he plays corner there. I think he replaces Eli Apple and plays on the outside. No, he has never done it.
Oh, okay.
Obviously not. He started at true safety and played pure slot this past season. But he is 6 foot 191, and his wingspan is a half-inch shorter than Kyle Hamilton's. He's 6 foot 7-inch wingspan. The guy has the kind of length and movement skills that you covet at corner. And now that's nice to have at safety, but 4.38 speed with a 4.06 short settle and a 6.57 three-cone, the guy can straight up move. In man coverage, when he played in the slot over the course of his career, only allowed 14 first downs on 49 targets and 296 coverage snaps. He is a dynamo in terms of tracking opposing wide receivers. That is why they quite literally had him play in the slot this past year with those two-way goes that he has to have. So I think from seeing what he could do there, I would bet the Bengals evaluated him because you have a slot cornerback in Mike Hilton. You have two starting safeties right there with obviously Jesse Bates still on the tag. And you have another cornerback in Chidobe Awuzie. Now they covet versatility. They've used a lot of versatile pieces in that defense, so that's maybe just what they like about him as well. But the weak link here is Eli Apple. And that's the piece you're looking to upgrade if you are the Cincinnati Bengals. So I think that might be where he goes.
I mean, you look all the way across the board there. The Bengals take high draft picks that it didn't work out so well for somebody else. So yes. Eli Apple, Chidobe Awuzie, Mike Hilton
Trey
comes from a team. Trey Waynes.
Trey Flowers.
And so now they've got another versatile piece. And I thought the whole Jesse Bates thing immediately came into play here. But safety is probably accelerating almost as fast as wide receiver as far as the value and what you're having to pay for it. So now they've got a guy that could play on the outside, could play in the slot. He's a good rusher. He can play free safety at 4.38. That's the kind of versatility with this defense they're looking for.
Austin, what did you think of Daxton Hill when you watched him? Was he a guy who was pretty high on your big board as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I like Daxton Hill a lot. I did project him to play slot in the NFL. I don't think he plays slot with Mike Hilton still there in Cincinnati. I think he's going to be used all over the place. I like Mike's idea of playing him on outside corner. I'd be interested to hear where they plan to play him. I do think that he can do a lot. And you talk about versatile players in this draft. He's one of the more versatile prospects. Really good athlete. Really smart player, too. People praised him for his smarts there in Michigan.
Yeah, no, I'm with you guys on that one. I just don't see where he plays inside. There's just not a lot of positions left with Von Bell, Jesse Bates, and Mike Hilton at slot. Like, there's just not a lot of spots there. So I guess, like you said, we haven't seen him at outside corner. He did have really good skills inside, but outside is a little bit different.
But he can run at 4.38, still 4.38. So, and I do think that they'll get very creative with what they're doing now. I could see almost a dual slot safety. I think Vaughn may be the one that's in danger here now.
I think so too, but man, Daxton Hill projects a lot to a rangy free safety. I really do wonder if Jesse Bates' current contract situation went into this pick, if it went into the long-term viewings of it.
Well, they're pretty safe though, don't they? They've got a franchise year left, or they've got they've got some options.
They franchise
here,
tagged
right?
him, but I think that he was not very happy about that, obviously. So I don't know how close.
Maybe he's saying he's going to hold out.
I don't know how close the sides are. Maybe this puts a little pressure on him. Who knows? What we do know is that Daxton Hill is a fantastic football player. Last pick of the first round coming up.
Come on, Minnesota. You're hoping for a quarterback.
Who are you hoping for? Who are you hoping for?
Well, I think
who makes you the most money?
A corner.
A
true corner would make me the most money.
Okay, who's left? We got Andrew Booth.
Andrew Booth,
Kyler Gordon. That could happen. If the Vikings stay here?
Yeah.
Kyler Gordon?
But I think
could.
I I want them to pick Willis. I want Kwesi Adofo-Mensah drop 20 picks, still gets a quarterback. That's a pretty big banner he can hang, in an offseason where he's gotten a lot of flack because they haven't done many good things, right?
But it also has a chance to be, this is your first pick you've ever made as a GM. And if this is a quarterback that doesn't work out, or if it goes the same way as the Green Bay Packers where it just causes this internal turmoil for you, is that worth it?
I mean, but does trading back give you the security blanket on that?
Yeah.
Like, can you ultimately say, like, well, I wheeled and dealed and got this quarterback at 32. I didn't really plant my flag.
Unless he never plays it down.
Well, maybe. Let's take a look at the PFF big board.
Kellen Mond last year. That might be the
thing. They do have Kellen Mond, who clearly was not good enough to play under Mike Zimmer.
I called him Christian Monder.
Mike, do not give him that. Don't give him that satisfaction.
Sorry.
We're taking a look at who is left here on the PFF big board, still available here with one pick left in the first round. Mike, what is the most surprising name on there, I will say, outside of Malik Willis?
That's a good question. I think Andrew Booth Jr., truthfully, because of cornerback value. I think he's versatile enough. I think he's a high-end athlete for the position that there's a lot of cornerback-needy teams that now we have seen a lot of cornerbacks go and just jump him, but that one's a little surprising to me. I thought if I were to lock in maybe 25 guys to go in the first round, he would have been one of them.
I think health might be the issue with Andrew Booth, because I believe he's had his second surgery.
He definitely does.
Second surgery that he's getting.
But there's still some. The Minnesota Vikings defense had a downturn when they started losing their edge rushers. That was a team that year after year you could count on the two guys on the outside that were going to get pressure, and then it just started to crumble from there. And that defense really was never quite the same.
And they just never approached edge properly, right? Like, Everson Griffin was a 4th-round pick. He worked out. Donnell Hunter was a 3rd-round pick. He worked out. In the Mike Zimmer era, other than a 2nd-rounder that they traded for Yannick Ngakoue, they never used better than a 3rd-round pick on a defensive end. When we talked about this entire show, defensive end is a solid position for the most part. You take guys high, and you take and you end up prospering that way. And for them, they continue to try to chase Donnell Hunter, and they never really got him. And then so when Griffin broke down, when Hunter broke down, no one rushed past him.
And you have to beat Aaron Rodgers. To win the division, you have to beat Aaron Rodgers. You better put him on his back a couple of times.
Mm-hmm. Well, the pick is in, and it is a secondary player, but it is not the one that makes Eric a lot of money.
No, this is interesting.
It's
a good pick. It's a good pick.
Lewis Cine, the safety from Georgia. You wondered if you were going to hear his name in the first round. There was such high praise for him going into this weekend.
They jumped Tampa for him,
So he is a player who certainly Tampa would have considered him at 33. So there's no doubt about it that they were right in front of Tampa.
He can fly too. Yeah. He can really run. He's like a 4.37 guy.
I would have thought this was the safety the Bengals were going to take.
Well, I was so interested, Mike, when I saw him. He got out of position or whatever, and basically ran down an Alabama wide receiver in that game. I was like, that was impressive. I mean, he athletically can do some things. The two safeties very similar in the way that they can run in the back end now.
He went 4.37 at the combine. 11'1" broad jump, an explosive dude. 6'2", 199. He's a little skinny built. Like his play style, I'd like to see him add 5 to 10 pounds once he gets to the NFL. But Harrison Smith ain't no spring chicken. He's probably the leader of that defense for the next foreseeable future once Harrison Smith ultimately hangs it up. But heck of a tackler, all around versatile dude. Only missed 11 tackles on 159 career attempts. So I think you're getting a very good safety. He was higher on the PFF board, 26th overall than where he goes here. Not a super valuable position maybe to attack in the first round, but you got a very good player that we would say is a position that you need to have in the NFL nowadays.
Yeah, I think the hard part with Smith is that with his restructured deal, he's going to be on the Vikings for a couple more years. So, you learn. I guess he learns from them. Maybe he can play in the box more as he gets older and things like that. But yeah, now you look at the middle of that defense. You got Jordan Hicks. You got Eric Kendricks, a good linebacker, two good linebackers, and then you pair them with Smith and Cine. So they're starting to build that defense in the middle. At least you wonder about cornerback for them with Patrick Peterson and and nothing really left after that.
But with Harrison back there, you're going to end up. It's really important for them to have somebody that can play back and play up. That you don't know who's going to come down. And Seen can do either one because he can fly on the back end and he's very physical around the line of scrimmage. So my concern with him is I thought he made more than a few mental mistakes and gave up some big plays, maybe being overly aggressive or whatever. But other than that, good player.
Minnesota's now going to be, Fangio tree defense. They're going to be split field safeties too. So you need the two guys who maybe aren't necessarily run defenders, but you need smart playmakers, the guys that can accelerate over the middle of the field, guys that can come downhill. He's definitely one of them.
All right, the final pick of the first round is in, but nobody go anywhere. We're about to go all around the room. We're about to talk about our favorite selections, our favorite hauls, everything for the first round. But before we do that, it's time for Chris's favorite ad read once again, the one that can get the guys on the side. Props going here with Manscaped. The 32nd overall pick is brought to you by our friends over at Manscaped. The only true guaranteed quality pickup this season, the leaders in below-the-waist grooming. With Manscaped's Performance Package 4.0, your skill position will be sleek and smooth enough for a sub 4.340. Support us. Head over to manscaped.com. Use the exclusive promo code PFF at checkout for 25% off plus free shipping. Because of their ceramic blade and skin-safe technology, your nicks and snags will be reduced. In the season of trimming the roster, Manscaped will make sure that you're cutting the right players and not any important pieces to your D. Look, fellas, don't fall off her draft board. The ladies out there think that long nose hair is a major turnoff. The Weed Whacker nose and ear hair trimmer is soft solution. Are you running that? Are you doing this live over here? I hear it in my ear. Why not use the best tools for the jobs like Seth is doing live on set right now? April is draft season, but it's also Testicular Cancer Awareness Month. Manscaped has partnered with the Testicular Cancer Society to bring awareness to testicular cancer, men's health, and early cancer detection. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code PFF at manscaped.com. That is 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Use the promo code PFF and turn your Mr. Relevant into a first-round pick with Manscaped. I know you like that one, Eric. I know you like that one.
That one broke my back.
It just brings it home.
It does.
It just absolutely brings it home.
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. We're about to get into the winners. We're not going to say losers. We're just going to talk about winners, favorite picks, favorite selections. But before that, we will recap the entire first round of the 2022 NFL draft. Obviously, we got Trayvon Walker, Aiden Hutchinson, two edge rushers back-to-back to start the draft. Then we had two corners go back-to-back, Stingley and Ahmad Garner. A couple offensive tackles that went off the board after the top 10. Then we get into the midsection of the draft. A lot of wide receivers. A lot of wide receiver action. That doesn't include Marquise Brown, A.J. Brown getting picked or getting moved in this group as well. Treylon Burks, very intrigued about that one with him going 18 to the Tennessee Titans. Then the back half of the first round, in the 20s, Trent McDuffie, George Karlaftis, nice little pair there for the Chiefs. Quay Walker, Devontae Wyatt, a good pair for the Green Bay Packers. 31, we had Dax Hill go to the Cincinnati Bengals, and then 32, we obviously just had Lewis Cine go to the Minnesota Vikings. Mike, you're our draft guy. It says in your job title, lead draft analyst, which means I'm leading off with you. What was your favorite pick, a favorite haul, your big winners from day one of the 2022 NFL draft?
It has to be Kansas City Chiefs. I think what they added to their defense, they added the 10th overall player and the 11th overall player on the PFF draft board. They were sitting with picks 29 and 30 going in. That's obviously the best value per pick, and it's two needs for a defense that was sort of crumbling. So I do think that's where that's where my mind goes first.
All right, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good one, as far as you replace Matthew with Justin Reed and McDuffie there. Look, it's hard to stray away from the Jets, right? The Jets,
such a good draft.
The Jets are a team that, maybe we were a year early on them, but you have, again, nothing really matters unless Zach Wilson's amazing, right? As far as like winning against the Buffaloes and New Englands of the world. But if you assume that Zach Wilson becomes what you think he is, then you have a roster with Ahmad Garner, Garrett Wilson, and then you come back with Jermaine Johnson. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Johnson, but where he was picked, that's a good value there. So you get premium positions for a team that doesn't have that many holes, right? That they needed impact players,
right,
and they were able to get them today.
Right.
I'm a big fan of what the Jets did. good on Joe Douglas.
I'm going to save Chris as the best for last. So we're going to go over to the other side. We're going to go to Austin. What was your favorite pick, your favorite haul? Who was your big winner after day one?
Yeah, favorite pick, easily George Karlaftis at number 30. I'm with Mike Renner on the Kansas City Chiefs, like winning day one. And then the fact that they also got Trent McDuffie where they did, I think was really impressive. But another huge winner is Baltimore, right? Like trading back like they did, and then also trading away Marquise Brown to grab Tyler Linderbaum, who's the best center in this draft. They also get Kyle Hamilton at 14, which I think is a steal as well. I think the Baltimore Ravens, Kansas City Chiefs, and New York Jets are all huge winners on day one.
I'll stick with the Saints because it's all I've been thinking about for the last 25 minutes. But they did what I wanted them to do. They went and they got the receiver. They went and they got a tackle. I'm not a big fan of the tackle. That's not a big deal. They went and got two positions that they needed. The biggest problem now is you've traded up a lot the past month. You're putting all your eggs in the Jameis Winston basket. You've given him a tackle, you've given him a receiver, but if they're not good next year, if Jameis is not good next year, there's not a lot of picks left for them to replenish the roster. That's what scares me, but I do think I like what they did, going receiver, going tackle.
I like the Jets shout out. I feel like that's a little bit cheating because it's 3 picks and they were 3 great picks, but Joe Douglas made the picks. He went up and made the picks, and so I love the Jets call out. But guys, Philadelphia Eagles got out of tonight with Jordan Davis and A.J. Brown. Like that was an incredible move. I think the Philadelphia Eagles are huge winners from night one. Chris, who is yours?
I got to say the Detroit Lions. To end up with Hutchinson with the second pick and Jameson Williams. It's
Two
a
damn
team
good
that's
football
building
players
for the future. That's pretty amazing. I thought the Giants, New York in general, New York was hoping for one of those days. Honestly, television people were hoping New York would have a decent day eventually. It has been a long time since they've been on Sunday Night Football, either one of those football teams.
It's very true.
So if the city of New York is good, generally it's good for television, so I'm happy to see it.
Can I shout out one more team? I don't think anyone said Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
I was asked before the draft on a radio.
Austin hit him a little bit. But he didn't give him enough love.
I was
so you can go
after the draft.
It's
one
fine.
team. Which players in this draft do you feel the most confident about being elite at their respective positions? I said Derek Stingley, and I said Kyle Hamilton and Tyler Linderbaum. They got 2 of those guys. Like, it may be not the most valuable positions, but those are going to be.
But think about that offense. When Yonda retired, it became harder for them to do what they wanted to do, right? Like in the interior of that offensive line with the stuff they try to run with Lamar Jackson, he only has so much gravity, right? As far as holding players, you need to have a good, and that offensive line had crumbled. I mean, you lost Orlando Brown, you lost Stanley, you lost Yonda in a matter of years. And ultimately, you start to build that back because if you're going to build that offense around what Lamar Jackson does, you need an offensive line to share some of the responsibility with them.
The other thing is that now day 2 of the draft might be more interesting than day 1 because all these quarterbacks are now in a pile. And now we get to find out exactly what people think about them. Are we going to see 4 of them go off in the next 10 picks? Or are we going to see these things really bump down to where there was a lot of speculation that nobody liked them in the top 40 picks or whatever? So Malik Willis has to be the big loser of the night. Just the fact that teams had opportunities, quarterback needy teams had opportunities, and they all passed.
Right.
I also think another big winner, a team that we actually didn't mention, I think is the Giants. At 5-7, getting Kayvon Thibodeaux and Evan Neal. Like obviously they didn't make the moves that the Jets did, trading back in and grabbing Jermaine Johnson, but they had 2 top 10 picks, and I think they got 2 fantastic football players in Evan Neal and Kayvon Thibodeaux. I think they come out of 5-7 in a really good spot.
A
Yeah,
lot of big winners. A lot of big winners. I think a lot of teams honestly, I feel like a lot of teams.
All teams with 2 picks.
Yeah, I think the only issue
true.
with the Giants is that they play in the division with the Eagles, who appear to have some of this stuff figured out, right? And so you're going up against Dallas. And even Washington, I think, with the trade back and some of the things that they did, Dotson is a very good pick, very good player for them. I don't know if he should have been picked that high, but the NFC East as a whole, had a good time.
I'll give you a team that only picked once that I think was a huge winner. Carolina Panthers. Panthers get Ikwonu at 6. Yeah. They didn't have to move for him. They didn't have to feel like they were forcing a trade down. And most importantly, they didn't force a quarterback pick in the top 10. I think that's a huge win for them. I think they made the right decision. I'm sure that they were very antsy. I'm sure there was a lot of pressure there, but I think that they were winners for the
Houston, not bad either. My guy Kenyon Green, he goes in the top end, and Derek Stingley.
If you like Kenyon Green, then you gotta love that. You gotta love that haul there for them. Eric, I know you've been updating the spreadsheet.
I have.
How have the bets been?
How much money did you make tonight?
like 13.6% of my stake. So
There you go.
Okay.
The big one for me, though, the big loss for me, it could have been a massive night. The big loss for me is I had Willis first quarterback, and I didn't hedge any with Pickett. So like when that pick hit, that hurt a little bit. But if we look at just the bets right before, we did have 7 Big Ten players. We did not have Kyle Hamilton to be taken over Drake London. So that's a loss.
Singly hit.
We have no running backs taken in round 1, so no second year of an elite subscription for those that signed up this week. And Derek Stingley was the top 5 picks, so not a bad day at the office there with the bets.
Was there a singular pick somewhere else that wasn't on that graphic that you hit that was big?
I mean, Lewis Cine under 34.5 draft position snuck right in there at the
wonderful.
end,
You love
which is pretty
to
solid.
see that. You love to see a late hit.
Yeah, there was the one that kind of I thought Tyler Linderbaum would not get picked today. I thought the steam on that was real. But Baltimore went ahead and got him, and that's what happens with trades. When we did not expect Baltimore to pick in the 20s.
Right.
They end
So
up picking
many trades it felt like.
You end up picking in the 20s, and that ends up hurting you. But yeah, the real one that was a surprise one was that Pittsburgh got Willis to 20, didn't take him, takes Pickett. And then Willis doesn't even go again. And maybe it was one of those things where Pittsburgh was maybe the only team that liked Willis, and they just liked him less than Pickett. And it was kind of weird.
It's going to be – so now for the rest of their careers, though, right, you're going to be balancing those two.
This is very much like 2013, right, where you have the one quarterback that wasn't thought of as the better one, right, when E.J. Manuel taken in the late teens, early 20s. And then you had the better one, Geno Smith was thought of as better. Geno Smith goes in round 2.
And it didn't matter.
And it didn't matter, yeah, exactly. So and that's generally how it ends up going. But Minnesota at 34 maybe takes Willis the second time around. But given that we're overnight here, Tampa Bay could probably sell the 33rd pick to a team. For that right.
Jason Light does love wheeling and dealing. Well, Chris talked about how interesting day 2 of the draft is going to be. Let's take a look at the big board and see who our best players available are left now that 32 picks are in the books. I know that Devontae Wyatt is still there. That was a guy who was really high on the board. Bernard Raymond is still there. N'Kobe Dean.
No, Devontae Wyatt.
Devontae Wyatt went. You're right. I'm sorry.
Green Bay.
You were right. Green Bay. We got Jalen Petrie, Arnold Ebiketie, Sam Howell is there, Malik Willis obviously there, George Pickens as well. How do we feel about that board there? Who are you most excited to see where they go and when they go, Mike, among that group?
I'm excited to see where Raymond goes because I think he is a starting caliber offensive tackle. And obviously where he ranks in the big board would suggest that. And so teams like maybe the Titans at 35, I think could be in the market for someone like that to where, now I get that he's old, I get that maybe he has some health red flags, but is athletically more than good enough to be a Pro Bowl caliber NFL tackle.
The player I'm most surprised is still there out of that group is Arnold Ebiketie. I really did think that he was going to get into the first round. Such an explosive, athletic edge rusher that we know NFL teams love to covet. Any NFL team, doesn't really matter what you're playing. So I'm pretty shocked to see him still available.
I think it's the age. Him and Johnson were older prospects. 23 years old. A lot of times when guys are up there, redshirt seniors, you got these NFL teams asking why weren't they doing it as juniors? Because you compare them to Karlaftis, Thibodeaux, Hutchinson, Walker, all younger guys, much younger than those coming off the board.
All right, final thoughts from the side crew, from Austin, from Seth. Final thoughts after night 1?
We smell so good.
I think
covering up all the farts.
I saw you with the little wrist sniff a couple of minutes ago. So
gonna have to go out in Cincinnati after this. I think the pick I'm interested in is tomorrow. Obviously, the Jacksonville Jaguars pick at 33. I think teams have to be
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think teams have to be calling about trying to get Malik Willis at the top here. Like I don't get how you mentioned that Ebiketie is the guy that you're surprised it fell out. Malik Willis falling out is absurd. Like, legitimately insane. Like, I know we've talked badly on this quarterback class, but he is too good, in my opinion, to not take the flyer on him in the 20 to 32 range at the least. So at 33, I could very much see if Tampa Bay's not taking Malik Willis, I could see some team looking to trade up and go grab him.
One of the guys we haven't talked about at all, I think, the whole night is N'Kobe Dean. Now, I understand inside linebacker, maybe not the biggest player, but I think his intelligence makes him a 10-year player in this league.
And his speed, I never saw a 40 time on him, but he looks fast. And if he can play man coverage out of that position, he's a legit guy right there. But the most interesting part of the whole night was we spent all year talking about Aaron Rodgers talking about how now he has control, now he has a say in the process, right? We've got all that stuff going, and nothing.
2 defensive players, and Devontae Adams is gone. That's. I would say it's brutal, but I remember the contract numbers that you signed.
You go right down if they're going best player on their board and all that kind of stuff. The receivers got taken.
Yep.
And then they got stuck.
Yep. I think that might be the case. Eric, final thoughts before we get out of here?
Yeah, I think the most surprising is the quarterback position. That really, no one went up and got the guys in the whole league, and it says a lot about the league, right? And the more and more we sort of got into the teens and the 20s, it's very clear that how the league feels about these guys. And in our group, Timo Risky, a wonderful analyst for us, wrote fallers. When the whole league decides this guy's not good, generally he's as good as he's taken. When teams reach, that guy generally underperforms. So I don't necessarily know if Malik Willis is a steal tomorrow at 33 or whenever he's taken.
Right.
I think the league has spoken and says, we don't really view this player as a transcendent talent. And then it makes you wonder about Kenny Pickett, because a lot of us don't believe Kenny Pickett's all that much better than Willis either. So did the Steelers get fleeced at 20?
Mike, final thoughts? What do you got
Player
for us?
trades. Marquise Brown getting moved. A.J. Brown getting moved. I am floored that those happened literally on draft day, during the middle of the first round. You couldn't work that out, a few days before. I wonder if we're not done seeing these, if we'll see some second, third rounders get moved for proven players, because this offseason with trades and people, not being happy in their spots they're in, wanting to get out, it's all in both.
You know who else it wasn't good for is Baker Mayfield, because now Baker's going to be sitting there, and some of these quarterback-needy teams that didn't take it in the first round may get one of those guys in the second round,
Right.
and there may not be the motivation now to go try and sign the veterans.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Garoppolo.
Tomorrow is the day when you feel like a lot of chaos can happen, right? A lot of players can be moved, a lot of moving up and down. I feel like we're also going to see a lot of teams maybe try to kick the can down the road, get some 2023 draft picks next week, or tomorrow. It's going to be very interesting. There's a lot of good players left on the board. There's a lot of rosters to fill. There's a lot of excitement. It's still going to happen this weekend. We're going to be here for you whole time, not just night 1. We're here for day 2, day 3, and even a recap on day 4 as well. Appreciate everybody watching the first day of the stream. Make sure you guys tune in with us tomorrow. For Mike Brenner, for Eric Eager, for Chris Collinsworth, for Austin Gale, for Seth Galina, I am Trevor Sikkema. We will see you guys right here, same place, an hour earlier for the kickoff and the pre-show of day 2 of the 2022 NFL Draft. We'll see you then.